The secret of school bells. After exchanging bodies with the school beauty. Hey, little sister, you pressed my chest. Shukor is the school beauty of our school. I am the loser in the school. I have been secretly in love with her for 4 years, but I didn't dare to confess my love. I didn't expect to see her get married yesterday. After waking up from a drunken sleep, I became Shukor, and then I was with her beautiful roommates. Chapter 1, I became the campus belle. During my 4 years of university, I had a crush on a girl named Shukor. But it was just a secret admiration, and I never dared to confess to her. She was the popular campus belle, and I was just an ordinary guy, a loser by comparison. Throughout those 4 years, we barely had any interaction. After graduation, we went our separate ways and never saw each other again. However, she still lingered in my heart, so I set her picture as my computer wallpaper to see her every day. But one day, I suddenly heard that she was getting married. Although she was of marriageable age and it had been 2 years since graduation, the news still hit me hard. So, I contacted some old classmates to find out which hotel she was having her wedding at, and decided to attend her wedding, telling myself that it would be the last time I saw her. Little did I know, attending the wedding would give me a chance to get close to her and maybe even win her heart. This all began with me swapping bodies with her. Kuar, I wish you a happy marriage. Wow, cousin-in-law, you two are really a perfect match, born to be together. The sounds of congratulatory voices at the wedding kept ringing in my head, giving me a headache, making my mind feel swollen and painful. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer, and my eyes snapped open as I sat up abruptly. It was quiet. Sitting on the bed, I was gasping for breath as though I had just done some intense exercise. Before I could gather my thoughts, a sudden pain hit my head, and the scenery before me seemed to be swaying. I quickly realized that it was the aftereffects of being drunk. So, I hugged my head, closed my eyes, and tried to regain my senses. After some time, when the pain had lessened and I wasn't as dizzy, I slowly opened my eyes. But when I looked around, I was dumbfounded. There were 3 beds, one in front of me, one to my left, and one to my left front. Under the beds were a computer desk, a wardrobe, and a chair. Huh! This looks like a student dormitory. And it resembles the dormitory at my old university. Just then, I heard the sound of a key turning in the door, followed by the sound of someone entering. A woman walked into the room. She walked to the bed and saw me, asking, Kuar, you're awake? Kuar. I furrowed my brow and quickly asked, are you talking to me? Before I could finish my sentence, I froze. I had just heard another woman's voice. But, in this dorm, besides me, there was only this woman. Could it be? I jumped in shock and immediately reached for my throat. It was smooth, no Adam's apple. I also looked at my hands, which were fair and slender. These aren't my hands. Then I looked down at my chest, which was round and full. Through the neckline of my pajamas, I could see a blue base with golden patterns on the lingerie underneath. And inside, there were breasts. Holy crap! I screamed in shock and quickly pulled off the covers, trying to stand up. But my head suddenly hit the ceiling above me with a loud thud. Ouch, I groaned. I immediately curled up on the bed, clutching my head. My head was throbbing again, and everything felt dizzy. Kuar, what's wrong? Are you okay? The voice came again, and I felt someone shaking my arm. I rubbed the spot where I had bumped my head. There wasn't a bump, but when I turned around, I saw the woman. She looked familiar. Wait, isn't that Luo Shiyu? She was my college classmate, and she was also a roommate of Shukor, the girl I secretly admired. Luo Shiyu noticed me staring at her and asked, Kuar, what's wrong? Kuar. My name is Zhang Qiang, why is she calling me Kuar? And Kuar is? Shukor. Suddenly, I snapped to attention. I looked at my hands, my chest, my pink bunny pajamas, and the dorm room. I looked back at Luo Shiyu. No way, I couldn't have. I quickly got up from the bed and rushed to the sink area, where there was a big mirror in the dormitory. When I stood in front of the mirror, I was stunned. The person in the mirror was a woman with a fox-like face, wearing pink bunny pajamas. Looking at the woman I had secretly admired for 4 years without daring to confess, I raised my right hand and touched my face. In the mirror, the woman did the same thing. Suddenly, a chill ran through me. Holy crap, I had become Shukor. I clearly remembered attending Shukua's wedding yesterday. I watched the girl I had admired for 4 years marry another man, and I felt so downhearted and regretful. I drank more to drown my sorrows. But then, I seemed to have drunk too much, causing a scene. I don't remember leaving the wedding, and the next thing I knew, I blacked out. But now, why the hell am I in Shukur's body? What the hell is going on? Did I somehow travel through time? But people who travel through time usually either reincarnate or enter the body of someone with the same name and gender. How the hell did I end up in a completely different body with a different name and gender from Shukur? Is this some kind of joke? I started to panic. Just then, a voice came from next to me. Kur, what's wrong? You don't seem right. I looked at Luoshiu, unsure of how to explain. Should I tell her the truth? If I did, she would definitely think I'm crazy, and she might call the hospital to have me checked out or even have the doctors study me. So, I couldn't tell her the truth. I'm fine, maybe I just slept too long, and my head hurts a bit, I lied, not very convincing. But to avoid her further probing, I quickly changed the subject and asked, what time is it? Luoshiu checked her phone and said it was almost 6:30. Oh, and we were supposed to go out for dinner. You promised to come with me tonight. I wasn't sure what she meant by accompany, but she didn't give me a chance to ask. She turned and ran to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe door and started taking off her clothes. She had her back to me, so I could only see her back. She was wearing black lingerie. After taking it off, she grabbed a set of golden lingerie and put it on. Then she dressed in her clothes and turned around to look at me. When she saw me, she said, "What are you standing there for, smiling? Hurry up and get ready, we're going out for dinner." I quickly said, okay, and rushed to freshen up. Thankfully, Shukur was naturally beautiful, so she didn't need too much skincare or makeup. If she did, I wouldn't know how to handle it. After washing up, I went to the bed where I had been lying earlier, opened the wardrobe, and saw several sets of women's clothes, lingerie, skirts, hot pants, etc. I was stunned and didn't dare to try them on, so I grabbed a creamy white t-shirt and some jeans. After getting dressed, I left with Luoshiu. Though I still didn't understand what was going on, I figured I should just deal with Luoshiu for now and slowly figure things out later. I couldn't let her find out, otherwise I'd end up in a hospital. As we walked out of the girls' dormitory, I saw a man running toward us from a distance of several dozen meters. When I looked closer, I froze. That guy, it's me. Or rather, it's my body. Seeing myself from someone else's perspective was a weird feeling. And who the hell took over my body? As the man reached us, I stared at my own body, and it stared back at me. Neither of us said anything. Just then, Luoshiu suddenly asked, "Zhang Qiang, what are you doing? Get lost." She never liked guys. In our 4 years of college, I never heard of her having a boyfriend. Just after she said that, I heard my own body shout, "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 2, I wouldn't want you even if you offered me $1 million. You ask me who I am? Damn, I want to ask you who you are. Before I could speak, Luoshiu beside me shouted, "Zhang Qiang, are you out of your mind? You're the one." Before I could finish cursing, I saw Luoshiu turn her head to look at me with a puzzled expression. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I was in Shukur's body. It wouldn't be appropriate to insult Luoshiu with a "you're the one out of your mind." So, I swallowed the rest of my words. I then asked the person, "Who are you?" Upon hearing that, Luoshiu asked, "Kur, why are you asking such a strange question?" When she asked that, I honestly didn't know how to respond, and I couldn't explain myself either. So, I said, "Wait here for a moment. I need to handle something." After saying that, I grabbed my body and quickly ran ahead. As I ran, the person struggled and yelled, "Let go of me! Let go of me! A woman!" Hearing that the person was a woman, I immediately thought it must be Shukur. So, I immediately softened my tone and said, "Don't make a scene. Let us find a quiet place first, then we can talk about things." Shukur stopped resisting. She probably wanted to figure things out too. I ran to the riverbank ahead, and when I saw there was no one around, I let go of her. I said, "Don't get upset. Let us talk calmly. Don't shout, okay?" She immediately said, "You're Zhang Qiang, right?" I didn't expect to meet the school beauty, whom I had secretly admired for years, under such circumstances. I felt so happy inside and hurriedly smiled, saying, "Yes, I'm Zhang Qiang." "Why are you smiling?" She yelled at me and then spoke in an authoritative tone. "You're Zhang Qiang, right? I command you to get out of my body immediately." Hearing the words, "get out," I felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that I didn't respond, she continued, "What are you waiting for? Get out now, or I'll find someone to kill you." I felt even more uncomfortable, like my warm smile had been trampled on by her. So, I lost my patience and said, "Can you stop telling people to get out all the time? Also, if you keep yelling like this and someone hears you, they'll think you're crazy and lock you up in a psychiatric hospital. Do you want to spend your whole life in a mental institution?" The reason I said this was that, on one hand, I was afraid that if she kept making a scene, people might really think she was insane. On the other hand, if she exposed me, I would also be implicated. Even if I wasn't directly involved, she was currently in my body. If anything happened to her, my body would be in trouble too. After I said that, she seemed to fear being sent to a mental hospital, so she quieted down and said, "Fine, give me a perfect explanation, or this matter will not be over." "A perfect explanation? I want one too," I said impatiently. As soon as I said that, Shukra raised her hand and slapped my arm, saying, "Dare to speak to me like that? Are you looking for death?" She raised her hand again, seemingly wanting to slap me. For some reason, I puffed out my chest and said, "Come on, if you dare, hit me here." Shukra raised her hand but didn't dare to strike. Finally, she angrily said, "You jerk. Thanks for the compliment. I'll try harder next time." I then asked, "Not hitting anymore? Can we talk business now?" She glared at me but didn't speak. I continued, "Shukur, this body swap has nothing to do with me, and I have no idea how it happened. So, don't keep threatening to have someone kill me. Besides, if you kill me, this body will die too. Then you won't be able to return to this body." Upon hearing this, Shukur calmed down a little and stopped yelling. She said, "Then tell me, what exactly happened? What did you do to end up like this?" I honestly confessed, saying, "I went to your wedding yesterday." "Stop." Shukur interrupted. "Stop lying. I'm only a sophomore, I don't have a boyfriend, so how could I be getting married? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll." She raised her hand again, but I quickly puffed out my chest and said, "What are you going to do?" She didn't dare to strike, but stuttered, unable to finish her sentence. In desperation, she slapped her own arm and said, "If you keep lying, I'll slap myself. Anyway, this body isn't mine, so I can do whatever I want." "Well, you're tough." She smiled smugly and said, "Thanks for the compliment. I'll keep it up." "Damn, she's copying me." I ignored her and continued, "I know you're only a sophomore and don't have a boyfriend. But I'm not lying. I really did go to your wedding yesterday. Because I came from 4 years in the future." When I said this, Shukur burst out laughing, saying, "From 4 years in the future? Har! Why don't you say you came from the Qing dynasty instead?" I said seriously, "I know it sounds ridiculous, but I really came from 4 years in the future." She laughed even harder. Enough. When she heard my stern voice and saw my serious expression, she probably realized I wasn't joking, so she stopped laughing and said, "Go on." Seeing she had quieted down, I continued, "I really came from 4 years later. Yesterday, I attended your wedding, drank too much, and after that, I don't know if I went home or where I slept. When I woke up, I was already in your body. That's all I know." She didn't laugh anymore, but angrily said, "That's not helpful information at all." I knew it wasn't useful, but that's all I knew. What could I do? "I don't care, anyway, you have to switch us back," Shukur said with an authoritative tone. I smiled bitterly and said, "If I had a way, wouldn't I have switched us back already?" Shukur said, "I don't care, just switch us back. No matter what you have to do, get us back." This was too difficult for me. I'm not a god, and I don't know any high-tech solutions. How am I supposed to switch us back? But from her reaction earlier, it seemed like reasoning with her wouldn't work. She might even cause more trouble. So, I started acting like I didn't care. "Then you should just find someone to kill me. I'm just a guy, taking over a woman's body already makes me lose all my dignity. I'd rather die and be reborn." After 18 years, I'll still be a good man. You can't die. She shouted, then added, if you die, my body will die too. So, I command you, don't die. Seeing her nervous expression, I secretly rejoiced. How about this? I've seen on TV that the protagonist can travel through time after being hit by a car or drowning. Why don't we try that? I was startled and quickly said, are you crazy? That's just a ridiculous TV plot. Only a fool would believe that. Even if it worked, if we get hit by a car and break our arms or legs, we end up crippled. Do you want to be a cripple? Shukura said confidently, of course I don't want to. That's why I'm going to use your body to get hit. If it works, I'll return to my own body and be perfectly fine. How great is that? Of course, she'd be fine, but what about me? I'd be the one crippled. No way, I don't agree. Seeing my firm refusal, she immediately said, don't worry. It won't be that easy to end up crippled. Even if it does happen, I'll make my parents give you 100,000 to ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Is that okay? If I get crippled, I'll make sure I take care of you, I added in desperation. I immediately regretted it as soon as I said it. My heart raced and I couldn't help but smile. I had secretly admired her for so long. If she really wanted to marry me, even if I ended up crippled, I'd take care of her. But Shukura didn't think the same way. She immediately snapped, I'd rather die than be crippled, and I don't need you, a poor and ugly loser, to take care of me. After she insulted me, I felt a surge of anger and said, as if I'd want to take care of you. Even if you offer $1 million as a dowry, I wouldn't want you. Chapter 3, Let's Get a Room. She was so angry that she raised her right hand, as if she was about to hit me. This time, I didn't puff out my chest. When I saw her hand remain suspended in the air, I knew she wouldn't bring it down. So, I pretended to ask, are you going to hit me? Why aren't you hitting me? She snorted and lowered her hand, saying, I'm magnanimous and won't stoop to your level, you loser. Heh, not stooping to my level. I knew perfectly well why she didn't hit me, because I was inside her body. If she hit me, she would be hitting her own body, and she definitely wouldn't want to do that. I didn't call her out on it, and said, now that everything is clear, don't rush. I'll investigate this matter thoroughly and find a way to switch our bodies back. But until then, we'll have to live as each other. Is that okay? Shukura immediately panicked and said, you want me to sleep in the same room with several men? And they aren't even wearing clothes, smoking, and playing games. You might as well kill me with a knife. No, absolutely not. I laughed and said, you probably drool when you see those men on TV taking their clothes off. Now that it's free for you to see, you don't want it? She got flustered and said, they are celebrities, they are animals. You can't compare. I laughed heartily and agreed with her words. Shukura glared at me, grumbling, seriously, why did you even go to my wedding? Who asked you to? Who allowed you to go? You went, then why did you drink? Who told you to drink? If you hadn't drunk, none of this would have happened. It's all your fault, all your fault. Getting blamed for no reason, I had no words. But, out of courtesy, I bit my tongue and didn't argue with her. It had been a few minutes since we arrived, and I was afraid that if I delayed any longer, Luo Shiyu would start to get suspicious. So, I quickly said, all right, it's my fault. Is everything fine now? If it is, I'll go investigate the truth. Wait a minute. Shukura called me and extended her right hand. You poor loser, you probably don't have much money in your card. Give me your bank card and your pocket money. I honestly took out my wallet right away. As soon as I took it out, she snatched it from my hands and took all the cash and cards inside. Seeing the stack of red 100 yuan bills, I estimated it to be around 2,000 yuan. Damn, that's almost my living expenses for the whole semester, and it's just her pocket money. This girl really is rich. Seeing that she took both the bank card and the money, I started to panic and said, you have to leave me something, right? Otherwise, what do I use? She pulled out a worn-out wallet from her own body. That's right, that was my own wallet. She opened it, took out a little more than 100 yuan and a bank card, then handed them to me with a look of disdain. Only this much money. Such a poor loser. When I go out to eat, I spend more than you. After saying that, she threw the money into my hand and walked off. I watched her leave, still feeling a bit reluctant. That was a lot of money. If I had known, I would have sneaked a little bit for myself. I put my 100-something yuan and the bank card away, then didn't think too much about it, rushing to the girls' dormitory. When I reached the gate and saw Luo Shiyu still waiting there, I hurried over, smiling and saying, "Sorry, I took a bit longer. So, let us go, let us grab some food." Luo Shiyu had a serious face and asked, "Kuer, where did you run off with that loser, Zhang Qiang?" The secret between Shukuer and me absolutely couldn't be discovered by Luo Shiyu. So, until the body swap happens, I couldn't let her notice anything. I could only lie, saying, nothing happened. Zhang Qiang, he wanted to borrow some money from me. Anyway, I'm really hungry. Shall we go eat? To make Luo Shiyu believe that the person in front of her was indeed Shukuer, I specifically referred to myself as this lady. But saying it felt awkward because, after all, I was a man. I tried to change the topic, but Luo Shiyu insisted, asking, "Then why did he say 'who are you'? What did that mean? And you asked him 'who are you?' Too. What was that about?" Maybe he was confused. Who knows? And the reason I said that was just to avoid talking to him. Let us not focus on that, shall we go eat? Luo Shiyu still wouldn't let it go and continued asking, "Lur, are you really not involved with that loser? I just feel like you two are hiding something." Hearing her ask again, I felt both anxious and frustrated. What could there be? I'm a lady loved by everyone at school, and he's an ordinary loser. There's no way we have anything going on. Can't you stop being so nosy? And, by the way, are we eating or not? If not, I'm leaving. Once I blurted that out, I immediately felt uneasy. I reacted so strongly, did I give myself away? Is Luo Shiyu going to start suspecting me? Just when I was unsure and nervous, Luo Shiyu immediately apologized, saying, "Kuer, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Please don't be angry. Let us go, let us grab something to eat." Seeing her suddenly act obedient and apologize, I quickly let it go and didn't press the issue. We left the West Campus gate and went to a nice fish hot pot restaurant. After sitting down face to face, she ordered 2 bottles of wine. The fish hot pot at this place was the best I had ever tasted. But it was expensive, so as I ate, I thought, maybe I should just stay quiet when it's time to pay and let Luo Shiyu settle the bill. I didn't want to be such a coward, but the problem was that my wallet was almost empty. I had a little over 100 yuan, and there might be 300 or 400 in my bank card. That's all my living expenses. If I used it to pay, I wasn't sure it would be enough. Even if it was, how would I survive the rest of the month? Would I ask Shukuer to lend me some money? That would be so embarrassing. Besides, I couldn't bring myself to do that. Should I ask my roommates? Forget it, I'll just let Luo Shiyu pay. After finishing the hot pot, I asked, "Shall we head back to the dorm now?" Luo Shiyu replied, "It's still early, let us go for a walk." Honestly, I don't understand why girls like shopping so much. A lot of them just window shop and never buy anything, yet they still have fun. I don't get what's fun about it. You go into a store, look around, give the salespeople hope, and then leave. Isn't that annoying? Don't people have any public manners? Some might say, no wonder you're still single. After shopping for half the day with Luo Shiyu, I felt like my legs were about to give out. If it were my original body, I wouldn't have gotten so tired. I work out regularly and have abs, but now I was stuck with Shukuer's delicate frame. It looks nice, but walking for too long gets tiring. Luo Shiyu seemed a bit tired too, so we bought 2 cups of milk tea and sat on a bench by the street to rest for a bit. I've never had lunch, shopped, or sat down with a girl like this before, so when I thought back to those moments with Luo Shiyu, I felt a little excited. What I didn't expect was that even more excitement was coming. After resting for a while, when we finished most of the milk tea and I wasn't as tired, I asked Luo Shiyu, "It's getting late. Shall we head back?" Luo Shiyu looked at me and said, "Kuer, didn't you promise to keep me company? Why are you so eager to go back to the dorm? Is something wrong?" I felt helpless, thinking, Luo Shiyu, the beautiful goddess, I've already had dinner with you, drank with you, shopped with you, and even sat with you while drinking milk tea. What else do you want from me? Do you want me to accompany you to a hotel and sleep with you? Though I thought that, I didn't dare say it out loud because it seemed so inappropriate. Luo Shiyu looked at me with concern and said, Kuer, are you tired? I honestly said, yeah, a little. She immediately grabbed my hand and said urgently, alright, let us go get a room then. Chapter 4, Let's take a shower together. Open a room. I was really shocked. If I were a man, I would understand Luo Shiyu saying this to me again, and I would say very generously, let's go, let me show you what a real tough guy is. But the problem is that I am Shukua's daughter now. Why would I check in with you, Luo Shiyu? Isn't this a joke? Besides, in my opinion, people who go to a hotel to book a room are doing some human affairs. If she wants to touch me, what should I do? Should I refuse or accept? I wiped the sweat from my forehead and my little heart felt a little overwhelmed. Seeing that I was startled, Luo Shiyu immediately showed a questioning expression and said, Kuer, why do you look like you don't want to go? Isn't this what you promised me? What? What did I promise you? Damn, what on earth does Shukua want to do? Why did he agree to get a room with Luo Shiyu? These two are causing trouble. Just as I was thinking about this, my cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was a text message from an unremarked number. If Luo Shiyu takes you to get a room, you are not allowed to go. If you dare to go, I will show you how I will deal with you. If I hadn't seen the miss at the end, I really wouldn't have known it was sent by Shuku. But this also shows one thing, that she really agreed to get a room with Luo Shiyu. Damn, what are these two doing? Is this how girls nowadays play? There are so few girls in China, and you guys still play like this. No wonder we guys can't find girlfriends. However, between girls, it seems that there are not so many rules. For example, if two girls walk on the street holding hands, no one will say that they are doing something. Even if two girls kiss on the street, no one will think too much, and will only say that they are very close friends. These things have to be done by two men. Sorry, the picture is too beautiful, I dare not watch it. Who sent the message? Luo Shiyu suddenly asked. Seeing that she was about to come closer to take a look, I quickly exited the page, put my phone away, and said it was nothing. It was Ju Yu asking when we would go back. Ju Yu is Shukua and Luo Shiyu's roommate. There are 4 people in their dormitory, and the last one is called Lin Yuqiao. Luo Shiyu asked again, Kuer, why do I feel that you are a little different today than usual? I thought to myself, I feel like you're different than usual. But in fact, I answered like this, really. But I think I am normal in every way, nothing is different. Seeing that she was still a little bit unconvinced, I lied and said that maybe I slept too long this afternoon and my head was still a little dizzy. Actually, my original intention was that she saw that I was still a little dizzy, so she took me to the dormitory to rest early. But life is just like a joke, it doesn't care about you at all. Seeing that I felt a little dizzy, Luo Shiyu immediately supported me and said hurriedly, let's go, there is a hotel in front, let's go get a room and rest. Sister, this is not what I meant. You can't just take it as an excuse. Seeing that Luo Shiyu had made up her mind, I couldn't find an excuse not to go, so I had to accept the arrangement. On their way to the hotel, I thought to myself, Shukua, I have tried my best, but your Luo Shiyu really wants to have sex. In this way, Luo Shiyu helped me walk forward. Not long after walking, we arrived at a hotel. After entering, she used her ID card to open a room, and then helped me go up. After arriving at the room, she helped me lie on the bed and asked me if I was still dizzy. I nodded gently. The only way to get her to let me go was to pretend to be unconscious. It's not that I'm afraid of something happening between us. It's just that I think it's a little inappropriate to do this. Besides, I'm a girl now, so I can't do anything with her, so I might as well just bear it and save myself from getting so angry that I can't solve the problem. Besides, if Shukua knew that Luo Shiyu and I had checked in, worked, and were sweating, wouldn't she tear me apart? I didn't want to not only not get the honey, but also get stung all over. Chapter 5. Seeing that I was still a little dizzy, Luo Shiyu said, okay, you lie down and rest for a while, I'll pour you some hot water. Watching her pour hot water and then help me drink the water, she was very gentle. I thought to myself, why didn't she find a boyfriend after 4 years? This way, when I come to the hotel to book a room in the future, I can have fun however I want. After drinking the hot water, I continued to lie down, thinking that I would sleep like this tonight and I would be fine after daybreak. Luo Shiyu said, "Kuo, you take a good rest first, I'll go take a shower." As she spoke, she walked towards the bathroom. Watching her enter the bathroom, I was dumbfounded. The glass in the bathroom was actually transparent. At that time, I cursed in my heart, what kind of designer did this hotel hire? Why install transparent glass in a good bathroom? Can you die if you lay a few more bricks? The right time, right place and right people are all in place, so all factors are telling me, go ahead, have fun, what a pretty girl. If you miss this opportunity, you may have to be single in the future. Walking into the bathroom, Luo Shiyu turned around, saw me, smiled at me, and then started to take off her clothes. In fact, I am a gentleman who can remain calm even when a woman's lap is on my lips. In fact, I never thought of taking advantage of Luo Shiyu. In fact, at this moment, I really want to become a man. I witnessed Luo Shiyu taking a bath without even blinking, and my throat was so dry. Not long after I started watching, I felt like I had a runny nose. When I touched it, I realized that I was actually bleeding from the nose. I quickly got up and wiped it off with a tissue. Fortunately, Luo Shiyu had her back to me at that time, otherwise if she saw me bleeding from the nose, she might have done something weird. After she finished washing, she came out wrapped in a bath towel. After she came to me, she opened the quilt and sat beside me. I turned my back to her and didn't dare to look at her, because I was afraid that my eyes would be locked on her body again and would not move away. But unexpectedly, Luo Shiyu lay on her side behind me, then stretched out her right hand to wrap around my waist, with her face pressed against my back, as obedient as a cat. "Big sister, I smell like hot pot, don't you mind? Can you mind a little? Can you please stop forcing me?" Luo Shiyu lay behind me and whispered, "Kuo, why don't you turn around? Then you have to put on your clothes first." Luo Shiyu, I still have a strong smell on me. I'm afraid I'll suffocate you, how about I move away a little? As I said that, I moved forward. But as soon as I moved a little, Luo Shiyu grabbed my waist with her hand and said, "Kuo, don't leave me." After saying that, she came close again. "Damn it, if I were a man, I would punish you. Now, it's your turn." Luo Shiyu. "Call me Shiyu." Luo Shiyu corrected immediately. To be honest, how come Luo Shiyu doesn't dislike me? I dislike myself. I smell like hot pot and I'm sweating and sticky. It's really uncomfortable not to take a shower. But when I think of the bathroom, I really can't take a shower in front of Luo Shiyu. So, I'm very tangled and distressed. After thinking for a while, I immediately turned around and said, "Shiyu, can you help me go downstairs to buy some food? I want to eat." What I was thinking was, if she went downstairs to buy something, I would take this opportunity to take a quick shower. "Aren't you full tonight?" Luo Shiyu asked. "But I still want to eat." Luo Shiyu smiled and said, You eat so much, aren't you afraid of getting fat?" As she said that, she sat up, wrapped the bath towel around herself, and went to get her clothes and pants. It stinks. I looked back and saw Luo Shiyu throwing her clothes on the ground with a frown on her face. I knew she was irritated by the hot pot smell on her clothes, so I immediately said, "Yeah, I stink too, and I'm sticky. Why don't we go back to the dormitory?" I didn't think it through at the time. If I went back to the dormitory, wouldn't there be two others waiting for me? Wouldn't that be even more uncomfortable? Luo Shiyu rejected my proposal directly, saying that you are dreaming. "So, I will call Ju Yu and ask her to bring my and your clothes. After I change, I will go downstairs to buy you food." "Oh my god, you don't even want to go back like this. It seems like you have to eat me tonight." As she spoke, Luo Shiyu started to make a phone call. After the call, she was about to get on the bed again. But as soon as she lifted the quilt, she paused, frowned slightly, and said, "Kuo, you really smell too bad, why don't you take a shower? It seems that I can't escape tonight. Since you want to play, well, I'll play with you." So I grabbed the quilt with my right hand and lifted it up with force. After getting out of bed, I headed towards the bathroom. After entering, I turned around and was about to close the door when I saw Luo Shiyu suddenly standing behind me. Her sudden appearance really scared me. Why are you here? What are you doing with me?" I asked hurriedly. Before I could finish, Luo Shiyu smiled softly and said, "Kuo, can we take a shower together?" After saying that, without waiting for my answer, the bath towel wrapped around her body immediately slipped off. Chapter 6: One Night in a Hotel. The visual impact is so strong. Although Luo Shiyu's looks are slightly inferior to Shukur, that is, my body, her figure is really impeccable. So, my eyes were straightened instantly, and I stood there, staring at her body. After a while, I felt my nose runny again. This time it was Luo Shiyu who discovered it first. She screamed, Kua, you're bleeding from the nose. I was awakened by her scream, and I quickly raised my head and covered it with my hands, thinking to myself, damn, this is so embarrassing. Luo Shiyu ran out naked, fetched some tissues, and helped me wipe the blood from my nose, while asking, Kua, what's wrong with you? I can't tell you that your nose bleeds because your body is so beautiful. So I can only say, maybe you got a fever these 2 days, it's nothing. As I said this, I blocked my nostrils with a tissue to stop the blood from flowing. Although my nostrils were blocked, my eyes were still fixed on Luo Shiyu's body. Kua, why are you looking at me like that? Luo Shiyu suddenly asked. I woke up again, wiped the saliva from the corner of my mouth, looked away, and said with a dry laugh, what did you say? Oh, the main reason I look at you like this is that you are so beautiful. As I said this, I smiled naively. Luo Shiyu immediately smiled and said, haven't you seen it all before? Why are you praising me so much now? I smiled and said, it's really beautiful. Luo Shiyu has rosy cheeks and a shy smile, looking very beautiful. As she said that, she took off my clothes and then helped me take off my jeans. I quickly stopped her hand and said, let me do it. After throwing out all the clothes and pants, Luo Shiyu closed the bathroom door. I turned on the shower head, set it to hot water, and hung it over it, letting the water fall naturally onto my head and body. There were small bags of shampoo or something in the hotel. I tore it open and applied it to my wet hair. After rubbing it a few times, bubbles soon formed. Before, when I washed my hair, I would just scratch it a few times and then rinse it. Now that my hair has grown longer, I have to not only scratch it, but also rub it. Moreover, if I am not careful, my fingers will get tangled in the hair, and if I pull it, it hurts so much. After pulling it so hard several times that it hurt, I had the urge to cut my hair off. After taking a shower with Luo Shiyu for a while, I heard a noise coming from outside. Your cell phone seems to be ringing. I said this, and Luo Shiyu also quieted down. Listening carefully, Luo Shiyu's cell phone really rang, and then I said, it must be Ju Yu who delivered the clothes. She muttered, why not fight earlier or play around, why fight at this time? Then she walked out of the bathroom to answer the phone, and then said, yes, we are in XX Hotel. When you come, just bring the clothes up. We are in room XX, X floor. While she was on the phone, I quickly rinsed off the foam on my body. I didn't want to continue washing with her because it was too much. After rinsing, I wiped my body, wrapped myself in a bath towel and ran out, then jumped onto the bed and covered myself with a quilt. Seeing me move so quickly, Luo Shiyu was a little surprised and said, Kua, why do you wash so fast? I laughed and thought to myself, if I don't hurry up, you'll start touching me again. Even if you want to, I can't handle it. At this point, Luo Shiyu had nothing to say, so she went back to the bathroom to wash up, then sat next to me wrapped in a bath towel. Soon, the door rang. Luo Shiyu wrapped in a bath towel went to open the door. After the door opened, Juyu strode in with a plastic bag in her hand. She came to the bed and took out clothes while saying, you two are really awesome. You came out to play in a hotel room without bringing any clothes and asked me to help you. It took me a long time to walk such a long way. Look, my legs have become thin from running. You have to buy me some snacks to compensate me when you go back. I laughed and said, you think you're fat, don't you? Now that you've lost weight, you should thank us. How can you ask us to compensate you? However, we're roommates, so there's no need to thank us. Of course, if you feel you still owe us something and you must repay us, then just do more for us in the future. I'm a very easy person to talk to. Juyu smiled and said angrily, you are so cute, you said I am fat again, humph, I will fight you. Having said that, she immediately threw down her clothes and rushed towards me. I quickly grabbed the quilt, wrapped myself up, jumped out of bed and ran. I didn't know why I ran, but my body just ran. Juyu was about to chase me, but Luo Shiyu stepped in and stood between me and Juyu, saying, okay, stop making trouble. Juyu, go back quickly, or the dormitory door will be closed later. Ju Yu looked unhappy. I could tell she was upset. But because she was afraid of Luo Shiyu, she didn't dare to get angry. However, before she left, she said angrily, "Humph, I won't help you get your clothes next time." Although she said so, she still helped when she was asked for help later. So, in the dormitory, she was just a maid. But in front of Ju Jian, she started to act like a queen. And Ju Jian was also very cooperative, like a little eunuch, being ordered around by her. After she left, Luo Shiyu started to put on her clothes. Her movements were very graceful, and every gesture was beautiful. So I was fascinated by her. After she was dressed, she said, "Kuo, lie down on the bed for a while. I'll go downstairs and buy you something to eat." After saying that, she also left the room. I went back to bed and lay down, unable to help but smile, thinking that my life now was full of femininity. It was much better than my previous life as a single dog. However, I had to have my own bottom line, otherwise it would be too dirty. Not long after, Luo Shiyu came back with some snacks such as fried potatoes, banana cakes, and drinks such as mung bean juice and double skim milk. I was a little surprised and said, "You bought so much and I can't finish it." Luo Shiyu poked my forehead with her finger and said, "You're just caring about yourself. Don't you think I should eat?" After putting her things down, she sat on the bed next to me. We ate the snacks and drank the drinks together. While eating, she bit off one side of a banana cake, then turned to look at me and offered it to me. I shrank my head back for a moment, not understanding what she meant. But when I saw her coming closer, I realized that she wanted me to bite the other half. Well, I can't refuse your kindness, so I'll just respectfully obey your command. I opened my mouth to take a bite, but she suddenly turned her head and ate the cake, saying that she hesitated for a long time before moving her mouth, so she couldn't eat it. "Hey, you dare to play tricks on me." I immediately started tickling her armpits, and Luo Shiyu immediately perked up and started giggling. After I tickled her several times, she was laughing so hard that she wanted to fight back. I quickly said, okay, stop making trouble, eat first and then play. Otherwise, you will fall on the bed and won't be able to sleep tonight." Luo Shiyu was very obedient and didn't make a fuss. She continued to eat. When I was almost done eating, I got up to brush my teeth and she followed me. After brushing our teeth, we went back to bed, facing each other and close to each other. She looked at me and I looked at her, our eyes intertwined, and neither of us blinked. Luo Shiyu's eyes were very beautiful, like crystal black grapes, flashing with beautiful luster. Moreover, her eyes were very attractive, and coupled with her slightly rosy face, she was more beautiful than if she had used the 3 major evil spells in Asia. So, after looking into her eyes for a while, my cheeks quickly became hot and burning. And at this moment, Luo Shiyu's body suddenly moved towards me. My eyes immediately widened a little and my heart beat faster. What is she doing coming over here? Then she moved a little closer to me. We were facing each other, with our noses only 1 or 2 centimeters apart. So, at such a close distance, I could hear each other's breathing. The room was very quiet. I listened to my breathing and my own heartbeat. My throat felt a little dry and the impulse in my heart became more and more violent, as if it wanted to break free from a cage and rush out. At this moment, she smiled softly, as beautiful as a rose blooming in spring. Then, she looked at my lips and offered hers to mine. Chapter 7, The Taste of School Bells. Shit, she's going to kiss me. Although I am willing to kiss her, I am also afraid that she will go deeper. Because, most of the time, it starts with a small kiss. What if she gets excited and interested and wants more? What should I do? So, it is better to stop the fire before it starts burning. Do it when you think of it. I immediately reached out and covered her mouth. Luo Shiyu seemed not to have expected me to do this. She frowned slightly and said, "Kuo, what's wrong with you?" I immediately showed fatigue on my face, and then I said, "I am a little tired today. How about we play next time?" Maybe, if it was the real Shukua, she would not stop me and might even cooperate with Luo Shiyu. Maybe, my doing this might make Luo Shiyu suspicious. But even so, I couldn't let Luo Shiyu do that. I have a bottom line. Luo Shiyu stared at me with some suspicion in her eyes. My expression was calm, but my heart was beating fast. Could it be that he really doubted me? But the thing has been done, the decision has been made. If she really wants to doubt it, then there is nothing I can do. When I was ready to be questioned, Luo Shiyu didn't say much. However, her expression was a little lost, and then she stretched out her hands and hugged me. I didn't say anything, feeling a little confused, not knowing what she meant. But since she didn't think much about it, I didn't bother to care. After that, we both slept in each other's arms and nothing else happened. When I woke up, I took out my phone and saw that it was past 11 in the morning. Next to her, Luo Shiyu was lying on her side, breathing evenly, still sleeping. Looking down, she was wearing a golden lingerie, very beautiful and full of aristocratic atmosphere, which contrasted with her fair skin and made her look extremely beautiful. Looking at her, I couldn't help but smile, thinking that God was really good to me to be able to sleep with such a beautiful woman. I went to the bathroom, washed my face, and woke up. When I came back, I saw Luo Shiyu was already awake. She looked at me with a dull expression and asked, "There's no class today, why are you up so early?" At this moment, she was like a bride who had just experienced her wedding night. She looked at me as if she was looking at her husband, with a gentle and happy smile on her face and a dreamy look in her eyes. I said, "I'm hungry and want to go eat something. If you haven't slept well yet, you can sleep a little longer and I'll bring you some food." Luo Shiyu sat up, took out her phone and looked at it, saying it was already 11:20. "Okay, I'll get up too, and we'll go eat together." After packing up, I carried a plastic bag filled with the smelly clothes I had taken off last night, checked out of the hotel, and went back to school. After arriving at the cafeteria, we went to get some food. Luo Shiyu went straight to the most expensive side. I took a look at the price, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for 20 yuan. Damn, this is enough for my 3 meals. Before coming here, I went to the ATM to check and found that there was still 200 left in my card. It was only the 20th, and there were still 10 days before the living expenses for next month would arrive. As a result, I couldn't eat the dishes at this price, so I took my plate to the dish area where the price was for 5 yuan. Seeing that I was about to leave, Luo Shiyu asked me where I was going. I couldn't tell the truth, so I lied, "I'll go somewhere else to see if there are any dishes I like." After searching for a while, I finally chose 2 meat dishes for $5. Although it is also a meat dish, the taste is much worse because it is fried in a big pot and the chef is different. Seeing that my dishes were not very good, Luo Shiyu was a little confused and said, "Kuer, why do you eat this kind of food?" I took a bite of the rice and said I was curious and wanted to taste what it tasted like. As I was about to pick up some food, Luo Shiyu asked in surprise, "Kuer, don't you hate this kind of food? You even said that this is not a dish, it's just pig food, and only poor people eat this." After hearing this, I immediately got angry and thought to myself, "You are such a jerk. You take advantage of your wealth to treat ordinary people like us so badly. Damn it, next time we meet, I will show you how I will deal with you." Although I was angry, I couldn't show it, and it was embarrassing because what I was doing was completely opposite to what Shukur said, and I didn't know how to make it up. Just at this moment, my cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Shukur calling. I quickly answered and asked her what was going on. "Did you go to the hotel with Luo Shiyu last night?" Shukur's tone sounded like a question. I glanced at Luo Shiyu and said no. "No. Do you think I'm stupid? I asked Zhu Jian last night, and he knew through Zhu Yu that you and Luo Shiyu went to the hotel. Zhang Qiang, I clearly sent you a text message telling you not to go, but you ignored my words, didn't you?" Shukur was really angry. I hurriedly explained, "Do you think I really want that? There's nothing I can do about it." "You don't want to? Who would believe that? You stinky loser, a beauty like Luo Shiyu came to you on her own initiative, and you still don't want to? You must be very happy, right? I also know that although I was forced to do this, I was really happy at the time, and there was no point in making excuses. In addition, if I explained it to Shukur, she would definitely not believe it. So, I was too lazy to explain and said, yes, I was very happy and drooling, so what? You bastard." Shukur cursed. As soon as she finished scolding, I heard Zhu Jian's voice coming from the phone, "Qiangzi, do you want to buy a lottery ticket?" "No," Shukur replied loudly and angrily. Then, she whispered to me, "I warn you, don't touch my roommates, and don't look at me randomly, otherwise." "What else would you do?" I asked. "Otherwise I will just find a random woman and rape her." I was shocked, thinking that this woman was really angry, she could say such a thing. However, I was not afraid. I said, then go ahead. Anyway, you will be the one who will be arrested and imprisoned, not me. At worst, I will just make do with my current identity. The best thing is that you will be beaten to death or shot in the process of doing that thing. In that case, all your things will be mine. Why should I be afraid? After saying this, I couldn't help but curse myself in my heart for being so shameless. Shuko on the other end was probably so angry that smoke came out of her nose. She said, I won't let you succeed. Then she hung up the phone immediately. I chuckled and thought that although this girl was a little unruly and had a bad temper, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with her. After putting the phone away, Luo Shiu asked, Koa, who called you? Why does it sound like they want to threaten you? I said he was just a good friend and was joking with me, it was okay. As I was about to eat again, Luo Shiu immediately asked, why are you still eating? After that, she took my plate and left, then put it in the recycling bin near the exit. Then, she went back to get me some food. Seeing how virtuous she was, I couldn't refuse. However, I was thinking, Luo Shiu can treat me to dinner today. What about dinner? What about tomorrow? I can't ask her to treat me every day in the future, right? Money, I have to find a way to make some money. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly remembered what Zhu Jian said on the phone just now. Jiangzi, do you want to buy a lottery ticket? This sentence is very familiar, because when Zhu Jian and I were roommates, we often bought lottery tickets together. Moreover, I still remember the winning numbers of one period. Because that was the first and only time I won for Red Balls and won 10 yuan. When the winning numbers came out, I felt very regretful, because if I won another Red Ball or a basketball, I could get 200 yuan. For me, $200 is a lot. Sitting in my seat, I recalled it carefully, took out my phone and bought a ticket. I didn't dare to buy more because I couldn't guarantee that this number would happen to be the one in this issue. After I finished shopping, Luo Shiu brought the food. I hurried to eat. Well, I have to say, this 20 yuan dish is really delicious. After dinner, we both walked to the dormitory. When we got to the laundry room downstairs, I threw the clothes into the automatic washing machine and inserted the coins. After the washing machine started to run, we both walked upstairs together. I had only taken a few steps when I heard someone outside the dormitory building shouting, Shukoa. Chapter 8, What do you like about me? I will change. Who is calling me? I turned around and walked back to the entrance of the dormitory building. I saw a man standing outside the door with a big bunch of bright red roses in his hand. After a closer look, I found that I knew this man. He was the most unsophisticated person in our department, named Han Hu. He was about 1.83 meters tall and loved playing basketball, so he had a pretty good physique. He looked okay, but he just loved smoking, drinking, and beating people up. Therefore, I don't have a very good impression of him and I don't want to deal with such people. But when I saw him this time, my heart suddenly skipped a beat and I secretly cried out, this is not good. Because I remember that when I was in school 4 years ago, Han Hu had been pursuing Shukoa. That means, he just called me and now he is holding a rose in his hand. Damn, is he going to confess his love to me? Damn, I've been single for so many years, and no girl has ever confessed to me. Now, someone confessed to me, but it's a man, is this kidding me? After seeing me, Han Hu immediately came over with a smile, handed me the red rose, and said with a smile, Koa, be my girlfriend. Brother, you are too aggressive, aren't you? Before I could say anything, Luo Shiu, who was standing next to me, got angry first. She immediately pulled me back 2 or 3 steps and said loudly to Han Hu, go away. Koa will not agree to your request. When she said this, her face was angry and her eyes were full of hostility. It was obvious that she regarded Han Hu as a love rival. This sudden change made me feel a little confused. Over there, Han Hu was unhappy and said loudly, Luo Shiu, this is between me and Koa, what right do you have to say that she doesn't agree? Luo Shiu said coldly, if I say she won't agree, then she won't agree. As she said that, she pulled me back. I had just taken 2 steps when I heard the sound of running behind me. Before I could turn around, Han Hu ran in front of us, grabbed my hand, and pulled me to the side, while loudly saying to Luo Shiu, Koa is my girlfriend, why are you taking her away? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shiu immediately pointed at Han Hu and said in a warning tone, let go, do you hear me? Otherwise, don't blame me for getting someone to beat you up. Looking for someone to beat me up? Humph, Luoshiyu, the reason you dare to act so arrogantly in the class is because you rely on your cousin who is a gangster. He does have a certain status, but I, Han-hu, am no pushover either. As he said that, Han-hu pulled me towards him again. If I were pulled over, Luoshiyu would be pulled over with me. So, she immediately got angry and raised her hand to hit Han-hu. Let go, let go. Seeing the two of them quarreling, I was very depressed being caught in the middle. Moreover, I was also very upset to be caught by Han-hu like this. So, I suddenly shook off Han-hu's hand and shouted, "Enough, be quiet." Seeing that I was angry, they both stopped talking and just stared at me. I looked at Luoshiyu first, then at Han-hu, and asked, "Who is your girlfriend?" Did I agree? There's no way I can agree to that. Kua, I am sincere to you. Han-hu's momentum immediately weakened, and he frowned and pretended to be pitiful, which really seemed to be the case. It's impossible for the two of us. As I said that, I took Luoshiyu's hand and walked inside. But after walking a few steps, I heard footsteps behind me, and then I turned around and saw Han-hu really followed me in. So I immediately shouted, "Get out." Han-hu didn't seem to expect me to be so angry, so he immediately took a step back and said in a pleading tone, "Kua, don't be angry, I'll go out right now, don't be angry." He turned around and ran away very quickly. But after a few steps, he shouted again, "Kua, I won't give up." Hearing this, I felt like 1,000 horses were running through my heart. At this moment, I really wanted to say to him, "Can you give up on me? What do you like about me? Can't I change?" Back in the dorm, I lay on the bed, feeling that the days ahead might not be easy. First, according to my memory, Han-hu would really pursue me again and again. Second, Yu Xiaoman, who had always been infatuated with Han-hu, had a fight with Kua. If she heard about this, she would probably come to me. Damn it, I don't want to get involved in any of this shit, but there is no way to avoid it. No, I have to change it back as soon as possible, otherwise I will be annoyed to death. Thinking of this, I immediately sat up from the bed and walked to Ju-yu. She was watching a Korean drama at the time. When she saw me come and sit next to her, she asked me what I was doing. I put my left hand on her shoulder, put my arm around her shoulders, and asked quietly, "Ju-yu, when did you come back yesterday afternoon?" Ju-yu said, "About 4 o'clock. I then asked, "Before you came back, who else was in our dormitory besides me?" "No one else but you." "What's wrong?" I asked again, "After you came back, did I stay in bed and sleep?" Ju-yu nodded and said, "Yes, you have been sleeping." "No, what do you want to ask?" It's okay. After I said that, I stood up and left, not caring about Ju-yu calling me a psycho. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I stroked my chin and wondered, could it be that the incident happened before Ju-yu came back? If that was the case, it would be difficult to handle because I was the only one in the dormitory at that time and I was still asleep. How could I know what happened? It seems that it is difficult for me to check it. Will Shukir ask anything? Thinking of this, I immediately took out my phone to call her. But in order to prevent Luoshiyu from asking questions, I decided to send a text message to ask. Not long after, Shukor replied to the text message, "You can't even do such a simple thing, is your IQ in arrears? Hey, this girl really needs a beating." I quickly replied, "So what did you find out?" Soon, she replied, "I didn't find it either." I immediately got angry, thinking that if you had found out, I could still tolerate you saying this to me. Good fellow, I didn't expect that you hadn't found out either, yet you still dared to say this to me so confidently. After thinking for a while, I replied, "You are right to scold me, I have a pretty face and big breasts, but I have no brains and my IQ is low." After receiving the reply, I chuckled and thought to myself, I told you not to scold me, then do it if you have the guts. She was absolutely furious, because the message she sent was this: "I'm going to stuff your mouth and nostrils with these stinky socks that I haven't washed for 3 months and suffocate you to death." When I saw this message, I was so angry that I laughed. I thought that Shukor really had a strong taste. She could even think of such a way to kill someone. But, it should be stinky to death, right? Ignoring her, I put my phone aside to charge it, then lay down on the bed and rest for a while. After sleeping for about half an hour, I got up and went downstairs to take out the washed and dried clothes and hang them up to dry. Walking to the balcony and looking at the several brightly colored underwear hanging on the clothesline, I couldn't help swallowing, thinking that although I encountered some troubles after changing my body, the accompanying benefits were also pretty good. After hanging the clothes, I was about to open my laptop to watch a movie. But at this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Yu Xiaoman calling. Damn, it's coming. I didn't intend to accept it, but I thought if I didn't accept it this time, there would definitely be a next time. So, if it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. After I answered the call, before I could even open my mouth, the person on the other end started cursing. Shukur, you stinky bitch, you actually let Han who confess his love to you, go to hell. After cursing, the other party hung up the phone directly. Damn, did someone just scold me? Damn, is Yu Xiaoman mentally ill? She started cursing as soon as she disagreed with me. Moreover, after cursing, she hung up the phone without giving me a chance to curse back. Damn it, when she used to curse at me, didn't Shukur curse back at her? So now she has learned her lesson and hangs up after cursing. After being scolded for no reason, I was so angry. So, I called back immediately, but the other party rejected the call and sent a text message. You want to scold me back? No way. After seeing this, I was immediately furious. I was actually scolded by a woman, and she didn't even give me a chance to scold back. I was so angry. After throwing my phone aside, I went to find a movie to watch. After thinking for a while, I felt uncomfortable if I didn't reply to her. So, I picked up my phone and quickly typed a reply. I didn't expect your heart is smaller than your breasts. Yu Xiaoman has a relatively flat chest, so using this point to respond to her will definitely have a good effect. Sure enough, in less than 5 seconds she replied, Shukur, just wait, I'm not done with you. When I saw this message, I couldn't help but sneer, thinking, how can a grown man like me be afraid of a woman like you? You must be kidding. After throwing my phone aside, I concentrated on watching the movie and enjoying this leisure time. Not long after, the door of our dormitory banged loudly, as if the person outside kicked it. I was watching the movie at the time, and it really scared me when it happened. And I was not happy when my dormitory door was kicked like that, so I immediately shouted, who is it? Shukur, get out here. I'm going to fight you today. It's Yu Xiaoman. Damn, when did she come? Later I found out that Yu Xiaoman only had this dormitory building. When Yu Xiaoman came to my house, I was not afraid. I got up and went to open the door. When the door opened, she saw me and her eyes immediately turned red, like a bull seeing a red cloth, and she rushed towards me without saying a word. After rushing over, she stretched out her hands and grabbed my neck, shouting, Shukur, I'm going to strangle you to death. After being attacked, I quickly retreated, and Yu Xiaoman rushed in. At the same time, I heard Luo Shiyu yelling, Yu Xiaoman, let Kua go. I took 2 steps back, steadied myself, and immediately grabbed Yu Xiaoman's hands and pulled them to the left and right. If I were a man, I would have pulled them apart long ago. But Shukur had such thin arms and legs that I couldn't pull them apart even with all my strength. In the end, I really had no other choice but to stretch out my hands and grab Yu Xiaoman's chest. This is called attacking where the enemy must rescue. Chapter 9, I squeezed him dry. Sure enough, when Yu Xiaoman saw me trying to grab her breasts with my hands, she immediately let go of my hands, covered her chest, and quickly took several steps back. After she let go of my neck, I coughed a few times and gasped for breath. Over there, Yu Xiaoman pointed at me angrily and said, Shukur, you bitch, you only know this one trick. If you have the ability, try another one. That's all you know? I looked up at Yu Xiaoman and wondered if the real Shukur always used this trick against Yu Xiaoman. Oh my god, that scene was too exciting. Just as I was about to speak, Luo Shiyu ran to my side and asked with a worried look on her face, Kua, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? After asking me, she didn't wait for my answer and yelled at Yu Xiaoman, you dare to bully Kua, wait and see how I deal with you. After saying this, her body tended to lean forward. I quickly reached out to stop her and told her to leave it to me. Luo Shiyu said worriedly, can you really beat her? Or should I help you? You help me. You were the one who rushed to the front in the incident with the bald man last night. Just now downstairs, you were the one who rushed to the front in the incident with Han Hu. Now that Yu Xiaoman has come to the door, you are still the one who rushed to the front. Where is my face? Where is my self-esteem as a man? He gently pushed Luo Shiyu back and said, just stand here and watch. I'll take care of her. If I can't even handle Yu Xiaoman, then it's all in vain that I've been a man for more than 20 years. After saying that, I immediately looked at Yu Xiaoman and rushed over. Seeing that Luo Shiyu did not intervene, Yu Xiaoman rushed towards me without any hesitation. As soon as we met, she reached out to grab my hair. The pain of having my hair pulled out was something I experienced last night in the shower, so I didn't want to experience it again. I stretched out my right hand and grabbed Yu Xiaoman's chest. She was startled and immediately put her hand back to protect her chest. At this moment, I took the lead and grabbed her hair and pulled it gently. R. Yu Xiaoman screamed in pain. Defeat the enemy in one move. I grabbed Yu Xiaoman's hair and said triumphantly, if you dare to mess with me again, I will make you a nun. Yu Xiaoman was about to grab my hair, but I gently pulled her hair. She screamed in pain and retracted her hand, cursing, Shu Kuo, you bitch, you grabbed my chest again, don't count it, let's do it again if you dare. Oh, you can't win, so you start to throw a tantrum. You have to be responsible for what you say. I was just fainting just now and didn't catch you. I explained with a smile. Shu Kuo, let me go, it hurts so much, my scalp is about to be torn off. Yu Xiaoman screamed while hitting my hands. I was really afraid of hurting her, so I let her go, but then I also warned her, I'm telling you, stop messing around, or I'll be rude to you. Yu Xiaoman rubbed the place where she was torn, took a few steps back, grinned at me, and said, you bitch, I will not let you go. If you dare say that again, I will turn your steamed bun into a pancake, do you believe me? I fought back without any hesitation. Yu Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't reacted. But then she opened her eyes wide, her face turned red, and she immediately pointed at me and cursed, I'm going to strangle you to death. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands as if to strangle someone. I just raised my right hand slightly and moved my 5 fingers, as if I was going to grab something. She was so scared that she immediately lost her temper and said, Shu Kuo, just wait, I won't give up. After saying that, she turned and was about to leave. I didn't want to mess around with her anymore and planned to make peace with her, so I immediately asked her to wait a moment. Yu Xiaoman turned around and asked unhappily, what else do you want to do? I walked towards her, and she was so scared that she took several steps back and asked me what I was doing. I also noticed that although Yu Xiaoman was a bit wild and barbaric, she was still a little cute. What are you afraid of? I won't grab your breasts. Besides, I can't grab them even if I want to. I laughed, and Yu Xiaoman's face turned red and white. Seeing that she was about to lose her temper, I quickly said, okay, no more joking. Let's talk about something serious. Can we stop making trouble? No. I have to settle the score with you for pulling my hair today. Seeing that she was so ignorant of the situation, I asked her angrily, do you think you can still beat me in a one-on-one fight? Yu Xiaoman became anxious and said that if it didn't work this time, it would definitely work next time. I then asked, what if it doesn't work next time? How is that possible? I beat you that night. Forget it, I can't explain it clearly to her, so I'd better change the subject. You hate me, isn't it because Hanhu is pursuing me? You came down to me angrily to settle the score just now, it must be because Hanhu confessed to me, right? I asked. Yu Xiaoman was also very straightforward and said, so what? Who told you to make him sad? Don't make him sad. Do you want to make him happy and satisfied? I asked back. She immediately glared and shouted, how dare you? I was so angry that I laughed. You were unhappy when I rejected him. You were even angrier when I accepted her. Tell me, what do you want from me? Yu Xiaoman probably realized that she was being a bit unreasonable, so she stood there, hesitating for a long time without saying anything, and finally said, anyway, you can't do what he wants, and you can't make him sad. Don't say I was speechless now. Even Luo Shiyu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but say, Yu Xiaoman, Kuo really wants to reconcile with you, but you are being too unreasonable. After talking about Yu Xiaoman, she said to me, Kuo, ignore this kind of person. If she dares to trouble you again, I will deal with her. As she said that, Luo Shiyu came out, took my hand, and wanted to take me back to the dormitory. Before I left, I said one last thing to Xiaoman, go back and think about whether there is any need for us to make such a fuss. After that, Luo Shiyu slammed the dormitory door shut, and then said to me, Kuo, if Yu Xiaoman bothers you again next time, you must tell me. Luo Shiyu is like a boyfriend trying to protect his girlfriend. Although it is good to have someone to care for and protect me, I am a man, how can I let a woman protect me? I watched a movie in the dorm all afternoon and was waiting for the prize draw in the evening. After dinner, I didn't go out to play, I just stayed in the dormitory. After 8 o'clock in the evening, I hurried to check the lottery information. I actually won. And this time it was 5 plus 1, 3,000 yuan. On top of the original for winning numbers, I actually won 2 more. I'm really lucky, har har. After seeing this news, my blood suddenly boiled and I jumped up from my seat with joy. Juyu happened to pass by me at that time. She was so scared that she suddenly dodged to the side and almost tripped over a chair. Then she asked me why I jumped up suddenly, which scared her to death. I didn't have time to deal with her. After sitting down, I took out my phone and started to follow the withdrawal steps to withdraw the money into my bank card. It was the first time I won so much money that I laughed so hard that tears came out. 3,000 yuan is enough for 1 semester according to my living standard. From then on, my mother no longer had to worry about my living expenses. I put my phone away and waited for the money to arrive. I continued watching the movie, but I couldn't help laughing. Luo Shiyu and Juyu asked me what was wrong and whether I was stimulated by something. I also knew that I had gone a little too far, so I quickly calmed myself down and watched the movie quietly. It was around 10:30 in the evening before Lin Yuqiao came back. When she came back, she was holding a minion plush toy that was about 1 meter tall, which looked very cute. Moreover, her face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. No need to guess, she must have gone to see her boyfriend, and this minion was also a gift from her boyfriend. Juyu was the first to burst into laughter and said, "Xiao Qiao, is this minion a gift from your boyfriend? It's so cute. I really envy you for having such a loving boyfriend." Lin Yuqiao smiled sweetly, put the minion on the bed and went to wash up. After washing up, the 4 of us lay on the bed. Juyu liked gossiping, so she climbed onto Lin Yuqiao's bed and asked her where she and her boyfriend had gone tonight and why they didn't go out to get a room. Lin Yuqiao blushed and asked, "What are you talking about?" I know that Lin Yuqiao is a gentle, simple and conservative girl, so she would not go out to get a room. But Juyu was more generous and said, "Look at that girl in the next dormitory, she has been out with her boyfriend several times." Seeing how excited she was, I smiled and said, "Then you can ask Ju Jian to open one. He will definitely be happy to do so. This way, he can also satisfy you." "Satisfy me? Just rely on him." Juyu snorted. "I'm afraid I'll drain him dry." Oh my god, if this wasn't tea in the girls' dormitory, I probably wouldn't have heard such words. As soon as she finished speaking, she asked Lin Yuqiao, "Hey, have you ever had that?" "That?" Lin Yuqiao frowned, looking a little confused, as if he didn't understand. Juyu explained, "It's the one between a man and a woman." Lin Yuqiao reacted all of a sudden, her face turned red, and she shyly pushed Juyu away, saying, "You are also a girl, why are you so shameless when you speak?" Juyu seemed very natural, saying, "What are you afraid of? We are all from the same dormitory, and we are all girls, so it's okay to talk. Xiao Qiao, your boyfriend is so strong, he must be very capable. You look ruddy and healthy all day long, you must have been nourished. Come on, talk about it, let a single dog like me know first." I was lying next to her and watching. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I heard what Juyu said. However, I really didn't expect that the girls in the dormitory would actually talk about these things. But, I like it. Lin Yuqiao's face turned red, she was so embarrassed. She pushed Juyu and said, "Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will be rude to you." Juyu snorted and said, "If you don't tell me, I won't leave. Let's see what you can do to me." Lin Yuqiao picked up a stuffed toy and hit Juyu, but she didn't move. Lin Yuqiao gave up and said, "Okay, you are heavier, I can't do anything to you, you win." As soon as these words came out, Juyu immediately became angry and amused, saying, "Xiao Qiao, why are you like Ku'er, saying that I'm fat? Humph, I'm not done with you." As he said that, Juyu immediately reached out to tickle Lin Yuqiao's armpits, making her giggle. Then, Juyu grinned evilly, reached out to grab Lin Yuqiao's breasts, and said, "Look at my nipple-grabbing hands." Chapter 10, We Rent Together. I was standing opposite and watching them touching each other and laughing. I felt a little excited and thought that this girl's dormitory was really full of beauty. After playing for a while, they were probably tired, so they stopped. Lin Yuqiao tidied his clothes and said to Ju Yu, "Stop making trouble. Go back now. I want to sleep." Ju Yu sighed and said, "Now that you have a boyfriend, have you forgotten all our old loves?" This made Lin Yuqiao laugh. She patted Ju Yu's butt and said 3 words, "Go to hell." This weekend, early in the morning, my phone kept ringing. I picked it up and saw that it was Shukur calling. After I was woken up, I was in a bad mood, so I simply rejected the call. But soon she called again, and it was so noisy that I simply turned off my phone to avoid her calling me again. After waking up, I turned on my phone again and saw a text message from Shukur, "If you dare to hang up on me, I will make you regret it." Seeing such a threat, I ignored it. After putting down my phone, I went to the toilet to flush. I had to take off my pants and squat down every time, which was a bit troublesome, but I had no choice. After I finished the water, I stood up and wanted to pull up my pants immediately. But suddenly I thought of something, so I slowly looked down. When I saw what I wanted to see, my face turned red, I couldn't help but take a breath, and my expression was very surprised. But then, I pulled up my pants. After all, I have a bottom line. After washing up, I went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. As soon as I walked to the school gate, I saw a group of people gathered there. I am not the kind of person who likes to join in the fun, so I was too lazy to go over and watch. But when I passed by there, I heard someone suddenly say, "Zhang Qiang, you are so bold that you dare to touch my girlfriend's butt." When I heard this, I was shocked and my body froze in place as if I had been electrocuted. I turned my head to look at the crowd, then immediately squeezed in. When I squeezed to the front, I saw a tall and strong boy standing opposite me, and a girl in a short skirt next to him, probably his girlfriend. In front of me, a man was squatting on the ground, with his back to me and his right hand covering his face. I didn't know who he was. But when I thought of what I just said, I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. So I walked to the side, wanting to see from the side who this boy with his back to me was. After walking a few steps to the left, I suddenly cursed in my heart, "Isn't that my body? Damn, Shukur, this stinky girl, actually used my body to touch someone else's girlfriend's butt." I was so distressed when I saw several footprints on my body and bruises on my face. "You are such a jerk, Shukur, you actually did such a thing, I will never forgive you." I was getting very angry when the boy came up and kicked Shukur. When I saw this, I was very anxious. Damn, that's my body. Without saying anything, I stepped forward and punched the boy in the chest, yelling, "What the FCK are you doing?" After I finished scolding her, I quickly helped Shukur up and said angrily, "You are sick. Why are you making such a fuss?" Shukur was still angry. After letting go of my hand, she said loudly, "Who told you not to answer my call? You even turned off your phone. Humph, I'm going to make a scene and let them beat me. Anyway, this is not my body. I am really impressed. Is this girl crazy? Although you hit me, don't you feel pain?" We were arguing when the guy's girlfriend came over and yelled, "Who the hell are you? Why are you hitting me?" After being scolded, Shukir and I scolded back almost at the same time. "I just hit him, so what? I hit you, so what? Hit her if you can, dinosaur." I was stunned when I heard Shukur's words. This guy must be out of his mind. He actually asked them to beat me. Although I was the one who was in pain, wouldn't your body also be hurt? Looking at the boy again, his eyes were as big as bullseyes, and he was burning with anger. He pushed me hard as soon as he came up, and I stumbled back a few steps and almost fell. But then, I saw him kick Shukur in the chest. Shukur didn't double up at all and was kicked to the ground. Then, she covered her chest with her hands, her eyes were red, but she didn't cry. Let alone her, I feel heartbroken just looking at her, that's my body. After I stood firm, I didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed towards the boy. Damn it, even if I can't beat you, I won't let you leave here unscathed. The boy's girlfriend immediately rushed towards me and said, "Fuck you, you dared to scold me just now, I'm going to kill you." Seeing that she dared to rush over, I immediately glared at her with a ferocious expression and raised my hand as if to slap her. She was frightened by my appearance and was afraid of being slapped by me, so she immediately covered her face and stepped back. I took the opportunity to rush over and grabbed her hair. For girls, grabbing her hair can definitely defeat the enemy in one move. Sure enough, after grabbing the girl's hair, she immediately screamed. Her boyfriend got very anxious and immediately told me to let his girlfriend go. I ignored him and said to Shukura, "Are you still lying there waiting for someone to give you a massage? Hurry up and leave." Shukura gritted her teeth and stood up, then immediately rushed towards the man, looking like she wanted to kick him back. But how could she beat that man? I was so scared that I immediately left the woman behind and rushed over to help her. The boy dodged Shukura's kick first, then raised his fist to hit Shukura's head. If he was hit, Shukura would probably fall to the ground right there. Seeing this situation, I didn't care about anything else. I jumped up and pounced on the boy, knocking him down with gravity and momentum. The boy was caught off guard and was successfully attacked by me and pinned to the ground. At this time, Shukir saw the opportunity and kicked the boy in the face. The man screamed in pain and immediately covered his face. I was terrified and thought that this girl was really cruel, kicking someone in the face. I stood up and pulled her away. If she continued to act like that, something bad would happen. I ran forward for a long time, and only stopped and gasped for breath after I could no longer see those people. After taking a few breaths, I started to scold Shukur, "Are you crazy? Why did you touch someone's girlfriends but for no reason? You are shameless, but I still want her." Shukur came up and pinched me, saying, "What are you talking about? Who is shameless? You are the shameless one. You went into someone else's body and took advantage of me." As she said that, she pinched me again, looking aggrieved, and said, "I'm going to strangle you to death." I lifted up my short sleeves, stretched out my arms, and said, "Come on, pinch me hard." If I frowned, I would not be a man. She raised her hand, as if she was going to pinch me, but she didn't do it. There was no other way. If she dared to pinch me, although it would hurt me, it would still be her body that would be hurt. Seeing that she couldn't pinch me, she actually pinched her own arm. As soon as she was pinched, she screamed in pain. My heart was in my throat. I was so angry and distressed to see her hurting me. But I couldn't hit her, so I could only ask her loudly and angrily what she was doing. "You yelled at me." Shukur frowned and asked me. My momentum was immediately deflated. "What were you going to do?" Shukur asked again. "You yelled at me. How dare you yell at me just now?" I don't know why, but I felt that yelling at her was really immoral, so I immediately felt guilty. Was that an emergency situation just now? I have grown up so big, and even my parents have never been willing to yell at me. "How dare you yell at me?" Shukur said with tears in her eyes. Seeing her like that, I really felt that I shouldn't have yelled at her just now, so I quickly apologized. "Okay, I was wrong, can you please stop crying?" Maybe it was my words that made her cry. But it was also strange to look at her own body and cry in front of herself. I don't know whether to persuade or not, which makes me feel very embarrassed. After crying for a few times, Shukur gently hit my arm with her hand, as if she was acting coquettishly. I was really at a loss for words. If our bodies were switched, it would be great if she could act like this to me. I took out a tissue and wiped her tears. She grabbed the tissue and said, "I don't want you to be so hypocritical." After wiping her tears and blowing her nose, she finished. Seeing that she had calmed down, I asked, "Oh, by the way, why did you call me this morning?" Shukur seemed to have just remembered this, and immediately glared at me and said it was all my fault. If I had answered my call, I wouldn't have been beaten. I have experience with her unreasonableness, so I said, okay, blame me. Now, what exactly did you call me about? It's not your roommates. Taking off clothes, shoes, farting, grabbing buttocks in the dormitory. Before she could finish, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. These things are very common in boys' dormitories, but it is really difficult for her, a girl, to be there and see these things in person. You're still laughing. Change your body back quickly. Shukur said angrily and anxiously. How can I change it? The afternoon before yesterday, you were sleeping alone in the dormitory. What happened during that time? No one saw it. I don't know what happened. Hey, how did you check here? Why can't you find anything? After I asked her, I saw her eyes evading, as if she was guilty, so I immediately asked, "You didn't ask, did you?" "No way." Shukur immediately defended herself. "Yesterday I went to ask Ju Jian. But when I was alone on Friday afternoon, that bastard actually let out a series of farts. I was so scared that I dared not stay in the dormitory. I had no choice but to run away and escaped. When she was talking over there, I was already laughing so hard. Then, she added, I don't want to live in the dormitory anymore. I want to move out. I nodded. It was indeed difficult for her to stay in the dormitory with those animals. Besides, she had money anyway, so she could live outside. But then she pointed at me and said, You have to move out, too. I was surprised. We're renting together. Chapter 11, I'm getting my period. She immediately showed a look of disgust and said, You're dreaming. Who wants to share a house with you? I rolled my eyes at her and said, Come on, you are a man now and I am a woman. If we rent together, who is the one who gets the advantage? Shukur said, Your female body is my body, okay? Why should I, a beautiful schoolgirl, share a room with a loser like you? Am I crazy? I snorted and said, If you want to live outside, then go ahead and no one can stop you. But if I want to live in the dormitory, you can't stop me. No, you must move out too. Shukur said angrily with a frown. Why? I asked back. Shukur said, There are 3 beauties in our dormitory, and if you, a loser, were to mix in with them, wouldn't that be like Big Bad Wolf sneaking into the sheep village? So, you have to move out. I snorted and said I had no money. Even though I just won $3,000 in the lottery, I don't want to use the money to rent a house. It's totally unnecessary. I'll pay the rent. Shukur said generously. I looked at her, then maintained my attitude and said I still wouldn't go. We must go. Shukur said with her hands on her hips. I really couldn't stand her posture. If someone saw her like that, how could a grown man with his hands on his hips look like that? So I hurriedly said, Put your hands down and stop embarrassing me, okay? Shukur snorted and said, If I don't let go, I will embarrass you. Anyway, they will only say something about Zhang Qiang, not me. Why should I care? You're playing this with me. I sneered, pointing at the main road next to me. Believe it or not, when the get out of class is over, I will run to the middle of the main road and rub my breasts in front of all the teachers and students in the school. By then, I guarantee you will become famous overnight. You? Shukur pointed at me, her chest heaving up and down violently with anger. I chuckled and said, Do you still want to make trouble with me? Shukur was at a loss. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot and said, You are bullying me again. I'm going to find someone to beat you to death. I laughed and said, Come on, find someone to beat me. She walked back and forth with tears on her face, and finally suddenly squatted down, sobbing. The voice sounded fake, so I didn't believe she was really crying. However, I didn't want her to make a scene like today, so I comforted her and said, Okay, that's enough. In fact, as long as you live your life as me honestly, don't make any trouble, and then secretly investigate the truth, I won't have the chance to bully you, and you won't be wronged. How good is that? Originally, I had good intentions, but I didn't expect Shukur to not accept it at all. After I finished speaking, she immediately looked up at me and said unhappily, You want me to live every day as you? Humph, you wish. I have never been bullied like this in my life. You are the first and the last one. So, after I get my body back, I will show you how I will deal with you. After saying that, she turned around angrily and walked out of the school gate. She was probably going out to rent a house. I'm too lazy to stop you. If you want to live outside, go ahead. Just don't ruin my health. I turned around to have breakfast, but after taking a few steps, I heard the sound of hurried running behind me. Looking back, Shukur ran back again. I asked her what she was going to do next. Shukur didn't say anything and pulled me to the side. I quickly grabbed her and asked her what she was going to do. Let's go jump into the artificial lake. Shukur pulled me and continued walking forward. What? Jump into the lake? I quickly broke away from her and shouted, Are you crazy? Shukur reached out and grabbed my wrist again, pulling me forward. This time she seemed determined, and her attitude was very firm, which surprised and puzzled me. But I want to jump into the lake with you. Why? Can you please explain what's going on? I asked while resisting. Shukur just didn't say anything and forced me to jump into the lake. But at this moment, someone suddenly said, Zhang Qiang, what the hell are you doing? Shukur and I turned our heads at the same time and looked in the direction where their voice came from. Hanhu. This guy threw the basketball in his hand to the boy next to him and ran over in his jersey. He was tall and strong, and he ran very impressively. After running over, he pointed at Shukor angrily and yelled, "Zhongqiang, let go of my hands." Shukor and I exchanged bodies, so of course Zhongqiang would admit his mistake. Moreover, judging from the situation at the time, it was indeed Zhongqiang who was pulling Shukor. Shukor was suddenly scolded and became very angry. She said that this matter had nothing to do with her and she should go wherever she wanted. When I heard her say this, I couldn't help but curse in my heart, this girl is out of her mind. If we hadn't switched bodies, Hanhu wouldn't have bothered with you if you talked to him like this. But the problem now is that you are in my body. My body is a man's, and Hanhu is never polite to men. Sure enough, after Shukor said that, Hanhu suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, forcibly pulling her hand away. Then, he raised his hand back, and Shukor staggered back a few steps and immediately fell to the ground. That's not all. Hanhu strode over and was about to kick Shukor. I quickly called a halt. Hanhu looked back at me, put his feet down and asked me what was wrong. It was a close call. If I had been slower, Shukor would have been kicked and I would have been injured again. We are all classmates, there is no need to be physical, I said with a hint of request. Kur, don't worry, I will vent your anger for you. As he said this, he raised his foot to kick Shukor again. I called a halt again. After saying that, I quickly ran over and helped Shukor up. I stood in front of her and said to Hanhu, she didn't do anything to me just now, so let's just forget about it, okay? Just after he finished speaking, Hanhu frowned and asked, Kur, why are you so protective of that bastard Zhongqiang? Are you with him? Before I could answer, Shukor behind me said loudly, no. You're still saying no. Then why did you touch Kur just now? Fuck you, you dare to touch my woman, I'll fucking beat you to a pulp. As he said that, Hanhu strode over. After walking up to me, he said to me, Kur, please get out of the way first. I'm going to beat this bastard to a pulp today. You bastard, your whole family are bastards. Damn it, it's only been a short while and you've already scolded me twice. Although I cursed him in my heart, I didn't dare to say it out loud because I couldn't beat Hanhu. Oh, no, isn't I Shukor? Why should I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, I immediately straightened my back, looked at Hanhu with a frown, and said, what are you yelling about? Can't I handle this matter? Do you need me to make decisions here? I suddenly put on Shukor's airs and called herself Miss, her favorite way of referring to herself. I immediately felt like Shukor's soul was possessing me. Sure enough, when Hanhu saw that I was angry, his momentum weakened a bit. In front of others, he is really a tiger. But when he is with Shukor, he becomes a cat, and his domineering attitude is restrained. Seeing that he wanted to say something, I immediately glared at him and told him to go wherever it's cool. If he didn't leave, I wouldn't see him again. After saying that, I pulled Jinshua behind me and left quickly. As I walked forward, I was worried that Hanhu would catch up with me. But after walking for a while, I didn't hear any heavy footsteps behind me. After passing the corner in front, I turned in and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was a close call, and fortunately I reacted quickly enough. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, the real Shukir behind me immediately let go of my hand and said unhappily, of course you can pretend to be me, and you acted quite well. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I also have a dream of becoming an actor. I laughed. Okay, stop whining to me. Come on, let's go to the artificial lake. As she said that, she pulled me again. I quickly grabbed her and asked her what was wrong with her. Why did she go to the artificial lake for no reason? As I was speaking, my cell phone suddenly rang. When she took it out and looked at it, it was a call from someone with the note, Mom. Shukor also saw the caller ID and grabbed the phone to answer it. I quickly snatched it away and said, you are my identity now. If you answer it, won't your mother think you have a boyfriend? Then turn on the speakerphone. I want to hear what my mother says. Shukor compromised. I answered the call and pressed the speakerphone. Kua, your period will come in 2 days, so you have to be careful not to catch a cold and pay more attention to hygiene, okay? Coming day? I looked at Shukor. She didn't answer, but her face turned red. Damn, is it my period? Damn, this. Kur. Are you listening? Shukor's mother asked. Shukor hit me. I came to my senses immediately and quickly replied, yes, I'm listening. Don't worry, Mom, I know. Well, after this is over, your parents will send you to a large hospital in the province for a thorough checkup and cure the root cause of the pain. What? It still hurts. I looked at Shukor again. Her face was red, and she didn't say a word. She was probably too embarrassed to speak. Okay. I answered perfunctorily. After hanging up the phone, I hurriedly asked Shukor, is your period coming? She glared at me, indicating that I was asking a question even though I knew the answer. I started to square. Then I asked again, hey, you haven't told me why you want to drag me to jump into the lake. Shukor rolled her eyes at me, indicating that I was asking a question I already knew the answer to. You're asking even though you already know the answer? What do you mean? Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind, and I was immediately shocked. I wondered if it was because I was about to have my period. Her face turned red again. Without saying anything to me, she pulled me to the side and said that she must push me into the lake today no matter what. I quickly grabbed her and said with a smile, no. This time, I'm the one who's in pain during my period, not you. It's great that you can just relax and nothing will happen. That makes sense. Shukor nodded, then her face turned pale. No. You will bleed during your period, and you will have to change it then. No, I'd better push you into the lake. I'm not that kind of filthy person. I knew what she was thinking, so I tried to comfort her. Besides, when the pain starts, I won't have the time to care about it. But, does it hurt a lot? Chapter 12, Using Sanitary Napkins for the First Time. Ever since I knew Shukor's period was coming in 2 days, I felt very nervous. This feeling was even more nervous than when my beloved girlfriend was about to have her period, and I was also very depressed because I was the one having my period. Damn it, to use a phrase that girls often say, the baby is feeling sad, but he won't say it. The reason why the baby doesn't speak is because he can't find the right person to talk to. After I separated from Shukor and returned to the dormitory, Luo Shiyu said to me, Kur, your period is coming soon, right? Have you bought the painkillers? Luo Shiyu's words made my heart skip a beat. I thought, damn, I have to use painkillers. How painful will it be? This is my first time, don't scare me. In this way, in addition to uneasiness and depression, I also felt worry and anxiety. A little after noon, I received a text message from Shukor, I have rented a fully furnished apartment outside the west gate of the school. You can live there for the next 2 days, and I will come to change your sanitary pad when the time comes. When I saw this message, I felt an indescribable feeling in my heart, and it always felt weird. And I really have no experience in this kind of thing, and if I don't find a girl to help me, I really can't do it. Ask Luo Shiyu for help. Although she would help, she would definitely think it was weird of me. Why would I ask her for something like this? And, to be honest, I really don't want to have any close contact with her anymore. Again, it feels weird. So, this time I can only follow Shukor's arrangements. In the evening, I went out of the west gate and met Shukir. She took me to the apartment she rented, which was really nice. I was very envious when I saw it. Sitting on the sofa, Shukor asked me to wait here for a while she went to buy something. I didn't want to trouble her too much, so I said, how about I go with you? Her face turned red and she said, no need, just sit down and rest. When I saw her face turn red, I immediately wondered, what's wrong with this girl? I just said we were going out together, why did she blush? When she came back, I saw she was holding a black plastic bag. I tilted my head to look at her and asked her what she bought. She said it was nothing and asked me to sit on the bed. I didn't know what she was going to do, so I got up and sat on the edge of the bed. When I saw her approaching me, I pretended to be very scared and quickly covered my chest and said, what are you doing? I'm telling you, don't take advantage of my body to do anything to me. If anyone dares to do anything to me, I'll call for help. Shukor rolled her eyes at me and said 2 words boring. I laughed, took my hands down and said, isn't this to liven up the atmosphere? She ignored me and handed me an eye patch and told me to put it on. After getting it, I didn't put it on immediately. Instead, I asked her if she could tell me first what she was going to do. Shukor said, put it on when I tell you to. Don't peek. I put the blindfold on. Then I felt a pair of hands touching my zipper. I was immediately startled and pulled off the blindfold. At the same time, I stood up and hid to the side and asked, why are you taking off my pants? Shukor blushed and said, if I don't take off your pants, how can I do that for you? That one. I asked, frowning, confused. Which one are you talking about? It's my aunt. She didn't finish her words, and immediately frowned, pointed at the bed and shouted, I order you to sit down. I am a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. If she had asked me to sit down in a nice manner, I might have obeyed. But she used an imperative tone, and I really refused to do so. If you tell me to sit down and I sit down, how embarrassing would that be for me? I snorted. Are you going to sit down or not? Shuko's face was very cold. I saw that she was really angry, and I was a little scared. But I was a grown man, and I was ordered around by you. How could I save my dignity? So I snorted again and refused to sit down. Seeing that I was indifferent, she turned around and left without saying a word. I snorted, feeling secretly proud in my heart. Want to fight with me? Just as Shuko finished feeling proud, she came back with a fruit knife in her hand. When she came over, I hurriedly asked, What are you doing? This is your body, don't mess with it. She said, Of course I won't harm my body. But as for your body, I don't care. As she said that, she put the fruit knife on her arm and said, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to sit down or not? Her attitude was very serious, not like she was joking at all. Moreover, the blade of the fruit knife looked very sharp, and a slight pull would definitely cut her arm, which was my body. This girl is so cruel. Okay, I'll sit down. I'll sit down, I said, and sat back in my original seat. She didn't put the fruit knife away, but ordered me, put on the blindfold. I didn't dare to disobey her, so I had to put on the blindfold obediently. However, after putting it on, I still asked curiously, What are you going to do? Shut up, you'll know it yourself later. After Shukur said that, there was another hand at my zipper. Damn it, when I was a man, no woman had ever touched my zipper. After I became a woman, I not only kissed women, but also touched and hugged women and even slept with them. Now, there is a weird guy with a woman's heart and a man's body who actually touched my zipper. Forget it, it's Shukur's body anyway, she can do whatever she wants. Thinking of this, I suppressed the embarrassment and speechlessness in my heart and let her unzip my pants and take them off. My pants were pulled down to my knees and I felt cold. Before I could say anything, she considerately handed me a dry towel and covered my lower body. Then I heard her tearing open the bag. After that, I don't know what she did, but when she pulled my panties up, I felt something was on top. Okay, stand up. But don't touch anything, okay? Shukur said. I stood up like a puppet and did nothing. Then she helped me pull up my underwear, put on my pants and zipped them up. After doing all this, she said that the blindfold could be taken off. After I took off the blindfold, I felt a little uncomfortable down there, because there was something extra in my underwear. I wanted to reach out and tap it twice, but she suddenly yelled, Stop. I looked up at her, my eyes a little confused. She looked surprised and nervous and asked, What are you going to do? I was dumbfounded and had no idea what she was doing, so I told her the truth. There's something down there that's rubbing against my thighs, and it's uncomfortable, so I want to scratch it. As I said that, I reached out to pick it up again. But at this moment, Shuko's face suddenly changed, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she immediately shouted, Don't scratch it. Hey, I feel very uncomfortable. I said hurriedly. You are not allowed to scratch it. She grabbed the fruit knife and put it on her arm again. If you dare to scratch it, I will hurt myself. Okay, I'm afraid of you. I won't pick it, okay. I was really convinced. I thought to myself, I've seen it all, so what's the big deal about picking it a few times? Is it necessary to be so nervous? But if I don't scratch it, it would be really uncomfortable, so I can only twist my thighs and let the roots of my thighs rub against each other to relieve the discomfort. Seeing me like this, she was upset again and said, Stop moving. Your action is really too ugly and it damages my dignity as a school beauty. I said, What kind of school beauty are you? You are obviously the beauty of our department, okay? Besides, sister, I really feel uncomfortable. What did you put in my underwear? Can you take it out? Shuko's face immediately turned red and she said, No. And I warn you, you are not allowed to take it out by yourself. If you feel something is wrong, come to me immediately and I will help you change it, okay? I felt speechless and thought to myself, You didn't let me take it out, and I endured it, but why didn't you tell me what it was? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw a blue plastic bag next to me. I picked it up and took a look. I was so surprised that my eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, the package in my hand was suddenly snatched away. I looked over and saw Shukor crumpling the package a few times and then throwing it into the trash can. Moreover, her panic and shyness were exposed and written all over her face. However, I really didn't expect that it was actually the packaging bag of sanitary napkins. So she took off my pants just now just to put this thing inside. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh my god, what did I just go through? I held my head in my hands, feeling that this was too unbelievable. Then, I looked down at my abdomen, feeling the discomfort brought by the foreign object inside, and my mood collapsed instantly. What are you looking at? Shukor suddenly pushed me. I quickly looked up at her and found that her face had become even redder. I really have nothing to say. Indeed, I really don't know what to say. Shukor blushed and said, if I can't get you a sanitary pad, do you have to do it yourself? Can you do it? Besides, I won't give you a chance to take advantage of me. I thought to myself, if I want to take advantage of you, I have plenty of opportunities and you can't stop me. Also, before your period ends, I must change your sanitary napkin every time. You are not allowed to do it without permission. Got it? She said, not forgetting to warn me. If I find out that your sanitary napkin has been changed, I don't care if Luo Shiyu helped me or not, I will make you regret it. Are you using a knife to hurt yourself again? Can you try another method? I asked. She said proudly that it doesn't matter how many solutions there are, as long as they work. After that, she handed me a small bottle and said it contained painkillers. If you feel stomach pain, take some. Of course, if the pain is unbearable, you can come to me and I will accompany you. Chapter 13, What a painful realization. When she said she could stay with me, I thought to myself, it would be great if you could still say something like this to me after our bodies were swapped. However, I know very well in my heart that if our bodies were swapped, she would never say such things to me. I am lucky that she didn't find someone to beat me up to vent her anger. When I thought about it this way, the little fantasy in my heart was shattered. After I was done, I asked, hey, you're a man now. When you go to buy sanitary pads, will people look at you strangely? In my opinion, boys who go to buy this kind of things will usually be stared at with weird looks. Sure enough, as soon as I asked, Shukir snorted and looked very angry, saying that those people looked at me as if I were a strange species, which made me uncomfortable. Moreover, they were laughing secretly, as if I was buying men's underwear. As she said that, she immediately looked at me and said, I am obviously a woman, okay? It is normal to buy such things. No one has ever laughed at me before. I laughed and said that you used to be a woman inside and out, but now you are a woman inside and a man outside. They can only see your outside, so of course they will think you are a man, and of course they will find it novel and funny. Shukor snorted and said, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be living a free and easy life now. How could I be embarrassed everywhere? Blame me again? Well, it is your right to be unreasonable, and I can't take it away. I can only accept it. Sitting on the sofa watching TV, I picked up the apple on the coffee table, rubbed it on my body and bit it directly. As soon as she took a bite, Shukor yelled, why don't you wash it? I chewed the fruit flesh in my mouth twice and swallowed it, saying that it was not clean but I would not get sick if I ate it. She came over in a hurry, snatched the apple from my hand, and said angrily, it's so unhygienic to eat like this. If anything happens to you, it's my health. As she said that, she told me to wash it quickly before eating. I leaned on the sofa and said I couldn't go. Not eating anymore. Shukor asked. Eat it, it's free, why not eat it? But you can wash it or peel it for me. I said with a smile. Shukor's glasses suddenly widened, with an expression of disbelief, saying, are you crazy? You want me to peel the skin for you? Why don't you let me peel it, cut it into pieces, pick it up with toothpicks, and feed it to you piece by piece? I laughed and said, since that's the case, I'd better obey your command. She was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Do you really want me to do that? I looked at her with a smile and said nothing. Why should I do that? Shukor asked back. I'm inside you. You're doing yourself a service, understand? I'm not taking any advantage of you. Shukor said, then why don't you peel the skin for me to eat? This is still serving yourself. I said seriously, but when I eat apples, I just rub them on my body and then eat them. If you can eat it, it's totally fine if I do it this way. As I said that, I picked up an apple, wiped it on my body and handed it over, saying, "Come on, open your mouth." Shukir immediately pushed the apple away and said, "Move it away. I really admire you. You are such a loser." I smiled and didn't care, saying that it was you who didn't want to eat it, so don't blame me. "Now it's your turn, come on, peel it for me." She glared at me and told me not to talk like me. After saying that, she threw the apple there and said, "If you want to eat it, peel it yourself. I won't serve you." Seeing her frowning and pouting, I laughed and thought that this girl was really angry. I stopped teasing her and picked up the fruit knife to peel the fruit. But just after peeling the apple, she suddenly snatched the apple away and bit into it without saying a word. "Hey, that was peeled by me, why did you snatch it away?" I said hurriedly. Shukur shook her head and said that it was your body that was eating anyway, so just think of it as serving yourself. After that, she took another big bite, looked at me with a smile and said, "Well, apples peeled by others are really delicious." I was so angry that I thought to myself, "You bastard, I told you to peel the fruit for me but you refused, and now you even dared to snatch it from me." As for her, she ate the apple while looking at me, with an expression of deliberate enjoyment on her face, which made me very angry. I was angry, so I threw down the fruit knife and picked up an unpeeled apple, just about to wipe it and eat it. But when I saw the skin on it and remembered what she said, I really didn't want to eat it anymore. After a snort, I put the apple down, got up and left. "Where are you going?" she asked from behind. I said I was going back to the dormitory. After saying that, I opened the door and left. When I returned to the dormitory, Luo Shiu asked me if I had bought sanitary napkins and painkillers. I didn't dare ask her to buy it for me, so I quickly said, "I've bought them all." At night, I felt a little pain in my stomach. The pain was relatively mild, so I could bear it at first. However, although the pain was relatively mild, if it lasted for a few minutes, it would be unbearable. So, while watching the movie, my brows were furrowed the whole time. At the same time, I was also worried because a girl's menstrual period usually lasts for a few days. Moreover, I checked and it seemed that the pain got worse as time went on. When I think of these, I feel so tired and a little scared. The first night, everything was fine. Although it was a little painful, I still endured it. The next day, when I woke up and went to the toilet, I saw red blood on my sanitary napkin. I didn't dare to delay and called Shukur to ask her to change it for me. When we got to the rental house, she was still the same. She asked me to wear a blindfold and then helped me take off my pants and change. After changing, she asked me if I had a stomachache last night. I said a little, but I can bear it. "Hey, how painful can it be at its worst? This is my first time experiencing your period, so please tell me about it so that I can be mentally prepared." Shukur said seriously, "It will make you want to commit suicide." When I heard this, I took a breath and was really shocked. If she said this jokingly, I would still suspect that she was trying to scare me. However, her expression was serious and she didn't seem to be joking at all. So, I thought that what she said might be true. Oh my god, it hurts so much that I want to commit suicide, how painful must that be? Then Shukur said, "Why don't you not go back to the dormitory tonight?" I was stunned for a moment and said, "I won't go back to the dormitory. Do you want me to live here with you?" "Of course you live with me. I told you before." "What? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" I immediately covered my chest with my hands, looking terrified, and said, "Of course. What if you stay in my body for a few days and become as lustful as a man? That would be very dangerous for me." Shukir immediately rolled her eyes at me and looked at me speechlessly, which was very funny. Then she asked, "So you also think that all men are lustful, right?" I immediately realized that I had said the wrong thing, but in order to save my dignity, I still said stubbornly, "Other men are definitely like that, but I am not." She snorted and said, "Do you think you believe this?" "Whether you believe it or not, I." As soon as I said this, I was stunned for a moment, because my stomach suddenly hurt. This time the pain was stronger than last night. Holding my stomach, I immediately frowned and squatted down. When Shukur saw this, she also squatted down and asked me hurriedly if I was starting to feel pain. I nodded and said, "Oh my god, it hurts so much. It feels like someone kicked me in the stomach. It hurts so fucking much." This is just the beginning. As she said that, she helped me up and sat me on the sofa. I leaned against the sofa, my stomach ached so much that it made my breathing heavier. This time the pain lasted for a few minutes and then slowly eased. Are you feeling better? She asked. I nodded and asked, how many days will this last? Shukur said, maybe 3 or 4 days, and it will get more and more painful in the end. Otherwise, don't go back to the dormitory tonight, just stay here, I'll accompany you. I was quite touched when I saw the sincerity in her eyes. After thinking about it, I decided to stay. Because if I go back to the dormitory, when the pain comes, Luo Shiyu will definitely come to care about me, maybe even come to sleep with me or something. That would be so bad. Here, even if Shukur wants to hug me in the end, it is my body, it doesn't matter. At 10 o'clock in the evening, my stomach started to hurt again. This time, the pain was more severe than in the morning. I lay on the sofa, holding my stomach with both hands, my forehead was covered with sweat, and it felt like someone was hitting my stomach hard with an iron rod. Although the skin and flesh were not broken, the force was too strong and my internal organs were deeply damaged. The pain was unbearable. Shukur held my hand and asked nervously, do you want to take a pill? I didn't say anything because I was in so much pain that I couldn't speak. After she fed me a pill, I still felt a lot of pain. After the pain subsided a little, she handed me a warm pack and told me to put it on my stomach, saying it would relieve some of the pain. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Luo Shiyu calling. I answered the phone and asked her what was the matter. Kuar, where are you? Luo Shiyu asked. I looked at Shukur and said, I'm at a friend's house. You have your period these 2 days. Why are you not in the dormitory and going to your friend's house? Come back soon. Luo Shiyu said. I knew very well that she must be worried that I would be in pain and couldn't take care of me, so she asked me to go back in such a hurry. But I couldn't go back, so I could only say that I hadn't seen this friend for several years and I had to accompany her tonight. Okay, that's it, you go to sleep first, and we can talk tomorrow if there is anything else. After saying that, I hung up the phone. In order to prevent Luo Shiyu from calling again, I turned off my phone. As soon as I put down my phone, my stomach suddenly started to hurt, as if my stomach was opened up without any anesthesia. I immediately tossed and turned in pain. I screamed in pain, my whole face wrinkled up, and I shouted loudly, Shukur, how many sins have I committed in my lifetime that I have to endure the pain of your period? Chapter 14, you asked me to wash it. Damn, even though Shukir had told me before that it would hurt, and I had guessed how much it would hurt, when the pain really hit, it was still extremely unbearable. And, just as she said, the pain was so severe that she wanted to commit suicide. Seeing me tossing and turning in bed and crying in pain, Shukur stopped acting like a big lady and said, take some medicine, it will relieve the pain. I don't care whether I can take so many painkillers, I just need to stop the pain first. After taking the medicine, my stomach still hurt. This time, I, who always believed in being a man who sheds blood but not tears, squeezed out tears. Shukur was quite responsible and stayed by my side. But I really wanted to switch bodies right now. After a while, the pain eased a little. She held my hand, squatted beside the bed, and apologized to me quietly, I'm sorry. I should have experienced all this, but now you have to bear it. I turned my head to look at her, and seeing her pitiful appearance, I felt a little better, and said, forget it, just consider it the price I pay for taking advantage of you. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Although I have Shukur's body, I have gained a lot of advantages and seen a lot of beautiful things, but her physical pain and emotional troubles also make me feel very depressed and helpless. I had just finished speaking when she suddenly frowned and became angry. She pointed at me and said, tell me the truth, have you seen my body? Of course I have. I didn't avoid the question. After all, it was impossible to say that I hadn't seen it. Shukur's face changed drastically, and she immediately became anxious, saying, you loser, you actually looked at my body, I'm going to kill you. I was indifferent to her anger and said that I was almost tortured to death by your menstrual period. If you want to kill me, do it quickly and help me get rid of it as soon as possible. As I was speaking, I felt another sharp pain in my stomach, which made my whole face wrinkle. I turned over and put the hot pack under my stomach, which made it a little better, but it still hurt a lot. Humph, my greatest pleasure right now is to see you in pain, so I won't help you get rid of it. I'll let you suffer for a while. Who told you to look around? You deserve it. You'll be in pain to death. When I heard her say that, I immediately became dissatisfied and said, okay, from now on, I won't take a shower or change clothes. This way I won't be able to see anything, okay? No. Shukor immediately rejected it. My body will be so dirty and smelly. Then, won't others think I'm a sloppy school beauty? No. Take a shower and change clothes. I want to see your body. I absolutely won't do that. Oh, and I won't go to the bathroom either. That way I can see more. Hearing what I said, Shukor was so angry that her eyes widened, and she breathed heavily from her nostrils. She stuttered when she spoke, you bastard, you saw everything. I'm so mad at you, hurry up and switch our bodies. I smiled bitterly and said, let's change it quickly so that you can experience this sour feeling again, it hurts. Shukor snorted coldly and said, even if you ask me to change now, I won't do it. I will hurt you to death, humph. I ignored her because the pain had left me with no strength left. I lay on Shukor's bed for the whole night, and she stayed beside me all night. During this time, she was responsible for me drinking water, taking medicine, and charging the hot pack. As for me, I was responsible for enduring the pain. Seeing her busy and around, I was quite touched. I thought, if I had the chance to switch bodies with her, she would also be in so much pain, and I would take good care of her. However, after the body switch, she would be the school beauty, and I would still be a loser. Even if she was in pain, she would definitely not ask me to take care of her. I had classes the next morning, so I called Ju Yu and asked her to answer the questions for me. Shukir also called Ju Jian and asked him to answer the questions for me. Then the two of us continued to stay in the rental house. I spent the rest of the time lying in bed except when I went to the toilet. As for food, she was also responsible for buying it and then feeding me. After calling Ju Yu, I turned off my phone to avoid being harassed by Luo Shiyu. After 3 days, I felt like I had returned from hell. I experienced pain I had never experienced before, but I managed to get through it. When my period was over, I felt like I was back to full health, full of hope for life. After the 4th day, my stomach stopped hurting at all, but because I sweated a lot, my body started to smell and felt sticky. So, when she smelled the odor on me, she frowned, showed a look of disgust, and said, go take a shower quickly, you stink so much. No. I said, and immediately sat on the sofa, put my legs on the coffee table, with an attitude of a boss. She immediately got anxious and asked, why don't you go? You stink like this. If you go out, you'll embarrass me. I said seriously, if I take a shower, what if my eyes are not honest and I look around? Or my hands are not honest and I touch my chest, you will scold me again. As soon as she said this, she became so angry that smoke came out of her nostrils, and said, if you dare to look at or touch my body, I will kill you. I immediately became serious and said, that's right. So I can't take a shower. Okay, I'm hungry, so I'll go out and eat something first. I stood up and opened the door. Shukor suddenly shouted from behind me, you haven't showered yet, and you haven't washed your hair or face yet, you are not allowed to go out. As she said that, she ran over, closed the door, and put her arms in front of me to prevent me from going out. I chuckled, moved closer to her intentionally, and then picked up my long hair. To be honest, it was really greasy. Then, I unzipped the collar, took a look at the scenery inside, and sniffed it, saying with a smile, it smells great. When she saw it, she was shocked, and then she immediately closed my collar, blushing and shouting, what are you looking at? Who told you to look? Don't look. I walked towards her deliberately, pushing her against the door, and then our bodies were pressed against each other. Although she is now my male body and I am her female body, my personality determines my words and actions, and I just want to tease her on purpose. Before she exchanged bodies with me, she was the most beautiful girl in our college, so of course she loved cleanliness. So, I deliberately put her smelly body close to her so that she could smell it herself. When Shukor smelled it, she immediately frowned, then stretched out her hands to push me away, saying, you stink, go wash quickly. I lowered my head, pointed with my finger and asked, where did you touch me? She quickly lowered her head and saw that her hands were on my chest. Then she screamed and took her hands back as if she had received an electric shock. Seeing her surprised look, I smiled and asked, it feels good, right? Is it very elastic? Shukor immediately looked at me, then her face turned red, and she said, "You're a hooligan." I laughed out loud, feeling very proud, and said, "You are touching your own body, why do you call me a hooligan?" I touched it, nodded and said, "It feels really good, and very elastic." When she saw this, her face changed drastically, and she immediately started hitting my hand like clockwork, shouting, "Don't touch me." After she opened my hand, she immediately pinched her nose and said, "Stay away from me. I don't want to get close to you. You smell really bad." As she spoke, she pointed towards the bathroom and said, "Go take a shower quickly. I really can't stand the smell of my body." "You asked me to wash it," I said. She glared at me and said two words, "Shameless." "Shameless, huh? Well, I won't wash it." As soon as she finished speaking, Shukor pushed me forward, pushed me into the bathroom, and then closed the door. I stood in the bathroom and shouted, "Hey, I don't have any change of clothes, ask Ju to bring some to me. I'm so angry." Shukor shouted. But after she finished shouting, I heard a bang, which must be the door closing. Did she go out? I called out twice, but no one answered me. It seemed that she must have gone out. I chuckled, turned on the shower, and started to take off my clothes and take a shower. When I was almost done, I heard the door open, followed by Shukor's voice, "Why haven't you finished showering yet? She is back. Hey, did you bring your clothes? Otherwise I'll come out naked." The bathroom door opened immediately, and I turned around to see Shukor standing at the door holding a few clothes, staring at me in amazement. After seeing her, I seemed very natural, and even posed, saying with a smile, "Do you think my figure is particularly sexy?" She was surprised and said, "Why don't you close the door when you take a shower?" I said, "There are only two of us here, and we've both seen this body, so why close the door?" Shuko's eyes suddenly widened with a fierce look, and she said, "You dirty bastard." After saying that, she put the clothes aside and closed the door with a snap. Did I say something wrong? I asked myself. Then I wiped my body and went to get my clothes and pants. After putting on my lower body, I shouted, "Hey, can you come in and help me? You're so old, but you don't even know how to put on clothes." Shuko's voice was full of impatience. I shouted, "I don't know how to put on my underwear, come and help me. Otherwise, I will have to not wear it and put on the t-shirt directly." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and then Shuko's gloomy face appeared. I turned my back and said, "Don't look at me like that. This is for your body to wear. If you don't want to help, then I won't wear it, and it will save trouble." She didn't say anything, came over to help me button it up, then turned around and went out again. After I put on my clothes, I walked out and saw her sitting on the sofa, eating and watching TV. I walked over, picked up my portion of food, and ate it with relish. After dinner, we both had to go back to school. But what I didn't expect was that when we entered from the west gate together, I saw Luo Shiyu from a distance. And she seemed to have seen us, too. Shit, this is embarrassing. Chapter 15, Falling Out with Luo Shiyu. "Hurry up and leave," Shukor said suddenly. I immediately turned around and looked at her and said, "Should you leave?" She was even anxious, saying that Luo Shiyu came to see me, why should I leave? You, a loser, should leave. I immediately crossed my arms and said, "Let me make it clear, now you are a loser and I am the school belle." You? What do you mean? Go away. I interrupted her directly. She stamped her feet angrily and walked away with a pout. After she left, I hurried forward to meet Luo Shiyu. At the same time, I prayed in my heart that she had not seen Shukor and I together, otherwise something bad would happen. After walking over, I immediately greeted Luo Shiyu with a smile. "Hey, class starts in half an hour, where are you going?" This is actually a question you ask even though you already know the answer. Luo Shiyu had a cold and ugly face, and her eyes were full of suspicion and anger, as if I had cheated on her with someone else. She looked me up and down and asked, "Has your period come?" I smiled and nodded, saying that I finally made it through. "Kuar, tell me honestly, where have you been these days?" Luo Shiyu suddenly asked. I don't know if she saw Shukur and I coming in together just now, so of course she wouldn't admit it on her own initiative, saying that she had already mentioned it before, at a friend's house. Luo Shiyu asked back, "When did you become friends with that loser Zhang Qiang? And you stayed with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Shukur is in my body. And I am in Shukur's body." That's why Luo Shiyu thought that her favorite Shukur was actually with loser Zhang Qiang. To be honest, I am not happy with her control. I want to do something and associate with whomever I want, that's my freedom. You are not my elder or that person, why do you interfere? Besides, I was just an ordinary person before, how can I be a loser? You always call me a loser and think I'm lowly, so why should I be polite to you? I don't know what you are talking about, I said and immediately walked forward. Just after taking 2 steps, Luo Shiyu suddenly grabbed my arm and said, Kuo, if you want to find a boyfriend, I won't stop you. But, no matter what, you can't find a loser like Zhang Qiang, right? If other people knew about it, how embarrassing it would be. Besides, whenever I think of that loser, I feel sick. This time I didn't hold it back and blurted out, why is he disgusting? Seeing Luo Shiyu's expressionless face, I was still angry, so I continued, how did Zhang Qiang offend you? Why did you say that about him? That's enough. I got shot even when I was lying down. I looked at Luo Shiyu again. She looked at me blankly, and there was surprise and disappointment in her eyes. She said, Kuo, are you really in love with him? Why would you speak up for him? Didn't you also hate those loser boys before? Please don't base your sense of identity on the dignity of others, okay? Do you know what respect is? If Luo Shiyu wasn't a woman, I would have hit her a long time ago. Damn it, I actually ran into such a woman. After I finished talking to her, I left immediately and didn't want to bother with her anymore. Although I know that saying that might arouse her suspicion, I can't do anything about it even if she suspects me. I can't throw away my dignity just to hide my identity, can I? I called Ju Yu and asked her to bring the book to the classroom for me. I arrived at the classroom first and sat in the back row. Thinking of Luo Shiyu's words, I became angry. However, her words also reminded me that Shukur and I were impossible. And that is exactly what happened. 4 years later, I am still single, but Shukur is married. When I thought about this, I felt very dissatisfied. Why should I be single for so long? No, I don't want to be single. Since God has given me the opportunity to travel back to 4 years ago and put me in Shukur's body, I can't just do nothing. Shukur is in my body, and she definitely won't help me find a girlfriend. If we switch bodies one day, I'll still be single. Even if we never switch bodies, I won't be able to find a man to marry. And Shukur won't marry a woman to live with, let alone with me, so I'll still be single by then. No, I have to find myself a girlfriend. That way, I'll be prepared. Thinking about it, I looked at the girls sitting in front of me. After a careful look and a selection, I finally decided to choose Lin Yuqiao. Because in our college, the most beautiful ones are all in Shukur's dormitory. Luo Shiyu is definitely not an option. Ju Yu is the future wife of my good friend Ju Jian, I won't snatch her away. Shukur is out of the question. So, only Lin Yuqiao is left. I remember that 4 years later, she was still single. Moreover, she broke up with her current boyfriend 4 years later because he cheated on her. So, if I said more good things as Shukur, it might be possible. Besides, Lin Yuqiao is also very beautiful, has a good figure, and is very gentle. Just as I was thinking about it, Ju Yu and Lin Yuqiao entered the classroom one after another. When I saw them, I immediately reached out and said hello. Lin Yuqiao saw me first, then she touched Ju Yu, and the two of them walked over together. After walking in front of me, Lin Yuqiao asked, Kuo, don't you usually sit in the front? Why are you sitting in the back? In college, students who are good at studying usually sit in the front. Those who just want to get by sit in the back, where it is convenient to get in and out and play with their phones. I used to sit in the back, just to get a diploma and find a job. Although I am Shukur now, I still haven't changed this habit immediately. So when I realized that I sat in the wrong seat, I immediately took the book, took Lin Yuqiao's hand, and walked to the front row with her, smiling. When we went there, the front row was already full, but when I arrived, 3 girls immediately stood up and walked to the back row. There was no way. Shukur was quite unruly in our college, and she was supported by Hanhu, the most unscrupulous person in the college. Most people were afraid of her. This was also one of the reasons why I didn't dare to confess to her for 4 years. During class, my cell phone vibrated. I took it out and saw it was a text message from Shukur. I see that Luo Shiyu doesn't look well. Does she suspect that there is a problem between us? I get angry when Luo Shiyu is mentioned, so I replied, that person is a psychopath. Soon, Shukur replied, what's wrong? Did she offend you? I'm too lazy to reply. After 2 classes, I almost fell asleep while listening to the lectures. There was nothing I could do, I just couldn't concentrate. After class, I took my books and went back to the dormitory with Lin Yuqiao. On the way, I remembered that she would open a milk tea shop in half a month. So I asked her in advance, Xiao Qiao, I see that you seem to like milk tea very much. Moreover, I have read a lot of information about milk tea shops on the internet. Are you planning to open a milk tea shop? She smiled and nodded, saying that she was planning to do so, but she was still trying to find a solution due to insufficient funds. I immediately asked, how about I invest some money? The reason for this decision is that her milk tea shop business is doing very well. If I had invested in it at an early stage, I would have made a lot of money in the future. With the money, I can improve my life. Moreover, I can send it back home to reduce some of my parents' burden. Lin Yuqiao was also very happy about my proposal and said, okay, with the help of a rich woman like you, there will definitely be no problem with funding. I asked, how much do you still need? Lin Yuqiao frowned slightly and said, I calculated the initial expenses and there is still a shortfall of nearly 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? This may not be a big deal for Shukur, but it is very difficult for me. Although I won 3,000 yuan in the lottery a few days ago, it is still 7,000 yuan away from 10,000 yuan. Moreover, I cannot affect my normal living expenses because of this matter. Where can I get some money? After thinking about it, I suddenly thought of betting on football. I don't know if it was good luck, but the World Cup happened to be on during those days. So when I returned to the dormitory, I immediately looked up information on World Cup betting. After seeing that I could still place bets, I carefully recalled the outcome of the next game. After thinking for about 10 minutes, I was not absolutely sure about the outcome. So, I bet on 3 games in a scattershot manner, betting 1,000 on each game. Moreover, one of the games was a weak team against a strong team. I remember that it seemed to be a comeback, and the odds were very high. And these 3 games happened to be played in these 2 days. After betting 3,000 yuan, I was very nervous and often secretly followed the game. Because the real Shukur didn't care about this, and if I paid attention to this in the dormitory, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of Lin Yuqiao and the others. At night, I was lying on the bed watching a live football game on my phone. It was so exciting when Luo Xiu suddenly stood in front of me and said, Kur, I have something to tell you. After looking at her, I continued looking at the phone screen and said that I was not feeling well and we could talk about it tomorrow. Luo Xiu's face changed immediately and she said, Kur, you have changed. I don't bother to pay attention to her. This woman is a psycho. Seeing that I really didn't want to pay attention to her, she didn't say any more nonsense and turned back to her bed. After she left, Ju Yu ran over and asked in a low voice, Kur, what happened to you two? Oh my god, she actually called Luo Xiu and I husband and wife. I was so drunk. This matter has nothing to do with you. When you have time, go talk to Ju Jian more and take him down as soon as possible. As I said that, I gestured to her to leave quickly. Ju Yu didn't leave, but asked, Kur, I plan to buy 2 pieces of underwear online, can you help me choose? I was focusing on the results of the competition and had no time to choose underwear for her. However, Ju Yu begged me to help her choose. There was no choice but to get up and go see. The styles and colors of the underwear she chose were both my favorites, so my attention shifted from the live broadcast of the game to her computer screen. When I saw she chose 3680C, I casually said, you are this big. I was just saying it casually. But Ju Yu took it seriously and thought I was looking down on her, so she thrust out her chest and said, of course I have it. If you don't believe me, just touch it. Chapter 16, Mature and Sexy Mother Shu. Seeing that her expression was very serious, I thought to myself, since you are so proactive, I cannot be timid as a man. So, with this in mind, I gently held Ju Yu's chest. It is C. Hearing what I said, Ju Yu was very proud and said, I didn't lie to you. I really don't have that. I laughed. Then you can choose this one. But I think the dark blue one looks better. Dark blue. But I think light green looks better. And he. I was suddenly delighted, as if I had discovered a secret, and asked with a smile, who is this guy? Ju Yu blushed. Even if she denied it, what about him? I didn't say that word. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuqiao interrupted with a smile, I heard that there is him. Kuer, do you want to know who he is? As soon as these words came out, Ju Yu immediately stood up, blushing, and shouted to Lin Yuqiao, Xiao Qiao, if you dare to say that, I won't let you sleep tonight, believe it or not. Lin Yuqiao laughed. When I saw this, I guessed it was Ju Jian, right? Ju Yu turned around and looked at me, her face flushed, and said, I won't tell you. You guys are all big mouths and can't keep secrets. Oh my, you're still shy. I laughed. Okay, let's not talk about this and continue choosing underwear. I chose several bras, including a thin, semi-transparent one that looked very sexy. At that time, I couldn't help but envy Ju Jian for being so lucky to have found such an open-minded girl like Ju Yu. Moreover, Ju Yu just said that light green is good-looking, and deliberately mentioned him. This obviously means that Ju Jian also likes light green. This shows that they must have discussed this matter before. Moreover, Ju Jian might have seen it. There are so many secrets in this girl's dormitory. I went back to my bed and continued watching the live broadcast. After a while, I saw a call from someone with the note, Mom. This is Shukua's cell phone, so it must be her mother calling. After answering the call, I called out, Mom, in an unaccustomed way. After shouting, a woman's gentle voice immediately came from the phone, Kuer, is your period over? It doesn't hurt anymore. I answered truthfully. When I think of you in pain, my heart feels like it's being stabbed by a knife. The woman continued. But I found a very professional gynecologist for you. She said you can go for a checkup 2 or 3 days after your period, and she will definitely help you cure your dysmenorrhea. What? Should I go to the gynecologist? Although she mentioned this matter before her period came, but now she mentioned it again, and in the past 2 days, I was still shocked. Damn, that's a gynecology department. I can't imagine what will happen once I go in there. As I thought about it, sweat started to form on my forehead. I felt that things were becoming more and more beyond my expectations, and it was for more than just a simple change of body. Kuer, why don't you speak? The woman asked again. I quickly came to my senses and said it was nothing. When are we going? Today is Thursday, so why don't you go on Saturday? You don't have classes that day, right? Saturday? Isn't that the day after tomorrow? No class. Okay then. I'll pick you up from school at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. Don't worry, I'll definitely cure you this time. Also, there's one more thing. Your cousin has also come to that hospital for an internship, also in the gynecology department. Then you two sisters can have a good chat. Also, she said she hasn't seen you for a long time and she missed you. Cousin? Miss me? But don't be a lesbian again. Oh, okay. I said perfunctorily. Well, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. After saying that, the woman hung up the phone. I stared at my phone in a daze, wondering what I would experience on Saturday. When I walked into the gynecology department, an ugly woman in a white coat asked me to take off my pants for examination. When I think about this, I feel a lot of pressure. I continued to watch the live broadcast of the game. I was already in a bad mood, and after seeing the results of the game, I felt even worse. Because 1,000 yuan was gone. When I saw that I lost, I still felt a little regretful. Although the 3,000 yuan came easily, it was also my money, and I could buy food and clothes with it. Now that I suddenly lost 1,000 yuan, I still felt very distressed. I slept with a gloomy mood. The next morning, I washed up and went out for breakfast. As soon as I walked downstairs, I heard someone behind me shouting, Kuer, wait a moment. I knew it was Luo Shiyu without looking back. She ran up to me and said, Kuer, I want to talk to you. Seeing her serious expression, I knew that I couldn't avoid her. So I said, let's go, we'll talk on the way. Seeing that my attitude had softened a lot, Luo Shiyu immediately smiled and said, Kuer, I'm sorry. My attitude yesterday was a bit too much. I apologize to you. I really didn't expect that she came to me this time to apologize to me. I thought she was going to say something nonsense to me again. Since she knows she is wrong, I certainly can't be unreasonable and say it's no big deal as we are all in the same dormitory. Kuer, I want to confirm whether you really like Zhongqiang. I can only deny it. You really don't like it. A smile appeared on Luo Shiyu's face. Of course I don't like her. She's not my type. Indeed, I have changed my mind now and I like Lin Yuqiao. I think she is more suitable for me. So, my words seem to be answering Luo Shiyu, but in fact, I am also telling myself that Shukur is not my type. After getting my answer, Luo Shiyu smiled with satisfaction. Her smile was very sunny and brilliant. She immediately took my arm and went with me to the cafeteria. After breakfast, we both went to class together. However, on the way there, we met Yu Xiaoman. When I saw her again, I couldn't help but frown, thinking, would she come to trouble me again? Yu Xiaoman walked over, put her hands on her hips, and said, Shukur, I went back and thought about what you said last time, and it makes sense. Now you realize that it makes sense. You really have small breasts and a small brain. There is really no direct conflict between us. Besides, if you reject Hanhu, it will make him give up. This will also be good for me. So, I decided not to go against you anymore. She stretched out her right hand. Come on, let's shake hands and make peace. Still holding a claw? Oh my god, this is so cute, no one else can compare to it. However, being able to reconcile with Yu Xiaoman was also a good thing for me, so I generously extended my right hand and shook hands with her. After shaking hands, Yu Xiaoman immediately smiled and said, from now on, you are my good sister. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me and I will stand up for you. Why are you the elder sister? I asked back. Yu Xiaoman probably wanted to show her confidence and momentum, so she raised her head and chest and said, I'm older than you. I took a look at her small round breasts, then proudly raised my D cup and said, look whose is bigger. Yu Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't react. But when her eyes saw my chest, her face changed and she immediately became so angry that she even stuttered, our friendship is over. Humph. After saying that, she turned around and left angrily. Luo Shiyu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle and said, Kuer, you knew that Yu Xiaoman's chest was injured, but you still poked it deliberately. You are really mean. However, it is very smart. I just smiled and didn't say anything. Life was peaceful for 2 days, and Saturday came in the blink of an eye. This morning, I went to the west gate of the school with a nervous mood. Because today I had to go to the gynecology department. Damn it, I, a grown man, actually had to go to the gynecology department. However, when I think about it carefully, I even survived my period, so why should I go to the gynecology department? But I was very disappointed because I lost another 1,000 yuan. Now, there is only one last chance left. So, the final outcome depends on God. After arriving outside the west gate of the school, a few minutes later, an Audi A6 stopped steadily in front of me. When I rolled down the window, I saw that the driver was a woman. She was wearing sunglasses, had long hair and a shirt, and looked mature and beautiful. After taking off her sunglasses, she immediately smiled and said, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in the car. Is she calling me? I was really scared because this woman looked strange and I didn't know her at all. But, judging from her tone and her appearance, she must be very familiar with Shukur. Shit, could she be Shukur's mother? Oh my god, no way. Shukur should be 20 years old this year. Even if her mother gave birth to her child at the age of 18, she should be at least 38 this year. But the woman in front of me looks no more than 30 years old. How could she be a woman over 38 years old? To be on the safe side, I quickly and quietly called Shukur's mother. Soon, the phone rang from the passenger seat. The woman came over to take the phone and asked me why I called her. Damn, it's really her. I hurriedly explained, I accidentally pressed the wrong button just now. You kid, you're already 20 years old, and you're still so careless. The woman put the phone back. Okay, get in the car. I said, and ran to the passenger seat. After entering, I smelled a nice fragrance inside the car. Moreover, Shukua's mother was wearing a black short skirt and her legs were also wrapped in black stockings. Damn it, they say women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. You are so beautiful at your age, and you are dressed so sexy, how can a young guy like me bear it? Chapter 17, Let me check. Sitting in the car, I felt uncomfortable because the person next to me was neither a classmate nor a friend, but Shukua's mother. Not only was there an age gap between her and me, but there was also a generation gap. In addition, I was not familiar with her and had no idea about Shukua's family situation. So, I was afraid to talk to her, afraid that she would accidentally ask about something that Shukur should know but I didn't. So, I could only keep silent. But I felt awkward being with strangers. Plus, her body fragrance made me feel itchy. So, although I wanted to stay calm, I still glanced at her. But when I saw her sexy outfit and black stockings, I couldn't help swallowing and felt a little agitated. Just at this moment, Mother Shu turned her head and looked at me. I quickly turned my head, looked straight ahead, and told myself to stay calm, stay calm. She didn't see me peeking at her just now, definitely not. Just as I was giving myself this self-suggestion, Mother Shu smiled gently and said, "Kur, were you looking at your mother just now?" Damn, she found out. I panicked, but I pretended I didn't know what happened and asked, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Mother Shu smiled and said, "You kid, you're lying to me. You came out of my belly, what can you hide from me?" Then she asked again, "Did you look at my stockings just now?" Can you discover this too? I'm not your biological child, okay? You're so smart that you make me doubt my own background. Although I was panicking, my expression remained calm, but I stuttered a little, No. Why would I look at your stockings? What's wrong, kid? You want to wear stockings too? Asked Mother Shu. I'm about to cry. How can you tell that I want to wear stockings? I'm a grown man wearing stockings, that picture is too beautiful. Sorry, I can't even imagine it. No, really not, why would I wear stockings? I laughed dryly. Mother Shu continued, "Well, it's better not to wear it. I don't think it's a big deal, but men love it the most. You inherited my good genes, and your appearance and figure are very good. If you wear stockings, I guess more men will have bad intentions towards you. It's better not to wear it, so that there will be less trouble. I've seen people praising others, but I've never seen anyone praising someone like this. My aunt is so awesome." However, what she said made sense. Most men really like stockings. So, I could only smile and agree with her, saying, "Yes. Besides, I don't really like wearing stockings either." As I was speaking, my cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Shukur calling. I glanced at Mrs. Shu beside me, and then answered the phone. "Hello, is my mother looking for me?" Shukur asked. "Yeah, I'm on my way to the hospital." As soon as these words came out, Shukur suddenly became anxious and asked, "What did you say? You went to the hospital. What did you do in the hospital? What happened?" My first reaction was that Shukur was concerned about me, but then I thought that she was just concerned about her own health and was worried that something might happen to me. So, my mood immediately calmed down and I said, "Don't you know about this?" Shukur was silent for a moment, probably thinking about what I meant. Then she shouted again, "You and my mom went to see a gynecologist to treat my dysmenorrhea." That's not the case. When I said this, I was speechless, but helpless. I was helpless. Shuko on the other end became anxious and said, "Let me tell you, you can go to the gynecologist, but you are not allowed to look at my body." When I heard this, I thought to myself, is this woman crazy? I've seen this so many times, and she's still saying this? Don't you think this is impossible? But I didn't want to continue arguing with her about this, and Shu's mother was still around, so I could only say, "Okay, I know. Also, report to me at any time. If anything goes wrong and you don't tell me, I will never forgive you even if my identity is exposed." After saying that, she hung up the phone immediately. After seeing her really hang up the phone, I couldn't help but curse in my heart, "Damn, why is this girl so angry? Is it because she is on her menstrual period? Even if her body has changed, she is still upset. Besides, it's just a gynecological checkup, what can go wrong? Is it necessary to be so angry?" I really didn't understand it at the time, but an hour later, I understood why Shukur was so angry. I put the phone in my pocket and Mother Shu asked me who I was. I said, it was a classmate. Then I lied and covered it up temporarily. After arriving at the hospital, Shu's mother parked the car, took me inside, and went straight to the gynecology department. When we arrived, she told me that the doctor's surname was Lin, and he was her high school classmate. We hadn't contacted each other for a long time, and we only got in touch recently through other friends. Now Dr. Lin is a top gynecologist in the province. When they arrived outside Dr. Lin's clinic, Mother Shu was about to knock on the door. At this moment, someone behind me suddenly patted my shoulder, then jumped in front of me, laughed, and said, "Cousin, do you remember me?" Suddenly a person jumped out, and I was so scared that I screamed and leaned towards Mrs. Shu unconsciously. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw clearly that the person in front of me was a girl about 17 or 18 years old. I thought to myself, is this girl crazy? Oh, that's not right. She seemed to call me cousin just now. Oh my god, is she Shukur's cousin? I immediately looked this cousin up and down. She was wearing a white nurse uniform and a nurse cap. She looked cute and well behaved. She smiled and showed two small canine teeth. She was quite cute. At this time, Shu's mother said coquettishly, "You are an adult, but you are still so wild. Look how scared your cousin is. When I go back, I will talk to your mother and ask her to take good care of you." The lovely cousin immediately hugged Mother Shu's arm and said in a coquettish tone, "I often ask my mother, how can there be such a big difference between two sisters who have the same parents? Why is my aunt so beautiful and gentle, and knows how to care for the younger generation?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mother Shu burst into laughter and no longer had the heart to complain. She gently pinched her cousin's cheek and said with a smile, "You just say nice things to coax me." My cousin said seriously, "What they said is true, and everyone says so. This girl is really good at speaking, I like her so much." Of course, it's not the kind of love between men and women. After some jokes, my cousin asked, "Aunt, are you and my cousin here to see Dr. Lin?" Only then did Mrs. Shu remember the important matter and said, "Yes, your cousin's dysmenorrhea has not been cured yet. I have made an appointment with Dr. Lin today and asked her to help take a look." My cousin smiled and said, "That's right. I'm a nurse working for Dr. Lin. Please wait for a moment. I'll go in and see if anyone is inside. If no one is there, you can come in." As she spoke, my cousin opened the door and looked inside, and saw that there was another patient inside. After she went in and closed the door, Shu's mother and I sat on a bench in the corridor and waited for a while. Soon, the patient inside came out and it was our turn. After entering, Shu's mother took the initiative to greet him and said with a smile, "Old classmate, this is my daughter, Shukua." "Hello, Dr. Lin." I greeted with a smile. Dr. Lin smiled gently and said, "Please sit down first." After I sat on the stool in front of her, she started to get to the point, saying, "Your mother told me about your situation. But the specific treatment will have to wait until you come. We will do some tests and confirm the situation before making a conclusion. I am mentally prepared for the checkup." So, I said straightforwardly, "What kind of examination should be done?" At this time, my cousin came out from the small room behind Dr. Lin and said that everything was ready. Dr. Lin said, "Let's go and check it out." I followed her in foolishly, and my cousin and Shu's mother also followed in. After entering, I saw that the space was not big, with only one bed, but it was different from a hospital bed. It could be adjusted in height, and there were two places for legs. Later I checked and found out that it was called a gynecological examination bed. After seeing the bed, Dr. Lin said, "Take off your pants first and lie on it. I'll check you out." I was stunned at the time, thinking, is this what this examination is? Looking at my cousin and Mother Shu standing next to me, I felt very embarrassed. Although the three of them are women, I still feel awkward about taking off my pants in front of them. If you don't believe me, try taking off your pants in front of your father and brother. Even if we are family, it will be just as embarrassing. Seeing that I didn't move, Mother Shu touched me gently and said, "Kuer, what's wrong with you?" I hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to whisper, "Mom, why don't you and your cousin go out first?" If there was only Dr. Lin, I could barely accept it, after all, he is a doctor. But I didn't expect that Shu's mother didn't understand me at all. She smiled and said, "You kid, I saw you naked when you were little. Why don't you want me to see you when you grow up? Besides, I'm a woman too, okay? I'm the same gender as you, why are you shy?" As soon as she finished speaking, her cousin next to her laughed and said, "Cousin, you don't have any secrets, do you?" When I saw the smirk in her eyes, I thought to myself, this girl is not cute at all. However, her words did give Mother Shu a hint. She probably guessed that I really had some secrets that were inconvenient for others to see, so she said, "Well, you cooperate with Dr. Lin's examination. Yuan, let's go out first." As she said that, she took her cousin out. The cousin was like a curious baby, with a look of reluctance in her eyes, but she was still pulled out. I only breathed a sigh of relief after they both left. Lying on the gynecological examination bed, I felt so embarrassed that I couldn't describe it. But luckily the doctor wasn't a man, otherwise I would never take off my pants. After the examination, I quickly got downstairs, put on my pants, and asked Dr. Lin what he had found. She laughed and said that this was just a preliminary examination. She would do a B ultrasound and blood test later. After the B ultrasound, we returned to Dr. Lin's office. She held the ultrasound result, frowned slightly, and said that there was no test report at the moment. But based on my experience, Kua's condition might be a bit serious. Chapter 18. What if I'm unlucky enough to marry you? I was quite concerned at the time. Although I was not the original owner of this body, I was the current owner of it after all. If there was any problem with it, it would still be directly related to me. But I also felt that doctors seemed to like to say things like, your condition is a bit complicated, or luckily you found it early. So I wasn't sure if she was trying to scare me. But Mother Shu was frightened and asked quickly, old classmate, what's going on? Dr. Lin said, if the blood test report shows that Kua's male hormone is high, then it is similar to my guess. In addition, her uterus is dislocated. Then she said a lot of technical terms, which I didn't quite understand. In the end, she said, if it's similar to what I guessed, then surgery is the only option. Operation. When I heard these two words, my heart suddenly rose. In my impression, surgery requires anesthesia and blood. Thinking of this, I was scared. I thought to myself, I am a grown man who ran into Shu Kua's body. It's okay to endure the pain of dysmenorrhea, but I actually had to undergo surgery. How many lifetimes of bad luck have I had? Thinking about this, I hurriedly asked Dr. Lin, can we avoid surgery? Can't we just take an injection or take medicine? Dr. Lin said seriously, if you just take injections and take medicine, the effect will not be good. Surgery is more effective. In addition, you will need infusions in the later stages. So, you should be mentally prepared. It's over. It looks like there's no escape. Just when I was feeling depressed, Dr. Lin's next words made my brain explode. There is one more thing I need to tell you. If you have surgery, Kua's membrane may be damaged. What the hell? My mind exploded and I was stunned for a moment. Damn it, it's not enough to have undergone surgery, I have to use surgical forceps for the first time. This time, before I could stop her, Shu's mother couldn't sit still anymore and immediately said, old classmate, this matter. Dr. Lin immediately guessed what Mother Shu was thinking and quickly added, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, after the operation, I will repair it and ensure that Kua is still a perfect virgin. What a perfect mess. I almost cursed him out loud at that time. But then I thought that this was a hospital, and Dr. Lin was a classmate of Shu's mother, and he was the doctor who treated me, so it was wrong to curse him like that. But I still felt devastated. Oh my god, what am I going to go through? Now I understand why Shu Kir asked me to tell her the situation. Maybe she had already guessed this would happen. The clinic fell silent, and none of us for women spoke. The atmosphere was very solemn, and the air seemed to be still. I felt as if I was holding my breath in my chest, and my chest was stuffy and uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Mother Shu asked, if the blood test report shows that the testosterone level is not high, can we avoid the surgery? Dr. Lin said of course. Shu's mother and I both breathed a sigh of relief. But Dr. Lin continued, but it's probably too high. Another big gasp. I was anxious now, thinking, can you finish your words at once? Is it fun to have a big gasp for breath like this? Although that's my estimate, I can't guarantee that it's absolutely true. So, don't worry too much and relax. Besides, health is more valuable than money. Only when you are healthy, everything will be better, right? Seeing the smile on her face, I was speechless. I thought to myself, are you giving her a slap and then a candy? Do you have any sense of public morality? I asked, if I don't have this surgery, will it have any impact on my future? Dr. Lin said, if you don't do it, you will feel the pain every month. In addition, it will have a great impact on your future fertility. If the situation is good, you may only be able to have one baby. But if the situation is not good, you may not be able to conceive. So, I suggest you do the surgery when the time comes. After all, a woman needs to have a child to have a complete life. Shit, if I don't have the surgery, I won't be able to have children in the future. This result is very serious. So I turned my head and saw that Mother Shu's face looked very serious. After we came out of the clinic, Shu's mother and I didn't say anything. But my cousin laughed and said, "Cousin Kuo, you don't have to worry too much. It's just an operation, and it won't hurt after that. You can be a happy woman, how wonderful. Besides, Dr. Lin will repair it for you. Only we know about this. If you find a boyfriend in the future and he doesn't know about this, we will just pretend it never happened. You two can still do the things you love, have a baby, etc. It won't affect you at all." Although what she said makes sense, can you be more subtle? If you act like this, I will think you are a wild girl. Not only me, but even Shu's mother couldn't stand it anymore and quickly scolded her. What nonsense are you talking about? Do something you love? Aren't you ashamed? My cousin didn't take it seriously and said, "What are you talking about? We are all women, why should we be shy?" I smiled and just looked without saying anything. Mother Shu rolled her eyes at my cousin and said, "Looks like I have to tell your mother and ask her to take good care of you. Otherwise, it's embarrassing to talk so much." The cousin started to act like a spoiled brat again, and then made Shu's mother reluctant to complain. In fact, she was just talking, she would never really complain. When we were about to go downstairs, my cousin smiled and said, "Cousin Kuo, I will work for a few more days and then I can take a break. Then I will go to your school to play with you." Come on. I don't care whether she comes to play or not. However, her next words made my heart tremble. "I like your dormitory so much, I will sleep with you when the time comes." After saying that, she went back to the clinic happily. I stood there in a daze, not reacting. What? Sleep with me? Happiness came too suddenly, and I was not prepared. When I went downstairs, a silent smile appeared on my face, and I thought to myself that ever since I became a woman, my popularity with women has been unstoppable. At the same time, I also remembered what my cousin said, how wonderful it is to be a happy woman. It's over, it's over. I have to change my body back as soon as possible, otherwise I will get used to being a woman. Where is my masculine spirit? After we got in the car, Shu's mother started the car while comforting me, saying, "Kuo, I'm embarrassed about the surgery. But for your health, don't mind it too much or resist it too much. Besides, Yuan is right. Only the few of us know about this. Even if you find a boyfriend in the future, as long as we don't tell him, he won't know about it. It won't affect your relationship and life. To be honest, I'm not really worried about whether I'm complete or not. Anyway, I'm not going to marry Shukur in the future, so whether this body is complete or not has nothing to do with me. I just felt that it was too hard for me to accept this. Well, actually, since my body was changed, many things were hard for me to accept. For example, I checked into a hotel with Luo Shiyu at the beginning, and then I had my period and changed sanitary pads. But, I got through it in the end. So, I relaxed and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I can get through this." When Mother Shu saw how cheerful I was, a smile broke out on her face as well. When the car drove to the hospital, she asked me where I wanted to go for dinner. I think it's okay to be with her for a short time. If we spend more time together, mistakes are bound to happen. So, I said, "No, I'd better go back to school first. That classmate is waiting for me to go shopping together. After all, it's not good to postpone something I promised to do." Mother Shu didn't doubt it and said, "Okay, I'll take you home." After returning to school, I said goodbye to Mrs. Shu and turned around to call Shukur. After she answered the call, she asked me what was going on. I told the truth. After hearing what I said, Shukur on the other end of the phone exploded and said no, she would never do the surgery. "Where are you? I'll come to you right away." After saying that, she hung up the phone without giving me a chance to speak. Looking at the phone, I wondered if this woman was sick. No matter how anxious you are, you should let me tell you my location before hanging up, right? If you hang up now, let's see how you can find me. A few seconds later, she called. After answering the call, she said anxiously, "Hurry up and tell me where you are." I was speechless for a moment, and then told her the location. In less than 10 minutes, she came running. She ran to me, panting and said, "Call my mom right now and tell her that I will never do that surgery." "Why not?" I asked back unhappily. She got angry and yelled at me, "It's my body, I have the final say." Her voice was so loud that many people around looked at her. I was worried that she would make a fuss and let the matter slip. So I quickly pulled her aside and asked her why she was so loud. Did she want everyone to know about her illness? Shukor also realized that she was too excited just now, but she still refused to admit her mistake, saying, "Who told you to make a rash decision? Besides, why do you make a decision for me? What is the relationship between us?" I said confidently, "Just because I am the master of this body, what's the problem?" She was also anxious and said, "Then I will make our relationship public now." "Then go ahead and make it public." "Well, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I've seen what I should have seen, and touched what I should have touched. After making it public, I will spread these things. By then, there will definitely be a lot of people who want to know your measurements, personal preferences, and so on. Maybe, I can even become the most popular person of the year," I said with a smile. Shukor pointed at me, gasping for breath in anger. Her face turned pale and blue, and her eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. After holding it in for a long time, she finally uttered 2 words: "shameless." I laughed, put my hands on my hips and said, "Yes, I am shameless and a hooligan." "Why?" This time she was so angry that she couldn't speak, and she just stomped her feet and turned around, looking very feminine. I really couldn't stand that my manly body had become so effeminate. So I quickly said, all right, stop it. It's really unbearable to watch. Unless you refuse to undergo the surgery." Shukor glared at me and said, "Do you think I want to have surgery? Do you think I want to lie there and let them look at me?" I let out my anger all at once, shocking her. "But there's no other way. If I don't have surgery, I'll be in so much pain every month. I can't stand it. And if we switch places someday, not only will you be in so much pain every month, but what if it affects your ability to have children in the future?" Shukor pouted and said, "If I can't have a baby, then I can't have one. What does it have to do with you?" Maybe I spoke too quickly at the time. I actually blurted out, "Why doesn't it matter? What if I end up marrying you one day?" Chapter 19, I Make You Hungry. After saying that, even I was scared. Shukor was even angrier, saying, "Who wants to marry you? You're dreaming. No, it's impossible even in dreams. And you're unlucky enough to marry me? My God, it's my misfortune, okay." Just as he finished speaking, 2 women walked by. The 2 of them looked at Shukor suspiciously. One of the women whispered, "Did that loser get his brain for free when he recharged his phone bill? He doesn't even want such a beautiful girlfriend. I don't know what he's thinking." That's right. If it were me, I would have slapped him a long time ago. Is it unfortunate to marry me? I am unfortunate for your sister. Hearing these 2 passers-by's wonderful comments, I couldn't help but laugh and said that the public has sharp eyes. Shukor was so angry that she turned around and was about to leave. I quickly pulled her and asked her what she was going to do. She said angrily, "I want to talk to them and make it clear whether marrying you is my misfortune or not." After holding her, I hurriedly said, "What are you talking about? Don't go out and embarrass me." Shukor immediately shook off my hand and said, "Who embarrassed you? Don't talk nonsense. You are my body now. If you go out and talk nonsense, they will of course say something about Zhang Qiang. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me?" I explained. "Don't say that." Shukor pointed at me and said seriously, "It sounds like I'm someone of yours." After she said that, I realized that this was indeed what she meant. I chuckled, put my hand on her shoulder, and said, "Since you don't want to have the operation, I'll find a way to postpone it. But if we haven't switched before your period next month, you have to take care of me and be responsible for me, understand?" She frowned and said, "Why do I feel like there's something fishy about what you said?" "No way." I shrugged nonchalantly. "Yes." While Shukor and I were joking around, I didn't expect that Luo Xiu had seen this. And later, this incident caused a lot of trouble. After continuing to chat with Shukor for a while, I ran to the cafeteria to eat and then returned to the dormitory. But downstairs in the dormitory, I met Lin Yuqiao and her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is from the sports institute of our school. He is about 1.8 meters tall and works out regularly, so he is very strong. In addition, he is also good looking, so he is liked by Lin Yuqiao. However, this bastard was a typical carnivore and was not at all content. Later, it was for this reason that Lin Yuqiao made up her mind to break up with him. But now they are doing fine, but I feel uncomfortable watching it. When we walked towards each other, Lin Yuqiao greeted me with a smile first. Her boyfriend also smiled at me, but his eyes were mixed with something else, like the look a man gets when he sees a beautiful woman. So, I think his smile was also a little bit naughty, as if to say, this girl is prettier than my girlfriend. I responded to Lin Yuqiao and then walked past them face to face. But after walking a few steps, I heard the man behind me say, Xiao Qiao, was that your classmate just now? Lin Yuqiao was very naive and had no idea that her boyfriend had already had feelings for me. She even introduced me in a silly way, saying, that's my roommate, her name is Shukuo. When I returned to the dormitory, I saw Luo Shiyu inside. She was watching a TV series, and after I greeted her, I turned on the TV to watch a video. College life is like this, relaxed and casual. As soon as the camera was turned on, Luo Shiyu asked, hey, Kuo, where did you go this morning? I went to see a gynecologist with my mother. I answered truthfully. Luo Shiyu immediately stood up, walked over to me, and asked, what's the result? I sighed and said that the results haven't come out yet and I will go again in 2 days. She said, oh, did you come in from the West Gate? I went out to buy something just now and I seemed to see you. Hearing this, my heart suddenly turned cold, and I was a little panicked. I thought, could it be that Luo Shiyu saw me and Shukuo meeting? It can't be such a coincidence, right? At this time, she asked again, you said you were the same, coming in from the West Gate alone without calling me. If you had called me, we could have gone out for dinner together. She said I came in from the West Gate alone. Could it be that she saw me by chance after Shukur and I separated? If so, maybe she didn't know that Shukur and I had met. If so, I couldn't admit it. So I quickly said, oh, and said that I thought you might have eaten at that time, so I didn't call you. Oh, by the way, have you eaten? If not, go eat soon. My answer was to agree with what she said, that I entered the West Gate alone and concealed the fact that I had met Shukur. And this was exactly her trap. However, even though she got the answer she didn't want, she still didn't show it, but said, I'd eaten it too. After saying that, she went back to watching the movie, but I was still unaware of the pitfall and focused on watching the TV series. After a while, my cell phone started ringing. When I took it out, I saw that it was a call from Hanhu. My first reaction was, is this guy going to confess his love to me again? So I turned on silent mode, put my phone aside and ignored it. I didn't reject the call directly because I was afraid he would call again later. But what I didn't expect was that after about 10 minutes, I heard someone outside the balcony shouting, Kuo, do you want to go to the movies? Hanhu's voice. Damn, this guy is really aggressive. Even if you want to ask a girl out to the movies, this is not the way to do it, right? I was too lazy to respond. But Luo Shiyu couldn't stand it anymore, so she went to the balcony and shouted down, Kuo is not here, go and see for yourself. After saying that, she returned to her seat and continued watching the movie. But soon, I heard someone knocking on the door. I was close to the door, so I went to open it. After opening it, I saw a girl standing outside, but I didn't know her. I wasn't sure if she was Shukuo's friend, so I didn't say anything first, for fear of exposing myself. You are Shukuo, right? When I heard this, I was stunned. You don't even know me. But since the other party came to me, I also responded politely and said that I was Shukuo. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? The girl smiled and said, my boyfriend has a good relationship with Hanhu. So, Hanhu called my boyfriend and asked him to ask me to knock on your dormitory door to see if you are there. If you are there, I will tell you that Hanhu invites you to the movies and I hope you will come and see me. Well, I'm done. Bye. After saying that, the girl jumped away. After she finished her gibberish, I was a little confused. When I came to my senses and understood what she meant, I immediately pushed the door and slammed it shut. After closing the door, I was still angry and wondered when Hanhu would ever stop. Soon, I heard someone downstairs shouting, Kuo, give me some face. Damn, it's still Hanhu. It must be that girl who called Hanhu and told him that I was in the dormitory and conveyed his words. That's why Hanhu kept shouting. To be honest, I really admire his brain. He can think of such a roundabout way to get me out. No one else can do that. But even so, there's no way I'd go to the movies with you because I'm not gay. Thinking about this, I walked towards the balcony, intending to reject Hanhu in person. If I didn't reject him, Yu Xiaoman would have to trouble me later. But as soon as I walked to the balcony, Luo Shiyu suddenly pulled me back and asked, "Don't show up, let me do it." As she said that, she ran back to the sink and turned on the faucet, which made a loud sound. Soon, she came back, but she was holding a basin of water. I immediately opened my mouth, made a surprised sound, and a surprised smile appeared on my face. Luo Shiyu smiled at me, then walked to the balcony with the basin of water and started pouring it down without saying a word. We live on the 4th floor, so there is no iron fence installed on the balcony. When the water splashed out, it poured down immediately with a loud splash. I went closer to the balcony and saw that Hanhu's face changed color when he saw the water pouring down, and he turned around and ran away immediately. So, the water only fell on his original position and did not pour on him, which was a pity. But this guy actually laughed and said, "Kua, I'm not sweating and I don't want to take a bath. If you want, we can take a bath together." After saying this, he burst into laughter. Damn it, this bastard actually dared to tease me in front of a whole dormitory building and hundreds of girls. I can tolerate it, but I can't tolerate it. I immediately said to Luo Shiyu, "Well, go find some helpers first. We have to get that bastard wet today." Luo Shiyu immediately ran out to find someone in the next dorm. I showed up, looked down, and shouted to Hanhu, "You're a grown man, but you're still afraid of getting wet. You're such a coward." Hanhu is a very proud guy. When he heard me say that he was a coward, he immediately stood under the dormitory and said loudly, "Kua, as long as you like, I will be happy to shower me as many times as you like. Come on, give me a cold shower. It's a deal. If you run again, you'll be a puppy." As I said that, I looked back. Wow, Luo Shiyu actually found 7 or 8 girls from the next door dorm. Moreover, each of them was holding a wash basin and a bucket, collecting water. After they came over, Luo Shiyu smiled at me, pointed to a bucket of dirty water, and said, "Look what this is." I frowned and asked, "What kind of water is this?" Luo Shiyu said, "When I went over, I saw someone washing underwear, and in another dormitory, someone was washing shoes and socks. There was also a dormitory that actually left a bucket of foot washing water. So, I mixed their water and brought it all over. How is it? Awesome. Awesome, my sister." I laughed and said that Hanhu would have a taste of his own medicine now. As I said that, I took the bucket of dirty water. Seeing the turbid appearance, I thought about the ingredients in it. I thought that I could understand the water for washing underwear and socks. Why is there water for washing feet? Oh my god, how lazy must the girl who left the water for washing feet be? It's the afternoon of the second day, and it hasn't been poured out yet. If Shukor and I hadn't exchanged bodies, how could I know the little known secret? Instantly, my good impression of the girls' dormitory was lowered a lot. But, this also made me more curious about how Hanhu would react after being drenched by the water. At this time, Hanhu's voice rang out from the balcony, "Kua, haven't you got the water yet? I'm already thirsty and horny." I couldn't help laughing when I heard this. Are you thirsty? Okay, I'll let you taste enough. Chapter 20, Luo Shiyu is angry. Don't run. I shouted and immediately gave a wink to Luo Shiyu and the others. Luo Shiyu and the others nodded almost at the same time, then took their own basins and poked or something, then shouted 1, 2, 3 in a low voice. When the 3 words were shouted, several girls poured the water out together. I stood on the balcony and looked down. Hanhu didn't leave, but opened his arms, facing upwards, looking like he was expecting to be splashed with water. Almost 100 kilograms of cold water fell down in an instant. There was a splash, and most of the cold water fell to the ground. A small amount hit Hanhu's face, instantly soaking his hair and clothes. After being drenched, Hanhu opened his eyes and laughed, saying loudly, It's so cool. Kua, is there anything else?" I laughed and said there was still 1 bucket left, and I would pour it out myself, so you can't run away. Come on, it's okay, as many as you want. Hanhu shouted. Seeing where he was standing, I picked up the bucket of dirty water and immediately poured it out. The dirty water splashed onto Hanhu's face. When Hanhu heard the sound of dirty water hitting the ground, he immediately shouted, "Kua, your water. Hey, what's that smell? Why is it weird? Why is it a little smelly? Kua, what kind of water is this?" When we heard this, we were already laughing on the balcony. I shouted down below, "This is the water used by girls to wash their underwear, socks and feet. How is it? Doesn't it smell good? What? Han Hu yelled, and immediately put his hands on his throat. Fuck, I just tasted it. Having said that, he ran away immediately, probably going back to take a shower and rinse his mouth or something. We stood on the balcony and laughed so hard, thinking to ourselves, Han Hu seemed quite smart when he was bullying others, but why was he so stupid in front of Shukur? Didn't he think that I would bully him? After watching Han Hu run away, I smiled and said, Luo Shiyu, you are really talented. She also laughed a lot and asked why Han Hu was so annoying like a fly. After sending the other girls away, there were only 2 of us left in the dormitory. After laughing for a while, the door of our dormitory was slammed. I knew it was Yu Xiaoman without opening the door. Apart from her, no one else in this building dared to knock on our dormitory door like that. After opening the door, I saw Yu Xiaoman standing outside with a furious look on her face and a fierce look as if she wanted to kill someone. When she saw me, she was also very angry and asked, Shukur, you are going too far, aren't you? I knew she would come to see me, so I wasn't panicked at all. Isn't it for you that I'm doing this? Me? Yu Xiaoman was stunned for a moment. Why is it for me? Don't bluff me. When she said this, her anger had subsided a little. I explained, think about it. I humiliated Han Hu in this way, making him disgusted with me and give up pursuing me. In this way, your chances will be greater, right? Yu Xiaoman's eyes rolled, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of smugness. But then she stopped smiling, with a little anger on her face, saying that even if that was the case, you couldn't use that kind of water to splash Han Hu, it was too dirty. Besides, if this got out, where would he put his face? How would he survive in school in the future? I said seriously, for stubborn diseases, strong medicine is needed. She nodded slightly and said that what you said made some sense. Seeing that she had calmed down, I smiled and said, go and appease Han Hu and make him give up on me. Going now will have the best effect. Yu Xiaoman seemed to have just understood, so she quickly said, okay, I'll go now. After saying that, she ran away at a very fast speed. Seeing her coming in a hurry and leaving in a hurry, I thought to myself, is this girl's brain smaller than her breasts? She can't even understand this little thing, and she comes to get angry with me. With your IQ, I can't bear to play with you, otherwise others will scold me for bullying a mentally retarded person. After closing the door and sitting back in the chair, Luo Shiyu asked, Kuer, can Han Hu really give up pursuing you this time? I think so, right? If he can tolerate this, I have to give him credit. I also hope he gives up soon. Otherwise, it's really annoying, it never ends all day long. I smiled and said, he's obviously pursuing me. But why do I feel like you hate him more than I do? Is it okay that I hate boys? Luo Shiyu said. Hate boys? Then won't you find a boyfriend in the future? Won't you get married? I asked curiously. Luo Shiyu said confidently, even if I become an old woman, I will not marry those heartless and ungrateful men. As she spoke, she seemed to be very disgusted with this topic, so she said unhappily, forget it, let's not talk about this, it will save me from being upset. Seeing her like this, I didn't dare to ask any more questions. However, I was puzzled as to why Luo Shiyu hated men so much. Could it be that she had been cheated by some unfaithful man? At about 8 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on our dormitory door. When he opened the door, he saw Yu Xiaoman again. Moreover, she looked lost, like an eggplant with frost on it, wilted. I frowned and asked her what was wrong. Yu Xiaoman looked at me intently and said, Shukur, tell me, what's so good about you? Why is it that Han Hu still doesn't plan to give up on you even though you're like this? What? Still not giving up? Let alone Yu Xiaoman, even I want to ask him, what is so good about me? Tell me and I will change. Please don't like me anymore, okay? Yu Xiaoman grabbed my shoulders, came in front of me, pressed her body against mine, stared at me, and said, can you think of a more ruthless way to make him completely give up the idea of you? She really looks a bit scary. I was scared by her, and asked what I could do, unless I had a boyfriend. I swear, I was just saying it casually at that time. But I didn't expect Yu Xiaoman to take it seriously. She suddenly snapped her fingers, an excited smile appeared on her face, and she said, yes, that's right. As long as you have someone, Han Hu will definitely give up if he sees no chance. No, I was just joking. I explained hurriedly. Yu Xiaoman didn't care about this and said that it was not a joke. This method was the most useful. Let me think about it, who should I let be your boyfriend? If the strength is too weak, I am afraid Han-hu will beat the other party away directly. Seeing that she was helping me choose a boyfriend, I quickly yelled, "Stop! This is not okay, absolutely not okay. Not to mention that I won't agree to it. Even the real Shukor will definitely not agree to it. If I really find one, even if it's a fake one, Shukor will come to me and make trouble. Besides, am I sick? I'm a grown man, and I want to find a boyfriend for myself. What kind of thing is this? Even if I'm a girl now, it won't work, absolutely not." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Shiyu in the dormitory also said, "Yu Xiaoman, whether our Kuo wants to find a boyfriend or what kind of boyfriend she wants to find is none of your business, so don't mess around with her. Besides, why should our Kuo sacrifice so much for you? Who are you? Besides, if you really like Han-hu, pursue him with your own ability. If you can't catch him, then find someone else, don't be as stubborn as Han-hu. Are you annoying?" Luo Shiyu's words reminded me. I remember that 4 years later, Yu Xiaoman and Han-hu were together. It seemed that Han-hu was injured and Yu Xiaoman went to take care of him, and then the two of them were together. So I comforted her and said, "Yu Xiaoman, the key to whether two people can be together is whether they get along well. You see, Han-hu is stubborn, and so are you. You two are very similar and get along well. So, don't give up on Han-hu, and pursue him boldly. I can guarantee that you will definitely get him in the future." Yu Xiaoman looked at me suspiciously. "Are you serious?" I patted my chest and said of course it was true, it would be so unfulfilling to lie to you. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll trust you this time." "Oh no, that's not right, what do you mean you don't feel fulfilled by lying to me? Are you saying I'm stupid?" Before I could say anything, Luo Shiyu added unhappily, "How smart do you think you are?" "Luo Shiyu, you. Humph, for Shukua's sake, I won't bother with you." After saying that, Yu Xiaoman walked to my side and whispered, "Hey, do you like Zhongqiang?" I immediately looked at Yu Xiaoman, feeling a little surprised, wondering why she suddenly said this. "You look so surprised, did I guess it?" Yu Xiaoman smiled cunningly. "It seems that you are really having an affair with that Zhongqiang. However, I admire your courage. You are interested in a loser like Zhongqiang. What's wrong with Zhongqiang? Is he so bad? Why can't I see it?" I asked back in annoyance. Yu Xiaoman laughed and said that it is true that a lover sees beauty in everything. "Okay, as long as you like it, I have no objection." Having said that, she left happily. As I watched her leave, I couldn't help but wonder, did she see me chatting with Shukor and was just making a blind guess? Just as I was thinking about it, I turned around and immediately met Luo Shiyu's gaze. She looked very unhappy, her eyes were bulging, and she looked very angry. She said, "Kuo, are you really in love with Zhongqiang?" "Damn, why are you asking this?" "Of course not, that's impossible." I denied it immediately. At the same time, I thought to myself, the one I like now is Lin Yuqiao, not Shukor. Luo Shiyu asked again, "Then why did you lie to me?" "Lie to you? When have I ever lied to you? You still don't admit it. You clearly met Zhongqiang outside the West School gate at noon today, and you two were arguing with each other. When you came back, I asked you if you came in from the West School gate alone. You said yes. If you had nothing to hide, why did you lie to me?" When Luo Shiyu said this, she was very emotional and almost shouted at the end. I was also surprised to see her reaction so strongly, because I didn't expect that she saw what happened at noon. Moreover, she looked very sad, as if I had let her down. Damn, what is Luo Shiyu's orientation? Her eyes are red, could she be in love with me? Mom, this is a joke. Chapter 21, Changing into Hot Pants. No, that's it. Luo Shiyu, let's calm down first and talk things out, okay? In the afternoon, I was still wondering if you two had anything else to say, and if I had misunderstood. As she spoke, her tears flowed out. I panicked a little and hurried to get her a tissue. But she didn't answer. Instead, she looked at me coldly and said, "My mother told me that as a girl, you must do your best to protect the things you love. So, I won't let anyone take you away." After saying that, she slammed the door and left angrily. When I heard the door closing, I couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, I felt something was wrong and thought something was going to happen. But when I chased her out, Luo Shiyu had already gone to nowhere. I called her, but she didn't answer. Damn, this woman is really angry. Will she do something unexpected? I'm not sure. Luo Shiyu didn't come back until the lights were turned off in the dormitory at night. I called, sent text messages, and WeChat messages, but she didn't reply to any of them. For 2 days in a row, Luo Shiyu just went to class as usual but didn't go back to the dormitory. I went to find her, but she just told me that she was fine and then turned and left. I was very worried about her condition, but I didn't know what to do or how to deal with my relationship with her. I was confused. Just at this time, Shu's mother called me and said that the test results were out and asked me to go to the hospital with her. Damn it, needless to say, I will definitely have to undergo surgery. So I said I changed my mind and didn't want to have the surgery, and asked her to ask Dr. Lin if there was a different treatment plan. Mother Shu said, whether you can change it or not, you have to go to the hospital, see the results, and then ask again. That's right. So, I followed Mother Shu to see Dr. Lin again. But on their way there, I sent a text message to Shukur to tell her about it. Her attitude remained firm. She must not have that operation. I don't have a virgin complex, so I don't care about it. But Shukur is different. She takes it very seriously, so even if this disease will affect her future fertility, she is determined not to have surgery. I felt very angry and thought to myself, if we couldn't switch bodies, wouldn't I be the one who was in pain? After putting my phone in my pocket, I have been thinking about this question, should I do it or not? If I could switch bodies with hers in the future, I would definitely choose not to do it, because it wouldn't affect me anyway. But if there is no chance to switch bodies in the future, then I would be the one in pain, and it would be so painful every month, I couldn't stand it, so I would definitely choose to do it. But the key point now is that I don't know if I can switch with Shukur, and when I can switch. So, I started to struggle. I arrived at the hospital in a state of confusion, and then went to see Dr. Lin with Mother Shu. As Dr. Lin predicted, the testosterone in this body was too high, so I needed surgery. At that time, I even wondered if it was because I entered this body that caused the testosterone level to be too high. This question cannot be explored. So, I can only say that I need to go to the toilet. On the way to the bathroom, I called Shukur again. When she answered, she immediately said angrily, "Are you annoying? I already said I wouldn't do it, why are you still asking?" I didn't want to ask her this originally. But now with her attitude, I felt unhappy and said, "I asked for your opinion because you were once the owner of this body. If you keep making trouble, I will really do it." Shukur also took the risk and said, "If you dare to do it, I will cut myself with a knife." Damn, this woman is so cruel. I didn't care anymore and said, "If you dare to touch my brother, I will go to the bar and pick up 3 or 4 men. I will show you my big belly, and I'll tell you, I don't know who the father is." As soon as she finished speaking, Shukir's tone suddenly softened, and she said in a crying voice, "Please, don't have the surgery, okay?" I really couldn't bear to do anything when she suddenly softened. Besides, I didn't ask about this matter in the first place. So I quickly explained, "I was just trying to scare you. Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to ask you, how is the investigation going? After that incident, did you ask Zhu Jian about it? I looked for him, but he said that he was the only one in the dormitory with you that day. However, nothing unusual happened." In order to make me believe her, she said, "I really asked him several times, and he said that he didn't find anything unusual. No abnormality occurred." I think this sounds very familiar. While I was silent and concentrating on the source of that sentence, Shukir asked, "Hey, why are you silent? Don't go for the surgery." No. I suddenly remembered where that sentence came from. Well, go find Zhu Jian and ask him again. If he still says he didn't find anything unusual, then tell him, then I'll take care of it. What do you mean? Shukur asked. I hurriedly said, "Don't worry about it, just do as I say." Shukur said, "Oh," and said, "What if he says something else, how should I respond? If it's what I think, he'll say, well, go ahead and I'll keep an eye on it for you. Then you'll say, damn, why are all these people dead? Then you'll listen to what he says." Shukur was a little confused and asked, "Why is this similar to the jargon in the movies? What does it mean?" I directly scolded him, "Women should stay out of men's business. Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You dare to yell at me?" Do you believe I won't go? Shukor got angry. I said confidently, I won't force you. Hey, do you think I should take a bath tonight? As soon as she finished speaking, Shukor started yelling, shameless, bastard, I won't let you succeed, just wait for me. After saying that, she hung up the phone immediately, probably to go find Zhu Jian. Coming out of the bathroom, I thought to myself, if it is really as I thought, then I will have to look at Zhu Jian in a new light. Back in the clinic, my cousin Yuan came over and took my arm, smiling and saying, cousin, have the surgery, so you can be a happy woman in the future. I was speechless, thinking to myself, why should I be happy being a woman? I clearly want to be a man. Then, Mother Shu asked, Koa, what have you thought about? Do you want to have surgery? If so, Dr. Lin can arrange it right away, and he can guarantee that it won't recur in the future. Shukor hasn't sent me the result yet, so I can't do anything about it for now. So I said, I want to think about this matter again. Seeing that I really couldn't make up my mind, Mother Shu didn't force me and said, okay, then think about it again. After saying that, she also apologized to Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin smiled and said, I can understand this. Koa, think about it carefully when you go back. After coming out of the clinic, Shu's mother and I were about to go downstairs, but cousin Yuan asked us to wait for a while. She turned around and ran away. After a while, she came back, and she had taken off her nurse uniform and returned to her original outfit, a creamy white t-shirt and hot pants. Her two white thighs were dangling outside, long and straight, and looked very beautiful. After she came over, she immediately took my arm, got very close to me, and said with a smile, cousin, I'm going to take a few days off and plan to visit your school. When she said this, I immediately remembered that the last time she came for a checkup, she said she wanted to come and play with me and sleep with me. I couldn't help but look at her again, then smiled and said, okay. After getting in the car, Mrs. Shu asked me if I was going back to school now. My original intention was. But my cousin Yuan said first, Aunt, I want to buy some clothes. Can you take us to Bale Shopping Center? Bale Shopping Mall is a very famous mall in our area. Everything is good, but the prices are a bit high. I came here to look for suits for a job interview. The cheapest ones were priced in 3 or 4 digits, so I turned around and left. Then I went to the night market and bought a suit for 300 or 400 yuan, but it broke after a short time. Seeing that my cousin Yuan wanted to go, I said, okay, let's go to the Bale Shopping Center first. Mother Shu said, okay, I'll buy 2 pieces of underwear as well. Buying underwear? Then, Mother Shu said, Koa, your size is about the same as mine. Help me choose one later. Can I help you choose? I was a little confused, and then I took a look at Shu's mother's figure, and my heart beat faster. I thought to myself, you can choose, but you can't change in front of me and ask me if it's suitable. As she said that, Mother Shu drove us there, then parked the car in the underground parking lot, and the 3 of us walked upstairs together. We first went to their women's clothing store. To be honest, this was my first time in a women's clothing store. I had no choice but to be single before, so I had no chance to find a girlfriend and naturally no chance to go to a women's clothing store. The first time I came in, I looked around like a curious baby, but my cousin Yuan went straight to their hot pants and selected them one by one. I walked over with Shu's mother. I didn't think it was a big deal. Nowadays, many young girls wear hot pants. Besides, they are willing to show off and we are willing to watch, so why not? But Mother Shu is different from us in age. She said that you little girls just like to wear clothes with less fabric, showing your breasts and legs, and you don't know how to be reserved. Cousin Yuan smiled and said, who told me that I don't have such a strong feminine charm as my aunt? These words made Mother Shu smile so much. As she spoke, she picked up 2 pairs of shorts and asked me what I thought. I don't know much about these, but it sounds pretty good. The salesgirl next to her also said that this was the most popular style at the moment, and then she said a lot of other things. Yuan seemed unmoved, looking around as if she was trying to decide which one to buy. Seeing that she was in a dilemma, I told her to just buy them all so she wouldn't have to worry about it. Cousin Yuan frowned slightly and said no, the 2 models are very similar, and if she buys both, she would feel like she has overpaid. At this time, Shu's mother said, then try them on to see how they work, and then decide which one to buy. Okay, wait for me for a while. Then, my cousin Yuan took the shorts and walked away. But after taking a step, she turned around and looked at me and asked, "Cousin, how about we buy one each?" As soon as she finished speaking, the shopping guide started to cheer. "If you two sisters each buy one, you will look very matching when you go out, and it can also enhance the sisterhood, which is great." The salesperson was of course eager for us to buy more. But I didn't like wearing this thing, it was so short, almost the same size as the boxer briefs I used to wear. But before I could say anything, Yuan grabbed my wrist, pulled me towards the fitting room, and said, "Cousin, let's go put it on and see the effect." Chapter 22, What kind of underwear do men like? My cousin Yuan pulled me into the fitting room. After entering, I found that the fitting room was quite spacious. Not to mention 2 people, even if 3 people came in to change clothes, they wouldn't feel crowded. Hanging the hot pants next to her, cousin Yuan unzipped her pants and took them off directly. I stood there, looking at the see-through lace panties she was wearing, and couldn't help but gasp. When she saw me staring at her, she chuckled and said, "Cousin, aren't you sexy?" When I saw the smile on her face, I was still a little dazed, my face turned hot and my throat became dry. Then she walked up to me and whispered in my ear, "I'll tell you a secret when I go to your bedroom tonight." After saying that, she chuckled, then picked up her hot pants and started changing. When she was putting on her hot pants, she saw that I didn't move, so she asked suspiciously, "Why don't you change?" I was so focused on watching her that I forgot that I came in to change into shorts. So I immediately came to my senses, said, "Oh," and started to take off my pants. After changing, we both walked out together. When they walked outside, cousin Yuan walked forward confidently like a model, and asked Mother Shu with a smile, "Auntie, what do you think?" Mother Shu took a look at her and said it was not bad, except that the pants were a little short and revealed too much. As she spoke, she saw me. I don't really like wearing hot pants, and I was reluctant to even go in and change. So when I came out, I felt a little embarrassed, and my legs felt cold and uncomfortable. Maybe my mother also noticed that I didn't like wearing this, so she said, "Even though Kuer looks youthful in this, I still think you look prettier in jeans or a skirt." As she spoke, she took down a black skirt from the side, walked over, handed it to me and asked me to try it on. "What? Let me wear a skirt." Looking at the black short skirt, I didn't dare to take it. I remember my mother told me that I wore a skirt when I was 2 or 3 years old. At that time, I looked like a girl in a skirt, but unfortunately I was a naughty boy. At that time, I said, "What's wrong with a boy?" My grandparents wanted a boy. So, I wore a skirt that time. Since then, my grandparents would never let me wear one, saying that I was the eldest grandson in the family, not a girl. I never thought that after more than 20 years, I would have to wear a skirt again. Seeing that I didn't take it, Shu's mother asked, "Kuer, don't you like this one? How about changing to another one?" As she said this, she went to get other skirts. I quickly stopped him and said that I was feeling a little uncomfortable today, so maybe I could wear it another day. Actually, I really can't accept wearing a skirt. Although I am Shukua's daughter now, my appearance and figure are impeccable. But I have a man's heart, and I can tolerate wearing underwear. If I have to wear a skirt again, it's really disgusting. When Mrs. Shu heard me say I was not feeling well, she immediately put down her skirt, walked up to me, and asked me what was wrong and whether I wanted to go to the hospital. I didn't want to go back to the hospital, so I said, "It's nothing, it's probably because I didn't eat breakfast and my blood sugar is a little low." After hearing this, Mother Shu was relieved and said that women are born with a lack of blood due to physiological reasons, so they must replenish their qi and blood. And breakfast must be eaten. So, how about we go eat first and then buy clothes? That's good, so I nodded in agreement. After saying that, I hurried back to change out of my shorts and came out again in my jeans. But my cousin Yuan took the initiative and bought both pairs of shorts, saying that they looked good on me and wanted to buy them for me. Seeing that she had already bought it, it would be inappropriate for me not to accept it, so I had no choice but to accept it, thinking that I wouldn't wear it in the future anyway. After reaching the 3rd floor of the mall, we both found a Western restaurant. This is my first time in a Western restaurant. I was single before, and my salary was low, so I never came here. The first time I came in, I was still a little confused and nervous. I didn't know where to go, and after finding a seat, I didn't know how to order. I was so nervous that I didn't know whether to put my hands in my trouser pockets or put them down casually. At this time, Mother Shu asked me what I wanted to eat. I gave a dry laugh and said, "It's up to you guys to order." Mother Shu didn't order any food. Instead, she looked at me with some concern on her face and said, "Kua, you don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Can I say that I was nervous because I didn't quite understand the rules here? Nothing, just a little hungry. I continued to make excuses. Mother Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, I'll order some first, and if you don't like it, I can order something else." As she spoke, she immediately ordered a number of dishes. Soon, the dishes came, and I had basically only seen them on TV. Moreover, each one was so delicious that I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. While eating, Mrs. Shu said she wanted to go to the bathroom, then got up and left. As soon as she left, Cousin Yuan came over and whispered, "Cousin, didn't you tell me last time that you wanted to see a video? Hey, I got it for you. Short video." I was suddenly startled. Damn, could it be that kind of thing? Your mom, Shukua, actually wants to watch this kind of thing? Oh my god, this is really explosive news. Suddenly I learned a secret of Shukua, and my heart was so excited. I thought to myself, Shukua, I didn't expect that although you look pure on the outside, you are actually a bit wild on the inside. Not only that, Yuan's cousin went on to say, "Cousin, don't worry, these short videos I made are all selected according to your requirements, and they will definitely satisfy you." Seeing her giggling, I also smiled and thought that was great. I also wanted to see what Shukua's requirements were for choosing short videos. As I was speaking, my cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Shukua's phone number. Fortunately, I was smart and marked Shukua as the woman surnamed Shu. Otherwise, if I had marked it directly as Shukua, if my cousin Yuan saw it, I would not know how to explain it. After answering the call, I immediately moved to the side. Shukua said, "I went to ask Zhu Jian as you said." I was anxious and asked immediately, "What did he say?" He laughed and said, "I did it. When I heard this answer, I was surprised and happy. But then I was confused. That boy looked ordinary, how could he be him? I was just thinking about this when my cousin Yuan next to me asked, "Cousin, who is it?" Although I moved to the side, we were still close, so Shukua could hear her voice. "Cousin? Are you with my cousin?" Shukua asked hurriedly. I wanted to hide it at first, for fear that she would make a scene after knowing it. But now I couldn't hide it anymore, so I just said directly, "Yes, is there a problem? Any questions? Who told you to be with her? Who allowed you to be with her?" Judging from Shukua's voice, she must be very angry. I wasn't in a hurry at all, and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid that I'll know that you watch porn?" As soon as these words came out, Shukua immediately asked, "What little movie?" "I don't know. I warn you, stay away from my cousin, don't get close to her, and don't lead her astray. Do you understand?" I didn't take her threats seriously at all, and she said she was just pretending to be me. "Okay, I'll talk to you about this matter after I know your requirements for selecting the short film. I also have some experience in this regard, so can we exchange ideas then?" "You, a hooligan, you make me so angry." When I heard Shukua shouting on the phone, I laughed very happily, then hung up the phone and ignored her. Seeing me laughing so happily and mentioning porn, my cousin Yuan asked curiously, "Cousin, are these your roommates? Do they watch porn too?" Of the three of them, I think Ju is the only one who might go to watch it. But I'm not sure, so I can only say, I don't know. As we were talking, Mrs. Shu came back. Seeing that we were chatting so happily, she asked us what we were talking about. I still couldn't let her know about the porn topic. So I quickly said, "Nothing, just chatting." After dinner, they didn't go shopping for clothes or pants, but went directly to buy underwear, which was what Shu's mother had agreed on before. I couldn't find an excuse to leave, so I had to stay. When I entered the lingerie store, I was a little dazzled by the variety of colors and styles of lingerie. Moreover, it was my first time in such a store, and I couldn't help but get excited, and my blood flowed faster. It was then that I suddenly realized that I had always been single and had never had a girlfriend, and I seemed to have missed a lot of things. After we came in, the salesgirl came over to greet us and asked us what style and color we liked and she could recommend something for us. Mrs. Shu was not at all reserved and asked casually, "Do you have any thin ones?" Thin version. Oh my god, this is too much. The salesgirl immediately smiled and said, "Yes, yes, please come this way." It is said that under her guidance, Shu's mother followed her to the side to look at the thin ones. I did not follow her, but looked at other styles with my cousin Yuan Yuan. At this time, another shopping guide asked us what style we liked. I hurriedly explained, "I am here with my mother to buy things. You can just take care of her and don't worry about us." The salesgirl smiled politely and stepped aside. After she left, cousin Yuan Yuan asked quietly, "Cousin, do you know what kind of underwear boys generally like?" Hey, you asked the right person. Most men prefer something sexier, such as something translucent, looming, and a bit interesting. If the colors are brighter, it can stimulate their nerves and arouse their interest. I answered truthfully. As soon as these words were spoken, cousin Yuan Yuan's eyes immediately widened and said, "Cousin, you are so amazing. You know all this." I thought to myself, I'm a fucking man, it would be strange if I didn't know. As we were chatting, I heard Shu's mother shouting, "Kuer, come over here and help mom choose some underwear." Chapter 23, How did you do it? When I heard Shu's mother shouting, I thought to myself, I can't escape. In that case, let me help you choose. With my man's eyes, I can help you choose a sexy and beautiful one. I walked over with my cousin Yuan Yuan to take a look, and I saw Mother Shu was looking at a red one and a black one. It was exactly as she had asked before, a thin model. When I saw those two pieces of underwear, my eyes couldn't help but widen, thinking, aren't they too thin? Looking at Mother Shu's graceful curves, I suddenly became extremely curious. I thought, how beautiful it would be if she put it on to see the effect. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but slightly rise up. At this time, Shu's mother asked, "Kuer, which of these two do you think is better looking?" As she spoke, she picked it up and compared it to her chest. Although the effect is not as good as wearing it, but by comparing it this way, I can also see the approximate effect. I have to say that Shu's mother is really about 40 years old, but her D-cup breasts are still so proud that they make my eyes pop out. As soon as she compared them, her cousin Yuan Yuan took another one, touched the fabric and said with a smile, "Aunt, this underwear feels so comfortable, you have a really good taste." Wow, uncle is so happy. Hearing this, Shu's mother blushed and glanced at her cousin Yuan Yuan shyly, saying with a smile, "You are such a disrespectful child. You even dare to make fun of your aunt." "Yes. With your figure and this underwear, my god, won't your uncle be completely obsessed with you? Wow, now I think it's good to be a man." As she said this, cousin Yuan Yuan laughed. I heard this from the side and couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself, isn't this girl really good at talking? Mother Shu ignored her and asked me, "Kuer, which one do you think is better?" I looked at the two pieces of underwear and it seemed that the only difference was the color. I couldn't choose one, so I asked, "Dad, do you like red or black?" Mrs. Shu's face turned even redder. After looking at me, she said, forget it. You didn't have any constructive suggestions at all. I shouldn't have called you if I had known." As she said that, she handed the red one to the salesperson and asked her to pack it up. Oh. It seems that Shuko's father likes red. After we came out of the lingerie shop, we didn't buy anything else. But the two women next to us insisted on shopping, and they just shopped. After entering the store, they looked here, touched there, and then turned around and left without asking the price, as if they were just looking. After visiting 7 or 8 stores, I immediately felt puzzled when I saw them continue to shop. They only shopped but did not buy anything, touched and looked, did not ask the price, and then turned around and walked away. What kind of mentality is this? It was already past 4 in the afternoon when we finally finished our shopping. Originally, Shu's mother wanted to take me to dinner, but I thought that I had to go back to school to ask Ju Jian about the matter, so I politely declined. She didn't force me to do it, and drove us back to school. Before getting off the car, she specifically told me to think about it carefully. I didn't react at the time, so I asked, "Considering what?" Mother Shu immediately said in a coquettish voice, "You are so young, how come your memory is so bad? Of course, she should consider surgery." I suddenly understood, and then I quickly smiled and said, "Okay, I will seriously consider it." After getting off the car, my cousin Yuan Yuan held my arm and chirped around me like a sparrow. When she was brought to the dormitory, she greeted Ju Yu and Luo Shiyu in a familiar manner. And Ju Yu seemed to know her as well, and talked to her with a smile, as if they were old classmates. As for Luo Shiyu, she sat in her seat and watched the movie quietly without saying a word. I didn't know what her mood was like, and Juyu and the others were there, so I didn't go over to talk to her. When I got to Juyu, I asked her to give me her phone. Juyu asked me what I wanted to do. I said it was nothing, just looking for a contact. She didn't ask any more questions. After giving me the phone, she talked about the film with her cousin Yuan Yuan. I heard that they were chatting very enthusiastically, and I wanted to listen in, but considering that business was more important, I dialed Ju Jian's number a few times, returned the phone to Ju Yu, and then went out. When I got downstairs, I called Ju Jian. Soon, the phone was answered, and Ju Jian asked, "Shukur, what's the matter? Come to Maldives right away." After saying this, I hung up the phone and headed towards the artificial lake. Maldives, this is the name our school uses for the area with the artificial lake. The artificial lake is a scenic spot in our school. It is about the size of 1.5 football fields. There is a small island of about 200 square meters in the middle of the lake. There are pavilions and rockery on the island, where you can enjoy the cool breeze and the surrounding scenery. On the west side of the lake, there is a grassland with many palm trees planted. When the sky is blue and the clouds are white, the lake is sparkling, and the green grass and palm trees make the picture particularly beautiful, so this place is also called the Maldives by the couples in the school. Not long after I arrived, I saw Ju Jian running over as well. I took the initiative to greet him, and he greeted me with a smile and said, "Shukur, what do you want from me?" "You did it?" I asked angrily. Ju Jian was stunned for a moment and asked, "What did I do? Are you still pretending to be stupid in front of me?" I raised my hand and pretended to hit him. He quickly raised his hands and said with a smile, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." When I saw him like this, I knew in my heart that this guy had done it. So I put down my right hand and said, "Then tell me, how did you make Shukur and I switch bodies?" Ju Jian smiled and said, "Isn't this all what you meant?" "What do I mean?" I frowned and said, "When did I tell you this is what I meant? It seems that you really forgot." Ju Jian said, and immediately sat down on the grass. I sat down and said, "Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me quickly." He said, "That day, Shukur is getting married, and we're going to the wedding." Wait. I felt something was wrong as soon as he started talking, so I asked quickly. "Shukur didn't get married until 4 years later. Now it's 4 years ago. How do you know that we were the ones who attended her wedding?" "Nonsense, do you think you're the only one who traveled through time 4 years later? I'm the same person, okay?" Ju Jian rolled his eyes at me and continued. "Didn't you drink too much that day? When we left the wedding scene, you cried and said to me, 'Ju Jian, do you know? I liked Shukur for 4 years, but I never confessed my love to her.' I remember being drunk, but I don't know that I actually said those words. At that time, I asked you if you regretted not confessing your feelings to her. You were drunk and said that if it happened again, you would definitely confess your feelings to her. Even if she didn't agree in the end, I wouldn't feel any regret. You also said, 'Ju Jian, I regret so much, why didn't I confess my feelings to her in the first place?' Do you know? After I graduated, Shuko's face often appeared in my mind, and sometimes I would stare at her photo in a daze. As you were talking, you burst into tears. When I heard him say these words, my brows were furrowed, and I thought, are these really what I said after drinking? Why don't you believe that I can say these words?" Seeing that I didn't believe him, he explained, "As the saying goes, truth comes out when you're drunk. Some people look serious on the surface and have nothing on their mind. But once they get drunk and start talking nonsense, they'll reveal a lot of unexpected secrets. That's because they've been suppressing their emotions for too long and have nowhere to release them. Don't talk about these useless things." I interrupted quickly. "I want to ask you, how can I and Shukur be switched? Do you want to change now?" Ju Jian asked. I was stunned for a moment and didn't give an answer immediately. After staying in Shukur's body for so many days, I felt that except for the occasional embarrassing things, most of the time it was pretty good. Moreover, I could know the private things of beautiful women, which was also good to think about. If it were the other way around, I would still be a loser. After hesitating for a moment, I said, "Not now. But you have to tell me how to change it. That way, when I need to change it, I can do it smoothly." Ju Jian chuckled. He had been my friend for many years, so of course he saw through my intentions at a glance. I wasn't afraid of being seen through by him, and I took the initiative to admit that I just wanted to spend more time with beautiful women. What's wrong with that? Is it wrong? Is it against the law? Not really. Zhu Jian laughed. Actually, if you want to switch, it's very simple. Just go and kiss Shukur. Kiss her? I frowned and said, what kind of a trick is this? Just a kiss can change it. Are you kidding me? Did you see I was laughing? Zhu Jian asked. Anyway, the method is here. If you don't believe it, I can't help it. Seeing how serious he looked, it didn't seem like he was joking with me. Does Shukur know? I asked. Zhu Jian explained, she doesn't even know our secret code, so of course she won't ask me. What? Don't you want to tell her? As he said this, he grinned again. This guy knows me very well and he saw through my mind. But I still refused to admit it and said that of course I would tell her, but not now. It's up to you. As he said that, he looked me up and down, then touched his chin with a lewd look, which made me very uncomfortable. I don't know why, but I automatically covered my chest with my hands, saying, don't look at me with such a filthy look. I'm telling you, don't even think about taking advantage of my body. Zhu Jian rubbed his hands and said that this body is not yours anyway. Besides, this face, this chest, this butt. If you don't taste it, wouldn't it be a waste? Get lost. I cursed him out without any hesitation. I am the master of this body now, so it belongs to me. Also, you have already checked into a hotel with Zhu Yu, so if you want to have sex, go find her, she will definitely cooperate with you. How do you know? Zhu Jian was stunned. I said, don't forget, my body is intact. I lived in their dormitory for so many days, how could I not know anything? Just after I finished speaking, I suddenly remembered something, so I asked, that's not right. You are just a normal guy who likes to play games. How can you have the ability to swap my body with Shuku's? How did you do it? Chapter 24, Girls' Reactions to Watching Porn. Zhu Jian smiled at me, then stretched out his right hand and said politely, Anihar, I'm due minute June. I asked him seriously, but he was just joking with me. I was so angry that I cursed him, fuck you, I fucking hate Korea now. You won't even allow me to make a joke. Zhu Jian's expression was serious and his eyes were sharp. Well, if that's the case, then I can only reveal my true identity. Seeing him getting serious, I also became nervous, wondering if he was a god, a monster, or an alien. When he looked at me, his face was cold, and a strong aura suddenly emanated from his whole body, which shocked me. Actually, I am from the Crazy Clan. When I heard the word Kwang Clan, my nervousness and strong curiosity about his identity instantly disappeared. So before he could finish, I kicked him in the side and yelled, Kwang, your sister. After scolding him, I didn't bother to ask any more questions, because I could tell that guy didn't want to tell the truth. Hey, let me tell you one more thing. You have to switch with her within a week, otherwise something bad will happen to both of you. Hearing this, I stopped in my tracks, turned around and looked at Zhu Jian, and asked, what's going to happen? It's not a big deal, it will just cause your spirits to merge with each other's bodies, making it impossible to switch back and forth. I was immediately surprised and said, so what you mean is, if I don't change it within a week, I won't be able to change it later. Zhu Jian snapped his fingers and said with a smile, correct answer, extra 10 points. Shit, just 1 week. I was originally thinking that I would switch back after I had enough fun, but now, there is only 1 week left. So what should I do for the rest of the week? Or should I just do nothing and live my life normally, and then ask Shukir to change it when the time comes? But after all, what I have now is Shukur's body. If I don't do something for myself, wouldn't it be a waste of such good conditions and opportunities? After thinking about it, I decided to get closer to Lin Yuqiao during this period and speak good words for me. This way, when my body changes, I can get closer to Lin Yuqiao more easily. Well, let us do it. After thinking it over, I looked at Zhu Jian and turned to leave. On their way back, I called Lin Yuqiao and asked her where she was. I'm working part-time at a milk tea shop outside the school. What's going on? When Lin Yuqiao was speaking, other people's voices were heard around him. When I heard that she was working part-time, my impression of her was enhanced. I thought that Lin Yuqiao was not only beautiful, but also had a good figure, a gentle personality, and was very sensible. She used her Saturdays and weekends to work part-time to earn money, and she had her own goals and was working hard towards them. No matter how I think about it, she is just too perfect. Look at Shukura, who relies on her family's wealth and does nothing all day long. She always yells and says that she is a lady and she has a bad temper. She gets angry with me when she doesn't agree with me. Although she is beautiful, who can stand her character? After comparing them, I suddenly felt that I was really blind to fall in love with Shukura instead of pursuing Lin Yuqiao. Stupid, really stupid. After feeling regretful, I decided to make good use of Shukura's identity this time and get closer to Lin Yuqiao. Thinking of this, I immediately turned and walked towards the west gate. After going out, I found the milk tea shop where Lin Yuqiao worked part-time. It's not big, maybe just a few dozen square meters, with 7 or 8 small tables. When I walked in, there were 4 or 5 couples chatting and laughing. When I walked to the counter, I saw Lin Yuqiao wearing a pink work uniform, which made her look even more gentle and virtuous. I was very happy, so I took the initiative to walk over and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, give me a cup of milk tea." When Lin Yuqiao saw me coming, she immediately smiled, as warm as the spring sunshine, which made me feel warm inside. I took her milk tea, took a sip, and immediately felt the air was filled with sweetness and fragrance. Taking advantage of the free time, Lin Yuqiao asked in a low voice, "Kuer, why are you here?" I said, "I have nothing to do, so I came to see you." "What? You won't let me?" "If you won't let me, then I'll leave." Having said that, I turned and left. Lin Yuqiao quickly said, "Hey, don't." I knew she would let me stay. So when she said goodbye, I immediately stopped, turned around and walked in front of her, asking if she was reluctant to let me go. She laughed and said, "Yes, of course I can't bear to leave you." Although I know she said this because of Shukura, the owner of this body of mine, but I saw that she was talking to me, so I still felt very comfortable and happy. So I put down my milk tea and reached out to hold Lin Yuqiao's hand. Her skin is very delicate and smooth to the touch. Moreover, her skin is relatively white and looks very comfortable. After touching it carefully, a hint of joy appeared at the corner of my mouth. Lin Yuqiao smiled and said, "Kuer, why are you touching me like this? It's so itchy." As she said that, she pulled her hand back and asked, "Hey, Kuer, let me ask you a question. What kind of gift should I give to a boy on his birthday?" When I heard this, I was about to give some advice, but I was suddenly stunned. Because I thought of someone Lin Yuqiao's boyfriend. So, I asked, "Are you giving your boyfriend a birthday present?" Her cheeks flushed slightly and she nodded shyly. Damn, it's true. I immediately felt uncomfortable. I thought, that scumbag, why does Lin Yuqiao like him so much? Why doesn't he like me? It's really unfair. Thinking about this, I held Lin Yuqiao's hands again and said seriously, "Xiao Qiao, there is something you may not like to hear. However, as your roommate, I still have to say it. Your current boyfriend is not very suitable for you." Lin Yuqiao was a little surprised and asked in confusion, "Kuer, why do you say that?" "In fact, I really want to say that the bastard will cheat on you in the future, and you will be hurt by him, so you should stop liking him." But I thought that if I said it, she would not only not believe it, but also say that I was talking nonsense and alienating her from her boyfriend. So, I can only say this, I heard that he had many girlfriends in the past, and he even got them pregnant, but then he dumped them. Do you think you can trust a man like that? As soon as these words came out, Lin Yuqiao's face immediately fell, and he said, "Kuer, these are all rumors, how can you believe them? I believe Hongwu is not such a person. Besides, he is very good to me now, and I like him very much. Damn, they say that women in love have 0 IQ. It seems that this is true. What I just said was definitely not made up by me, but was really spread by someone." But Lin Yuqiao refused to believe it and said that she and her boyfriend Hongwu were in love now. It seems that if Lin Yuqiao wants to see Hongwu's true face, he needs to use his brain. Seeing that she was unhappy, I quickly changed the subject and said, "Didn't you just say you would give him a birthday present? I see that Hongwu has been exercising so much and is in good shape. He is almost a senior in college and needs to find a job. Why don't you give him a suit?" Lin Yuqiao's eyes lit up and he said, "This is not bad. Okay, I'll buy him a set after get off work." Seeing her so excited, I felt very unhappy, but I couldn't show it, so I could only remind her, "You can buy it. But don't buy too expensive ones. After all, you don't have much money, and you plan to open a store, so you have to be frugal. Lin Yuqiao smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I'll just buy one for over $1,000, it's not expensive." I was stunned for a moment, and felt like I had suffered a 10,000-point critical hit. When I first graduated, the suit I bought was only 300 or 400 yuan. Damn, this is the difference between having a girlfriend and not having one. Okay. At this point, I can only sigh. After chatting with her for a while, I didn't disturb her from doing her work and went back to the dormitory. When I opened the door to the dormitory, I saw my cousin Yuan and Yu both turned their heads to look at me. The next moment, my cousin Yuan smiled and shouted, "Cousin, close the door quickly and come over to see the good stuff." Nice one. Confused, I closed the door and walked towards them. When I walked up to them, I saw a short film playing on Yu's laptop. "You two are actually watching this?" I was really scared at the time, thinking, it's still broad daylight, are you two really doing this? When I first watched it, I downloaded it to my phone and watched it secretly under the covers. Cousin Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, cousin. We are listening with headphones. There is no sound, so no one will overhear us." After she finished speaking, Yu handed me the headphones and said with a smile, "Coor, do you want to listen? It's really exciting and thrilling." What's exciting? What's exciting? I've watched so many porn movies that I'm already immune to them. Forget it, you two can watch it, I won't bother you anymore. I turned back to the bed, took out my phone, and planned to watch the game. Damn, this is the last game, whether we can finally make a comeback depends on this time. So, I was watching the game on my phone on the bed while the two of them were watching the movie over there, giggling and laughing. Moreover, they were exchanging experiences and discussing the plot. Cousin Yuan said, "Sister Yu, look, this guy is amazing. He can hold on for so long." Yu nodded and said, "That's right. Wow, Sister Yu, you are so wild." Cousin Yuan said with a smile. In response, Yu just smiled and didn't explain further. I couldn't help laughing when I heard these words. I thought to myself, how come you girls are more excited than us guys when watching porn? Is it that serious? My mind raced and I suddenly exited the page and sent a text message to Ju Jian. "Your wife was watching a porn movie in the dormitory and said that the male protagonist's thing was very big. You should get surgery as soon as possible, otherwise you will be despised in the future." When I sent this text message, I couldn't help but laugh. Soon, Ju Jian replied, "This slut, I'll teach her a lesson tonight." Just as I replied, Yu's phone rang. After she answered, she said, "I'm in the dormitory." What's wrong? After a while, she said, "Let's go out for dinner tonight." Sure. Seeing Yu so excited, I felt itchy inside, so I sent a text message to Ju Jian, "After I get my body back, let's switch again, okay?" Ju Jiqing immediately understood what I meant, and then replied to me politely with 3 words, "Get lost." Chapter 25, My cousin is so dirty. It was reasonable for him to reject me, so I didn't feel depressed at all. I continued watching the game, and when I saw that there were only 10 minutes left and the team I supported was losing by 1-0, I felt so sad, thinking it was all over, they were definitely going to lose. I'm such a spendthrift. I haven't even warmed up the 3,000 yuan yet, but I gave it all away. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought some food and clothes, or even just charged for games. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. While I was sighing, I saw a striker of the team I bought with the ball, already reaching the back of the opponent. Then, he bypassed a defender, and another defender of the opponent team began to retreat, intending to defend with the goalkeeper. At the same time, the teammates of the player with the ball were desperately rushing there, and the opponent's defenders were also gathering there, intending to defend to the end. Both sides were racing against time. This time, it was estimated that the outcome of the entire game would be determined. Seeing this, I was so anxious that I shouted, "Why are you still running? Shoot the ball quickly." After I shouted this, my cousin Yuan and Yu immediately turned around and looked at me. I didn't pay attention to them at the time, my eyes were fixed on the screen of my phone. Because the bastard with the ball was already rushing forward with the ball, and his teammates were helping to cover him. Then he passed the ball to his teammates. The teammate dribbled past another player, then kicked the ball when he was about 7 or 8 meters away from the goal. At that moment, my heart was in my throat, and I whispered, "We must go in." As soon as he finished shouting, the football, with unstoppable momentum, drew an arc, dodged the goalkeeper's hand, rushed into the goal with a whoosh, and hit the net. In! I shouted out almost at the same time, and sat up immediately, shouting excitedly, "It's in, ha 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 ha." I was cheering excitedly when I heard my cousin Yuan suddenly say, "Cousin, it was someone else who went in, not you, why are you so excited?" At that time, I didn't realize what he meant. I said, "It's adults talking, kids, don't mind. Go watch your movie." When I lay down and continued to watch the rest of the game, I suddenly realized that my cousin's words were so dirty. And what I said myself. Damn, she misunderstood. I wanted to explain, but seeing that they were still concentrating on watching the movie, I was too lazy to bother them. Moreover, I was afraid that if I explained, she might say that explanation equals covering up, and covering up is the truth. So I simply didn't explain. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I will return to my body soon. Whether you misunderstand me or not has nothing to do with me. Continue watching the game. After the goal, the two sides were tied at 1-1. In the next 10 minutes, neither side scored a goal. So extra time was required. During the extra game, a player from the team I bought dribbled the ball again. Then he bypassed a defender and kicked the ball to his teammate. That teammate was really awesome. He jumped up and blocked the ball with his body, then waited for it to fall and immediately kicked it. The goalkeeper misjudged the situation and dived in the opposite direction, causing the ball to whiz past him on the other side. We won, we won. I shouted again, my blood boiling, and every cell in my body was in an excited state. Jumping off the bed, I cheered and laughed with my phone in my hand. My cousin Yuan and Ju Yu, who were watching the movie, stood nearby with confused looks on their faces. They probably thought I had suddenly gone crazy and was so jumpy. After the excitement passed, I calmed down a little. After seeing the confusion on their faces, I smiled and said, "Have you never seen a beautiful woman?" "Kua, are you upset by something?" Ju Yu asked. "Cousin, what kind of movie did you watch just now? Why did it make you so excited?" She walked over and continued. "Come, let me see it too. Looking at the short video of Wool, do you think I am like you too?" I said unhappily, "Go play somewhere else." I went back to bed, still excited. But when I looked at the odds, I smiled so hard that wrinkles appeared on my face. I made money, I made a lot of money this time. I was so happy today that I couldn't help laughing from time to time while eating dinner. My cousin Yuan asked me what I watched this afternoon and why I'm still laughing. Is it that good? I ignored her, thinking that when the money arrived, I would invest in Lin Yuqiao's new milk tea shop. In the future, I would run the business with her and go to get off work together. As I thought about it, I began to yearn for that kind of life. After dinner, Lin Yuqiao and Luo Shiyu both came back in the evening. Luo Shiyu was still as cold as ever and didn't talk to me. There were too many people in the dormitory and it was inconvenient for me to talk to her, so we just kept being cold to each other. After washing my feet and going to bed, I slept on the side close to the wall, and my cousin Yuan slept on the outside side. I was very puzzled at the time. This girl was not poor, so why did she want to share a bed with me? Besides, the bed was so narrow that it was not easy for two people to turn over. After lying down, she took out her cell phone, gave me an earphone, and whispered, "Cousin, this is the movie I found for you, let's watch it together." As she said that, she winked at me and then started playing the movie. I didn't feel anything about the content of the video, but I saw that she wanted to watch it so much, so I accompanied her. After watching for a while, I noticed one thing, her breathing became faster and heavier. After watching for a while, I felt that it was boring, and I saw Lin Yuqiao across from me. So I whispered, "How about we stop watching?" She looked at me curiously and asked, "Why? Doesn't it look good?" It's nice, it's nice," I said perfunctorily. "It's just that this is the dormitory, it's not good for the two of us to watch this kind of thing, and they are all back." But cousin Yuan didn't he understand and said, "Didn't he you like it last time? And you also said that men with six-pack abs are called men. And you also said that men like this look mighty." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart, thinking, "Yushuku, you are such a person. You look so powerful. Humph, wait and see how I deal with you next time." Of course, this cleaning does not mean putting her in bed. After I stopped watching the video, my cousin Yuan came over to me and said that she was not wearing pajamas and felt a little cold, so she wanted to hold me while sleeping. Having said that, he didn't even give me a chance to speak and just hugged me. I could feel her soft body through her pajamas, and I immediately became nervous. But soon, I got used to it because of my experience with Luo Xiu. At this time, I suddenly realized that if girls sleep together, they are called besties, but if boys dare to sleep together, they are gay. Damn, we both sleep in each other's arms, why is there such a big difference? After a moment of silence, I asked, Yuan, did you graduate from a medical school? Yeah. What's wrong? I heard people say that the medical school seems to be quite chaotic. Is that true? I asked. She frowned and said that it was not the case, it depends on the person. Although some girls in the medical school would mess around and cause scandals, some of them were focused on their studies and wanted to work in the hospital in the future. Oh, by the way, when you said that, I thought of a girl in our dormitory. What's wrong? I asked curiously. She is the type who is more promiscuous. She often skips classes and spends more than half an hour putting on makeup before going out. She has dinner with this guy today and goes to the movies with that guy tomorrow. Moreover, I have found that thing in her bag. At this point, cousin Yuan started to chuckle. No need to guess, that thing must be a safety measure. I was very interested, so I asked, and then? She seems to have hooked up with a guy recently. He looks okay. The key is that he is tall and strong, and his arm muscles are very good. You can tell at a glance that he exercises regularly. One morning, she and I were the only ones in the dormitory. I saw her putting on makeup and knew she was going out, so I deliberately asked her which guy she was going to date today. She smiled and said, of course, my boyfriend. She also said that her boyfriend was like the men in the movies, very powerful. I swallowed my saliva when I heard this, thinking that it seems that girls and boys are equally generous when talking about these things. Boys usually talk about which girl has big breasts, what cup size, and how nice it sounds when she moans. But I think that guy is unreliable. My roommate will be dumped sooner or later. But after knowing her for more than a year, I found that the men around her kept changing. I guess either she dumped someone else, or someone dumped her. I guess she's used to it. Cousin Yuan frowned and said, actually, I don't quite understand it. She's actually pretty and has a nice body. Why doesn't she just find a boyfriend? Why does she have to be so promiscuous? Women can be a little frivolous, but they still have to be chaste in their hearts. If they are frivolous in their hearts, they are no different from whores. Oh, I love to hear that. I didn't realize that you are so sensible despite your young age. I laughed. My cousin Yuan smiled proudly and said, of course. Even though I'm in a medical school and watch porn movies, I still have my virginity. I laughed and said, I don't know about this. Well, if you don't believe me, I won't prove it to you. Then she immediately asked, hey, cousin, where is your boyfriend? That him? Could it be that Shukor has a boyfriend? Chapter 26, Your Body Was Beaten. I really didn't expect Shukor to have a boyfriend so early. Could it be the one she married for years later? For a moment, I was lost in speculation, and suddenly I felt an uncomfortable feeling in my heart that I couldn't describe. Just as I was stunned, someone suddenly pushed me gently. I woke up quickly and immediately saw my round cousin who was close at hand. She stared at me with her big eyes blinking and said, cousin, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. I said hastily. But my acting skills were so poor that I was seen through immediately. My cousin Yuan looked at me suspiciously and said, you were distracted just now. She asked, are you missing him? No. I denied immediately. Why would I miss him? He's not crazy. No matter who he is, I still think about him. HMPH, come on, I won't believe you. I said, believe it or not. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to sleep first. She immediately turned off her phone, stretched out her arms to hug me, and said with a smile, my dear, I turned over your car tonight. Hearing this, I laughed and thought this girl was pretty cute. So, I said very gently, Your Majesty, please be gentle. When I said this, I felt goosebumps all over my body. My cousin Yuan giggled and said, cousin, you are so funny. After waking up, I got up, washed up, and went to class as usual. Originally, I wanted to continue pretending to be a top student and sit in the front row to listen to the lecture. Of course, the main reason was to sit with Lin Yuqiao. But my cousin Yuan insisted on dragging me to sit in the back, saying that she couldn't hear as she went to the front, and if the teacher called on me to answer a question, it would be a disaster. So I decided to sit in the back row and play with my phone honestly, so that I wouldn't fall asleep. I am in a difficult situation. And just at this moment, Shukur came over. When she saw the two of us, she glared at me sharply and then tilted her head slightly, meaning, sit aside and stay away from my cousin. I had originally planned to do so. But now that she was using this attitude, I decided not to go and sat down next to my cousin Yuan. Shukur was so angry that she reached out and grabbed my arm. "Hey, what are you going to do?" I immediately asked unhappily. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around turned to look. At that time, I looked at Shukur with pride, thinking that our bodies had been swapped. I was a striking beauty, and you were an ordinary loser. If you dare to touch me, they will make you cry for your parents. Shukur was very sensible. She knew that our bodies had been swapped and our identities had changed. If she continued to argue, she would only suffer. So she let go of my arm and uttered a weak voice through her teeth, "Just wait for me." I smiled smugly, then pretended not to hear and said, "What did you say?" This made her eyes widen and her nostrils bulge. Then, she snorted helplessly and turned to leave the classroom. "Just go, I can get a diploma later anyway, so I don't have to study." But after she left, I suddenly saw Luo Xiu get up and leave. Why did she leave too? No matter what, as long as she doesn't do anything wrong, she can leave if she wants. Ignoring the two of them, my cousin Yuan and I sat in the back row, concentrating on playing landlord on our phones. Then we teamed up to cheat a lot of people and won a lot of happy beans. At noon, my cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Zhu Jian calling. At that time, I, my cousin Yuan, Lin Yuqiao and Zhu Yu were having dinner outside the school. I quickly answered the phone and stood up and walked aside to prevent them from seeing that it was Zhu Jian calling, otherwise there would definitely be some misunderstanding. "Hello, what's up?" I asked. "Where are you?" Zhu Jian's tone was very anxious, which made me nervous as well. He said, "I'm eating outside the school, what's wrong? Come to the school hospital quickly, you've been beaten." Zhu Jian said hurriedly. "What?" I screamed immediately. This news was so shocking. Without saying anything, I hung up the phone and ran to the school immediately. I could do nothing about my cousin Yuan shouting behind me. As I ran forward, I was still wondering what Shuko was doing. Did he touch the girls but again and get beaten up by her boyfriend? Damn, can this woman just behave herself? Does she really like touching girls' butts? Cursing in my heart, I got even angrier and ran even faster. But Shukur had skinny arms and legs, and it was obvious that she didn't exercise much. So after running for a while, I was exhausted. After running for a while and walking for a while, it took me half an hour to finally reach the school hospital. Before I reached the school hospital, I saw Zhu Jian. He also saw me and said, "Hurry up." I hurried over, without even taking a breath, and asked him what had happened. "I don't know either." Zhu Jian also looked confused. At noon, I went out to eat with my roommates. As a result, outside the school gate, I saw Shukur being beaten and kicked by several men. Although the security guards came over quickly, she was still hit many times and lay on the ground unable to get up. There was no choice, so a few of us and the security guards took her to the school hospital. As we talked, we both walked forward. When I arrived at the ward, I saw Shukur lying on the bed and crying in pain, and I felt very anxious. I ran to the bedside and asked Shukur hurriedly, "How is it? Are you feeling better?" Seeing her face covered in bruises, her eyes red and tears welling up, I felt really distressed. But I didn't know whether I felt sorry for myself or for her. The doctor who was applying medicine to her said, "There are no broken bones, just some flesh wounds, just apply some medicinal wine and it will be fine." I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was just a minor injury and would be fine after a few days of rest. But Shukur started crying and said that no one had dared to hit her even though she had grown up to this age. When she said this, the doctor was stunned. I panicked and quickly interrupted, "Look at you, you're so confused that you even stole my catchphrase." After applying the medicated wine, the doctor gave a few instructions and left. After she left, I breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to Shukur, "My dear, you just let something slip. What's wrong with letting it slip? I want it, I want it." Seeing that she was unhappy, I wanted to confront her, but when I saw that she looked hurt, I held back and thought, forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman, so I'll give you a hand today. The chair sat next to her, and I quickly asked, "Tell me, why did others hit you?" Shukur became anxious and asked, "How would I know?" "You don't know? Are they all crazy and hitting you for no reason?" I don't believe she really did nothing. Shukir immediately glared at me and shouted angrily, "Forget it if you don't believe it." After saying that, she immediately turned her head away, pouting, as if she didn't want to pay attention to me. From the looks of it, it seems like she didn't lie. But this is strange. Could it be that those people really just went crazy and beat people up? No way, this is absolutely impossible. I thought back and realized that I had never been beaten during my 4 years at university. I was also very careful in my daily life, always looking at the zebra crossing when crossing the road, and never offended anyone. So for a moment, I couldn't imagine who had such a big grudge against me that he would be so cruel to my body. After being angry for a while, Shukur asked me if I had offended anyone outside. I shook my head and said no. She didn't believe it and said, "If you haven't offended anyone, why would others hit me?" This leaves me at a loss as to how to respond. Seeing that I was silent, she immediately became excited, pointed at me and said, "You must have offended someone. Tell me, who was it? Tell me, and I will find someone to fight back, otherwise I will not be able to swallow this anger." I said I really don't know. As soon as I finished speaking, a person suddenly appeared in my mind, Luo Shiyu. She had said before that she would not let anyone take me away, and then Shukur left the classroom, and she also left the classroom. Then, Shukur was beaten at noon. Putting this series of events together, it seems as if she really did it. Seeing me in a daze, Shukur asked again, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm asking you a question." I looked her straight in the eyes and said, "I think Luo Shiyu might have done this." "Luo Shiyu? Why would she do this? I have no grudge against her. Besides, how can we be good friends?" I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her and explained, "You're in my body, so of course she'll think you're the loser Zhang Qiang. Besides, she saw us meeting at the West Gate last time. She thought we were having an affair, and that you were going to take me." Before I could finish, Shukur immediately started to yell, "Only a ghost would have an affair with you. Even if you beat me to death, I would never have an affair with you." Hearing this, I immediately got angry and said, "Do you think I want to have an affair with you? Don't think that just because you are beautiful and rich, I like you very much. Humph, I won't serve you anymore." Having said that, I got up and left. Just after taking 2 steps, Shukur started to make a scene behind her. "Assholes, you are all assholes, you all bully me, Mom, your baby Kur is being bullied." Hearing her crying and shouting, I quickly ran over to cover her mouth and said anxiously, "My dear lady, can you please stop crying? If other people in the hospital hear you, they will think you are a pervert. You are obviously a boy, but you behave like this. You have no shame, but I still want you." Shukur got anxious and started biting my hand. I suddenly felt pain and screamed. She heard that I was in pain, and quickly let go. When she saw the teeth marks on my hand, she immediately hit me with her hand and said in a reproachful tone, "Why didn't you hide?" As she spoke, she blew air onto the tooth marks. My heart softened at once, and I thought that although she was willful and unruly, she was quite nice when she was caring. However, I was so preoccupied with my fantasies that I forgot that this was Shukur's body. If she didn't take care of it, who would? After coming out of the school hospital, I told Shukur to be more careful recently. At the same time, I also planned to talk to Luo Shiyu and told her to stop messing around. Otherwise, when Shukur and I switch bodies, I will be the one who gets beaten. Damn it, I didn't do anything, but I still have to endure the threat of being beaten. It's really fucked up. As I was talking, I suddenly heard a woman shout, "I never thought you two would get together." Chapter 27, I don't mind you being the campus beauty. When I heard this familiar voice, I was startled and looked forward quickly. As a result, I saw a girl with small breasts at a glance. Yu Xiaoman. Damn, how did I meet her? Yu Xiaoman glanced at the two of us, then smiled and said, "You're so good, Shukur. I asked you to pretend to have a boyfriend before, but you said no." I didn't expect that you're now together with Zhang Qiang. I'm not involved with him. Shukur started yelling first. I held her shoulders and whispered, you go first. After saying that, I hurried towards Yu Xiaoman, greeted her with a smile, and said that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Yu Xiaoman smiled and said, do you think I'm blind? You two were so close to each other at the entrance of the school hospital just now, and judging from the expressions on your faces when you were talking, your relationship must be special. Of course it's not ordinary. I immediately became serious. I lent her money a few days ago. Now the deadline is up, and she asked me to give her a few more days and not tell anyone. I thought since we are classmates, I should give her a few more days. When I made up this lie, I didn't blush or feel nervous. I was so serious that I almost believed it. But Yu Xiaoman just didn't believe it. She snorted and said, stop scaring me. I smiled and said, do you think I can bluff you with your IQ? She smiled complacently and said, that's true. Seeing that she believed it, I thought to myself, with your IQ, you can really fool people. After finally getting rid of her, I quickly called Luo Shiyu. Soon, she answered the phone and asked me what was the matter. Did you hire someone to beat up Zhang Qiang? I asked. When I said this, I felt awkward myself, and thought I should find an opportunity to switch bodies. This way, the real Shukur could explain to Luo Shiyu, and I would have less contact with Shukur in the future, and nothing would happen. Hearing my question, Luo Shiyu did not answer, but asked, why? Are you heartbroken? Bullshit, that's my body, of course I feel bad for it. I suppressed my anger and said, there's really nothing going on between her and me. Can you please stop messing around? Luo Shiyu immediately became anxious and said, Kur, what's so good about that loser? Why do you have to defend him so much? I didn't say anything good about him, nor did I defend him. I just hope that you won't mess around and hit people again. There's no possibility for her and I to be together. I was clearly telling the truth, but Luo Shiyu just seemed not to believe it. I really didn't understand how her mind worked. When I got back to the dormitory, I wanted to talk to Luo Shiyu face to face, but she wasn't there. I called her, but she refused to answer. Shit, what on earth is this woman doing? I got so angry that I turned my phone to silent mode and left it aside. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was watching a movie in my dormitory. When the door of the dormitory opened, I turned around and saw that it was Lin Yuqiao who came back. As soon as she came in, she walked towards me with a panicked look and said, Kur, are you really together with Zhang Qiang? What? I was immediately shocked and stood up, wondering how Lin Yuqiao could have such a guess. Did she also see Shukur and I chatting together? Fortunately, there were only her and I in the dormitory at that time. My cousin Yuan and Zhu Yu went out shopping, and Luo Shiyu was not there. So I quickly explained, don't talk nonsense, this is simply not true. Lin Yuqiao looked very serious and said that it was now spreading outside that you and Zhang Qiang were together. What? I suddenly shouted. Has it spread? I was immediately panicked and my mind was confused. I had no idea how this happened. Lin Yuqiao was also confused by my reaction and asked, don't you know yet? I was watching movies in the dormitory the whole afternoon and didn't go out. Let's not talk about this for now. Who told you this rumor? I asked hurriedly. Lin Yuqiao said, I don't know who started the rumor. Anyway, as soon as I entered the West Gate, I heard a lot of people saying that you and Zhang Qiang were together. I didn't ask much at the time, so I called you immediately. But you didn't answer, so I hurried back to ask you what was going on. How did you get together with Zhang Qiang? I went to pick up my phone and found it was on silent mode. Lin Yuqiao had indeed called me 5 times. In addition, Zhu Jian, Shu Kuo, Zhu Yu, and my cousin Yuan also called me. Seeing so many people calling to ask, it must be true. I was extremely furious at the time and really wanted to find the person who spread the rumor and beat the hell out of him. Damn it, you actually spread such rumors, aren't you trying to kill me? As I was cursing in my heart, a call suddenly came to my cell phone. It was Zhu Jian calling. I quickly answered the call. Where are you, kid? Zhu Jian asked loudly. I quickly covered my phone and walked towards the balcony, fearing that Lin Yuqiao would hear me. After I reached the balcony, I closed the glass door and said, I'm in the dormitory. What happened? I don't know which bastard spread the rumor that you and Shukur were together, and now the news has spread. I said I already knew it. Zhu Jian then said, do you know that Han Hu is leading people all over the school looking for you? Looking for me? I was really anxious at the time, so I asked, what does he want from me? Zhu Jian got anxious and immediately cursed, what are you doing? Are you stupid? He likes Shukur so much, and now he heard that you and Shukur are together, how can he not settle the score with you? I wanted to say that I was Shukur now and he couldn't do anything to me. But then, my body suddenly froze. Shukur was still in my body. Damn it, if she is found by Han Hu, won't she be beaten up? Grass. I suddenly got anxious and turned to run, but I bumped into the glass door. My forehead and nose were hit, and my eyes went dark, and then I saw stars. Damn, misfortunes never come alone. Opening the glass door, Lin Yuqiao hurriedly asked me if I was okay. I covered my face, waved to her, indicating that it was okay, and then ran downstairs in a hurry. While running, I called Zhu Jian and asked him to take our buddies to find Shukur immediately, and we must find her before Han Hu. After hanging up the phone, I called Shukur to ask her where she was. After the call was answered, Shukur's trembling voice came from the phone immediately, you bastard, why didn't you answer my call? Do you know? I was almost caught by Han Hu this afternoon. I can understand her fear. Han Hu, this bastard, except for pretending to be a grandson and being obedient in front of Shukur, he never shows mercy to men. That's why I'm so worried about Shukur. I've already left the dormitory and was about to come find you. Tell me, where are you? I'll come find you. I said hurriedly. I'm hiding in a rented house outside. Please come quickly, I feel very unsafe here. Shukur said this in a crying voice, which made me feel very sad and anxious. After hanging up the phone, I hurried to the west gate of the school. When I ran to the house that Shukur rented, I knocked on the door hurriedly. There is no sound inside. I knocked on the door again and shouted, open the door, it's me. The door opened immediately. I was relieved when I saw her and confirmed that she was safe. I hurried in, closed the door, and asked her how she was. Han Hu didn't know you were hiding here, right? Shukur was anxious and asked what was going on. Why would someone spread rumors that we were together? I quickly explained, I don't know. I watched a movie in the dormitory all afternoon, and then Lin Yuqiao came back and told me that we were together. I was also confused at the time, and I didn't know who did it. She immediately stared at me, her eyes full of suspicion, and asked, did you do it? Me? I pointed at myself, my mouth hanging open. Yes, it must be you. Shukur said seriously. I was speechless and asked how could it be me? Shukur didn't believe it and said that you must think I'm pretty and want me to be your girlfriend. But it's impossible to pursue me through normal means. So you came up with this method to force me to submit. Is that right? I was so angry that I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and thought to myself that I was really defeated by your rich imagination. When she saw me smiling, she became more convinced of her idea and said, look, you're smiling, which means you admit it. I'll admit it. Hey, why don't you use your brain? Is this reasonable? I asked back. Don't you think about it? I'm in your body now. I'm the most beautiful girl in the school. Who are you? Just a loser. I'm still chasing you? Am I crazy? Besides, Han Hu likes you so much. If I chase you in this way, wouldn't it be like going against him? Am I stupid? Shukur was stunned and didn't refute immediately. I guess she thought there was some truth in what I said. She hesitated and said, if it's not you, then who else could it be? I calmed down and said that if you want to know who spread the rumor, you have to see who benefits the most from spreading the rumor. Who? She asked immediately. I thought about it, went through everyone I knew in my mind, and immediately locked onto one person. It must be her. I said firmly. Shukur's eyes suddenly lit up. Who are you talking about? Yu Xiaoman. She frowned and asked why Yu Xiaoman spread rumors. I explained, Yu Xiaoman likes Han Hu, but Han Hu just happens to like you. Last time I taught Han Hu a lesson, she went to comfort him. After she came back, she told me that if you had a boyfriend, even if it was a fake one, it would make it easier for Han Hu to give up pursuing you, and then she would have a chance. At noon today, she saw us together, and then in the afternoon, rumors spread that we were in love. With these connections, she is the most likely candidate. Moreover, if Han Hu really gives up pursuing you because of this, it would indeed be in the best interests of Xiaoman. Shuke nodded repeatedly after hearing this and said, "It seems that it was really that stinky girl. I am really mad at her for slandering me like this. Wait, I will settle this account with her." When she said that, I became unhappy. How could it be slandering you if she said we were in a relationship? Shukor said seriously, "You said it yourself just now. You are the campus beauty and I am a loser. Are you crazy to chase me?" I didn't panic at all, instead I laughed and said, "Of course I'd be crazy to chase you. But you can chase me. Besides, I don't mind that you're the campus beauty.